nane nyame wayem yemfodo miakoye no dona eye miakoye no dona eye mewo gana me wanya sunonte masam american wami amfa kruyen to no manimo momentum bonanya grabare no me yesi machara yesi macharo mewe viti tanya fawudi yesi mi atu me yendu baby mewo biare yota na wana kumam mogo pado yamba pese menkum nyanka hu etim na kaminyi na yamfanga yamba jentum yamba petro ka krangum na shukra na me yeti machara yesi macharo obiara mbrana wo ma yamfa otandenya obiara mbrana wo ma yamfa nane nyame bwayen yamfa nane nyame bwayen yamfodo yamfa bia ku nyomani na be yamena no be yo nane nyame bwayen momentum bonanya grabare no me yesi machara yesi macharo
ane Ghana man mumme fa odo asumdue ene baako enye na oman no nyame ya adoma bibia ebeyi we ni mra ade a abribia no mihia me yeden me de hye ye ho nkran because nyame ambemu a baabi oman na ekono me ahwe ya yenim de to twedi ampon no na yeden yensre no se omaye abotre biakoye honhom ani bibia na nim se ono de sa amaye ya baabi opese de ekono obetim de yakọ tina bibia ehia medical de we estati no aha odo ene baakoye enti matesa na se mahu se de a eye pensemuka mre ena edru no na na brefo mene temabanie adwada asubia a ye Biden ye betina se edi yegwa kese na afei nsemu a na oti twemu ye my Ghana akoso nyina no ye beje ho abobo na ya baba mu ahwe de esikoye ntina no ye hia no se onwa bi ani ha ana onte se dwumadie no koso a me se like program no share na invite se na na brefo ye de pensemu ka dwumadie ye the latest and the late political talk show de bia de bremo no ba ma kwan mu aha ye na nwumre se be ya ma pon a modiji moyi no modamo promote bi na ha no ba Europe dia ba political talk show fire my Ghana ho dia show we so nkwa na abeden obetie aha ha no krojan mu ene de ma ana ye ni ba ko chire mu na na otwe a etwa mu ensem ebeto odwa a ato yakoma so se yen discuss yen bobo ho de dikan a agi atwenche pa wo ye my Ghana mu Ghana card ho sensem yi nya otwe a ye hia no ye kan ho nsem bebre a na no ye Ghana card ye se unni enu bia untimi en register sim no up to now ɛno nkɔdaeɛ a ɛno nsɛm bebree dan afiri mu aba na nsɛm a last week yanka a this week ɛbɛtena ase aka ɛnam saa Ghana card ho nyinaa ho yɛ den a mmerɛ a nkrata bi a yisi no ahyehyɛ ɛde akɔto parliament ɛfrɛ no CI constitutional instrument a ɔmode bɛyɛ nsakyerɛeɛ bi aba sɛ ɛfiri aya abato yɛbɛto 2024 no sɛ woni Ghana card a yɛ ma wontimi yɛ den register ti ɛbɛhwɛ ne ahwɛ ɛho sunsuansoɔ ɛne ekwan a ɛbɛfa so a ankrɔfoɔ bi mpanimfoɔ bi akukudamfoɔ bi de abɛto dwa sɛdeɛ a saa nhyehyɛe sɛ ba so a yisi no pɛ sɛ ɔkyerɛ sɛdeɛ a nkrɔfoɔ bi a wɔyɛ Ghanafoɔ nkɔm bɛtumi ato aba no ɔfa saa kwan nya ne so ayɛ den ama ɔmo ahwere ɔmo tumi a ɔmo wɔ no wɔ 1992 constitution so ɔmo to aba as Ghanafoɔ no ɔmo ahwere nti saa dwumadie yɛbɛhwɛ ne ahwɛ analysis a aba nko afaregyan de abɛto dwa yɛbɛdom sukɔ ne abɔbɔ mu ne ahwɛ sɛ ampa papa no nsɛm a ɔka no onyinasoɔ sɛ up to now after of July 2022 na enipa 13 million per ɛna register na last year 2020 a yɛto aba no so no enipa dodo a na ɔma register ato aba no na ɔmo yɛ den about 17 million nti up to now say every July ebesi nɛ a nipa 13 million a etimi register with Ghana card no ɛdeɛ na kyerɛ sɛ saa 4 million aka yi on betimi ato na papa no anso ho kora ɔsa so kɔ so to aso sɛ deɛ a ampa yisi no de mra bi aba sɛ deɛ a free 2023 yi registration no for 2024 no sɛ afei no adi 18 years a ansa yɛde udin bɛkɔ Ghana card registration no ana yisi voters registration no ɛsɛ ɔde Ghana card na bra yɛka forecasting ana sɛ ɛyɛ aban na ahyehyɛ ne sɛ deɛ aba ɛbɛyɛ 2023 ɛyɛ December no na Ghana ane ɔmo di 18 a ɛsɛ ɔmo to aba no na ɛyɛ akɔbɛyɛ 19.8 million almost 20 twifo ka no pepepepe aduonu 20 to hwɛ saa calculation nyinaa na the way so amuti register ne ho nsɛnsɛm bebree ayɛ den basaa no asɛm a afaregyan aka ne sɛ deɛ a yisi no ɛne NDC fo bebree aka sɛ yisi no nneɛma ɔde toto na akwan mu no wanhwɛ yi a ɛne afaregyan aka NDC fo na ka ɛde civil war pa na ɛbɛyɛ den ɛbɛba ti ɛbɛhwɛ ne ahwɛ nsɛm a ɛrekɔ so ɛwɔ Ghana card registration ɛne EC voters registration no ho ɛno so ɛna hɔ a efiri hɔ a yɛbɛsa so akɔ yɛnim na yɛahwɛ Ghana ɛyɛ bosia bɔ a yɛbɔ ɛne ho ɛka ne san nsiho a yɛde ma yɛn ane ɛyɛ akɔsoro kakra efiri sɛ ɛyɛ efiri kuo bi standard poor S&P ɔmo na sɛ wogye bosia na wobɛtwia anaasɛ wontwia a ɔmo ma grade bi sɛ wo grade A B C D anaasɛ ayi ɔmo hyehyɛ obiara deɛ ɛma sɛ wokɔ dwam ayi bosia man so na sɛ wokɔbɔ a ɔmo agyina so ama yɛaka sɛ o country we deɛ anaasɛ ɔman we deɛ ɔmo gye besia ɔmo tua enti yɛmfa no to grade A ana B ana C na nsɛm a ɛyɛ na no fia de ya standard and poor S&P for da betu dwan sɛ de Ghana yɛsika sɛm no ɛnam sɛ enko yi a yɛabɔ bosia a ɛyɛ dokru yɛn nti no ɔma yɛ den ɔma te so ɔma te so ɛde akɔ CCC ne yɛ B minus ɔmo de akɔ CCC no akɔyɛ nsɛm bebree a NDC for de ɔmo se de a sɛ yame anhwɛ adom ne ahwɛ a deeper na yɛbɛ den yɛbɛkɔ nti ɛno ɛna Ghana Finance Ministry ɛda betu dwa sɛ de a ɔmo nte saa nneɛma na ɛkɔ so no ane ti ɛbɛhwɛ ne ahwɛ saa standard and poor for ɛyi ɔmo de aba yi ɛho nsunsuanso ɛwɔ Ghana esikasɛm ho na afei yɛahwɛ aman the way sikɔ ne economy sikasɛm no sɛ the last week yɛ ne atoa so ne ahwɛ ne nyinaa yɛahwɛ Ghana baabi a ɔman na ɛdan ɛkorɔ ti ɛbɛhwɛ ɛno no na afei yɛasa so ahwɛ ɛyɛ nsɛm bi a nanado nanado edi abetu dwa enam se microphobia kasede a papa no otena so no asese ni ministers bebre na edi hwammo adwuma no munye ne yie ene ade nti esen ka papa no eden esesem kakra nsen ye kakra nanka bi mu eden ho bo mo so no mo gina mo na so no ebi sidi a papa no ehu so sa nti eno na AKUFFO His Excellency President na AKUFFO eden abetu dwa sede a ono de sansensem no ote a na se ohun de onye because say ono de ohwe de butaye nti a ofa ni ministers no obia ofa no ohwa otumu se de a obia edwuma kama ono de ohun hia se de a oye sa RESHUFFLE no ese nsisemu bia na se oyi obia di ono de na asem de abetu dwa no tie no na Ghana fo bebre aiden eko kwa paya omo enye den omani omo bonyo so ane because papa na mfa nso ha o se sansensem ni nyina no eye NDC fo na hya ase NDC fo bia omu ni nnwuma a omo pese den enwuma na papa no yenseshae na omo nya nnwuma tie no ene ye bisa se nana AKUFFO sa response o de ma ye no minim de minim de nti ana o kan sa because nkofo bebre den ama oma dwunu ho te behwe nsema nkofo bebre den eka efi samuaya eye president AKUFFO ema ye say onye RESHUFFLE mo aye sa we nu nyina nti we ene nsemfo aye den ye betena ase na ebobo ho nti efi samre ya akosi du mienu me se ye den a frɛ unu bi wadamfo bi yonku bi se den a onfa ni pro ni TV ni radio ni bibia anya den ento Ghana GOB radio ye pensemuka ane pensemuka obehu ye wo Facebook so obehu ye wo YouTube obehu ye wo Modern Ghana tune in baby bia etimi stream fa obia no de GOB radio ebeyi ama fefefe na wa follow so abehye na wa like na wa frɛ unu bi no nso abeden ono so I like it and ti na ye ho abasesi a na afi no ye de dwumadie no ahyehye so chema ban ye edu fidwam ha wa ya krado said ya said that bibi oy no o betena se na ya bobo enemani ti na ye ho abasesi a
no dona some American wami amfa proyant no manimo momentum bonanya grabare no me yesi machara yesi macharo mewe viti tanya fawuji yesi mi atu me yendu baby mewo biare yota na wana kumam mogopado Yamba pesa minkumi nyankahu etim na kaminyi na yanfankahu Yamba jentum yamba petro kakrangum na shopra na me yeti majara yesi majaro Obiara mbrana woma yamfa Obiara mbrana woma yamfa Nane nyami bwayen nyamfa Nane nyami bwayen nyamfodo Yamfa biaku ya nyomeni Na beya mena No beyo Nane nyami Bwayen nyamfodo Yamfa yomeyo Mazini ye no beyo
ye mama kwaba bio pa tiefo ya dan ho aba de dwumadie no hyehyɛ so na me wo chairman abedu fidwam ha ana nti ma menyi chairman mra na afei no yembisa chairman akwaba
ya nyo panyikase
apombo ko de
tumfo na adoma kumye pa
ye de nyamiase du fidwam ha se dia na ni gie pa na aba because say ni me say dia oba no obekire de ekopa na afei party no hodo awo nti no ma bibia fra unyaba ti ebeda ase na afei no ya hwe ya mo akwa aba bio na chairman mamnye de bia meye mamnye sa introduction we last week chairman correct me ti this week no ese me no correct chairman say ono de oba fidwam a oba na said ya MPP communication team member aw my den omo pal no said ya omra no megina hankasa emomo inti chairman aba MPP UK ha nyina omo communication team no ono ne yi ni said ya omra GOB ha no omra na omo defend ne ku sana meka no na no amun so side ya eye Reading MPP Kubatan or Reading ha omo bebre Faslau High Recom Newbury Berkshire ha nyina de on na den oda no eden odo omo ko 2024 akọ say 4 more for another there 12 more for the MPP enye hu ni pakro enti 4 more for MPP omo say omo to so tie chairman akwa ba bi o
mejo so
enti be na memo akwanya na na e wo bibi matese Saturday mu ye party minim de say bia be kan na chiro say we inviting crowfu say dion na say dues paying members kwa na say omo benti no umpeso ben publica fa cheme bet memo asa akwanya no na afei no waka na
to nam na say me no Reading chapter memenda we 13 August barbecue shia ekoma na didin komo ya totonam ya totona bro achebaire wa chekakra
oh nice die ho beba ho
die ho die menya sure say
okay
ebi beba krampo na special request
oh okay na me request me die
senia wo ye barbecue city no you use disposable place near the identity and bia I was say with the good bibimusa near the na but say special request e bit me ayekru bi na
bia me dey atumari ana menye memento mame
no no public Ghana for years
okay
and yet na say the ho comment obia wo UK ha bia Ghana ni bia invited
okay
we MPP new
ultimate ba
invited
oh that's good
na the na make no barbecue ni and ya de nyumo siase enti no oba ja we nam na wo
nam kwa na be o
say bobo aduani bebre
bebre okay
ni e benya anonom dia nso ho
oh okay can obia o do pe o me so ni me se koku na okay chairman that's pa nti na chairman aka no Saturday wo Reading kwa na so Berkshire bra na beden at least be hu ayi party members Hezam Community Center na ampae bedwa me wo bi na brief me wo ho na afei no ya be support do me nye party member
me na me gina ja ho a me boje mu totonam
say last year me buy na ampa na we come pa last 2 years me baby ya kama
e ma no chikoko ye kala wele ni ade no me ma no nso totonam na some of the here.
Oh,
ya tobi die bebregu ho nti ya totoani ne the big boom.
No crepa. Teacher ma we dey e beto no so. Say point be say aboy ti phone kai na and then no ye ba na ni breso. Say da bibia meka no. Ya tena fiduem ha anya say ho na atoy atayan anasa atoyan anasa ni bibidi Ghana hodo. Enti na de bia no minim say so Ghana ho hia pa. Say that time ha be ko adwuma o chance wa ba na ya den ebubu sa insensemi ho na de di kan eya koye oyini kakra asenkofo bebre susu akase den ase ya hweye ni amfa ne ma nto de bi eto a eda ene baby ene ma ekono yisi no ede ne ma ekono anhweye a civil war SMMP bi ne kan ye ebetimi ayi den asi aha nti eno hia me pa me te sansem na ma me buye me push me yem hyeme ti na asem ayi den mani abre wo sa we ne ho pa no nti ne no yen kasa se Ghana fo ne enyi party se me den ento nchen ne mbobo mu hwe na afi ntuma mu akonya no achechire mu de isi ni pese oye bia ma Ghana fo no ya den ebi nti no mo nti omo ase aha because some ya tie ne se dia yisi no de nkrata bi ko parliament say your friend no CI sesan de mo de ye no 2021 year to about 2020 year to about no be sesan kakra say uni Ghana card nko na ye dia the sole idea betimi de idea akọ person register ko we mu a tie no na nkofo bi kan se dia eno no eni mmra nya den yisi no ase odinema bi hyehye ne bo afrefa mmra na hye ne bo ne concert dia nema emra no ma no ho kwan no na opeso eden okoye na wa hwe yi a ebetimi de war ntokwa haiden abo man nim nti me ma wakwanya na de wa chechire Ghana fom de yisi ni peso wo ye na afi no so ma de ma bisa o insemfua bi na afi no ya toa so nti we de me de ma bo insemfua ayi na yisi de akoto parliament no ene ehun sunsanso eden ewo na wo yi a me so mo sembebra me bisa ama yenya Ghana fo ni na
yo mini amedas edu ba bia na me yenya dwen bi se nkrofo bi pese bia omo ba bonten be kasa na de ju mu din keke na so otra se na utie nse mo kana na gono mu go mo ho ni mu ase
nkrofo be no abodin na eti
nkrofo bebre
okay
sa pani obekasa ya ose is in the civil war ebeba yema yimu and okasa bebre say onimra so and na de wo ye nyina no tokwa no peso de ba betna say na me busa me ho say e de na yisi na ya onimra so o se de na yisi na ya onimra so gon koma ye die no de yisi aya ne say for the constitutional instrument akọ parliament so mu nhwem no mu nyintu ya no ne mra waton na
no eden na eden ewom sa constitutional instrument no den na ehihye
Ghana ye mra no enti na ye wo mra hye bedwafo fie no wo no enne yi a me no kasa ikurampo no ye betimi de enne yi a me no kasa ikurampo no betimi anase aban betimi de emra foforo aba but the mrafo from ba parliament no so de ko na parliamentarians editumu omuditumu a na ba ye mra and they bia de ye no we say campaign say isi ni ko ye bibi foforo de isi ni ya ne say omo adense say ya mo person mo de trading akọ parliament say parliament hwim na omo nyintum no mo tumi fa science say no enye djuma say bibia mo ka no say bi onyansa nim abanim na so mo de kwa na say parliament anya ntumu a na parliament anya ntumu anything for be bet na say akoka say the war ye no for the civil war and ebeba ane de keka ho no be no kwani no me tnase na medwen ho a na medi o mo ho ya kakra
adenti
amanfo bebre kasa say ye papa afarijan kran so de na no to menyini because ansem na can menyini say afarijan be kan sansam because afarijan so no why electoral commission ni bida
entu nyini sensem mensa de ba nyo na kan na sen
menyini so ne kan sense no kan krampo na ba bia ni
adenti na ba ni
na ba wo mu ni de because sam na afarijan kan me say minim say ye papa ye nua ya de nyina afarijan woti ba bia say isi ni ya de a onim de isi ni ye
say no say hano say I know ya analysis na medical can me kai on this analysis na ba say
anything Ukraine na me do ho ya
ana di me ho ya
o sorry ya obi tire bibia no afa na wo kan no afa na say gospel
no yi de afraja anya no chroe
ne afraja na da do tire no wo kan de afraja tire
o kan go ase
obi na report
na o kwase a na yi o de bae no o heless na
they make
the full statement or try no
afraja crampo na trust he's coming from uninformed position
afraja uninformed oh come on
yen kasa boko nye gidigidi
no
you are not talking about afraja say entina make catch us say me nyini so no na try here me defend no but if you are insisting so no na try here
no na try the article
we say so no na try sa article na or train from uninformed position.
How is he uninformed?
Because yes, in that parliament, the word train on in some work, and yes, Hannah electoral commission, the electoral commission here no so no. 1 year na join say or their question kukum. What the idea to crata also got to parliament here, and the idea is security bill, a public document. Into meaning is say ye papa afarijan. What taking time a idea. Electoral commission they are to parliament so what taking the time why sir nka cha de 10 na wa tire no won tire but sana me ba address no when if you idea Ghana for to aban voters register ya sesa no pra hodo sen
see send so many times
yeah
e beto ababia even last year kran yi sini me boka pa Didn't you say so far the mona mobile must say nkofo bi enye Ghana for mudin wom
before no din ko ma yemfa no kwade enyaje wa waka sesi asa ya sesa no p den tin afa wo yi anu den sesa na wo say
registration update
o me say what dey to me say voters register ya sesa no p na ipo no
o sesa no bebre say update o mo update
about to be ano. Yes, a sample test
re-registration that's
yeah register for fraud. Na me boost out say a day in tina baby register for fraud.
And I miss me chim say
no crama ho.
Me chim say dia. Me nka say o yi say me si mo na my son be MPP for. Na dem na me chim say I am omo update register.
Yeah, son be no.
Ma ban so, yes say mo per se be mo ba ma ban so. And na the bia no son completely.
MPP ababa so say
2 times.
2 times and any be
yeah 2 about 2 times 4 times
what's it say
and that you in 2 about 4 times
and I in 2 about 4 times
4 years a better 4 and another day come on 4 last week and did I make sure say mo ba bia am pese ye boka menye e kafo fro
so we say ya e man komode ni nyede because we nim say register ya ye no Ghana no NDC ahwe amia ye register to asen MPP afarijan penso afarijan ne tenua odi electoral commission ani nyina no MPP ya mabamuda enti register do a afarijan di animu ma ye nyina no na nya MPP na ewaba
the bin say o update no enye so ye foforo kwa tugu me ho na me o problem
ya to register
enye bebre nsen model no
well the point is all man common here say crampon and common in your debut na fe yeah because me say me busa say asesa ne say untimi kan tire me
oh me say you buy mami yi si buy that the first no be prior to that musa yi bi
say yes say
when them case me be minimum of 4
and intina me catch you say intina me catch you say see this an komo we na the year mo ba na mo be sesa no ne there e man komo die no okay
and then on say ma enkoyi
MPP crampon ye ka tu ye ho say ye na ye wo position a ye hwe eme ye register ye papa MPP ye can say we started from transparent balls, we started from voters ID card na picture intim so ye ma ni nyina na wo position it is register do a na ye ni nyina no na MPP ni ban it is ye this an komo we na de wo as a host na wo begina tie de mekano as a host no tie you are not supposed to be because we are into dancing you spent about 30 minutes you can't de ope bia and so mama kwanya say me can be na say me can no mama can so wo
tell mama kwanya
fax so de ba na the fax na ba but bringing your opinion in say yani aya dodo mre kwa untimi kan say ya change register and time na momo pen so mo assess and NDC year 4 no you don't need to do that because enya no kresa
they make count as no chairman tie NDC form reso no na afi na evolve na afi na pese den ye nya the right way from 90s na bia na den afi na ni bi ten ye eno me fan say afi na ni bi those times no
one wo justification say NDC for penso de na jimi enti do mo ye nyina ba so obedi no krama ho so a say ye ya me no kasai NDC for tena konwa no so enfie motwe ana MPP nso ba enfie motwe ana NDC ba enfie motwe ana MPP nso asan ba enfie motwe eni ntini de wo kan no ukoka say obi pen so de na ye bajimbra NDC for di enfie motwe a ye ba enfie motwe
1990s no early 90s afi na ya started sa voting na de ni ye nya hu so nti afi na with time technology bi no aha mai say na ye ja benya tam point a year to me a bay ni bi but I said this time me who the need I said then you be complete new register and with Ghana card the whole me
problem now is that you are also I'm sorry to use this word you are also coming from one informed position you know because obianka say be register for fraud
my can say be for 2020 link nam the man
no because you are talking from one informed position you got na by business I can find this for link now the babon
this for link
when na me catch us I see no I work parliament no clear we are not doing new voters register sebo kwaku ne bossman me nyina babonten abekasa say they are not doing new voters register so propaganda ntino ya no na mo pese mo pusi wa bonten ne ba beka and so about clear say we are not doing new voters register and this what tia say unya botre na uhu dia enkofo ne ka afi obebuta na say dem enkofo ye krampo no ade pa no mo ye emren santin besi ne ya ye kasa nyina question me busa wa unya no de ne number bi ne nyina ne say all along you to register no twetwene eye foforo because you say you register na ye no manos wo mtese nkwada nya 18 bebrebu na manfa kutwetwa pictures nkwada ohwe omo animu atimu se omo wo 13 ni 14 ni ade atwetwa mu de agu na binum so akoyi twa pictures for voter region can say amanfo a omo din wo omo register mu na so omo kra votarian I can say Togolese national identity almost na din so san wo Ghana nti bibia e be change your voters register bia no de ye kan ne say nkwada bebre awura voters register no na hoko bebre so awura voters register ti a say sika bebre bia ne ye sade bia ne ye sade no electoral commission here was to say do mo kan ne say na the last 4 years omo year register no they made it clear said they are doing it once and for all and they will not be wasting resources 4 years near san twatwene and yade they am as feminine say time one electoral commission trading na covid wo hokrampo no the very people are omo ka say electoral commission no press say ban sika say omo trading me konso a national identification for so a compile Ghanaians through the national identification system tia den and kema national identification for any such man in nwe no mo wia ya use sa national identification card na to aba this is discussion yet na fi ha yaka amam for say isi no also say sika foforo ani ade eneni na nyina amam for tena Ghana kasa card no doors on do obekwa ha no akwaje driving license okwa no akwaje national insurance obekwa no akwaje yenye ni nyina one eno na bana start here oye send voters and national ID card almost synchronizing with your driving license you're synchronizing it with your national your SNET they are doing everything to make sure that card be a ukra bia no our link with national identification the easy say a T40 ya the easy ya and say waye register baako say register no on tontwene nanso nam say de bia de be chen bia no Ghana ni bi enya mfie edumotwe esa say din ko e voters register mo de omo kan ne say se obia obenya mfie edumotwe a opese etwere ni de no fa wo national identification ebra de omo kan no because the electoral commission sa papa na wo friend say
Afarijan
that be imani no
then
Brasimos imani there was a several war about no
I know you Brasimo about oh no for the same I'm vice president now I'm finna what that was so me penny dem
ya sa kasa sa ne wo kasa sa do royen illegal any ade no
so a lawyer ni to nim the work
antina me kasa ya na dia no mo ye se wo twere obi din a
Kofi Bento
antina me kasa na antina wono ma senge ne at because we a lawyer when you say electoral commission omu nkodwe mu omusi awa no ma twere obi they set up say a compiled register ya twere Ghana for a omanya mfi motwe eko no sound mind nyom na determine to wo na abekom ho say when we Ghana ni when mfi do motwe na you have sound mind
no de na ni poem ni say Ghana card na o say per say the soul we no na obi poem we dey so
ya me na me come back
okay
this is commission ya accuse no oh MPP for am musika and this for am musika and ya twetwere ayifu agumu e kan say ahoho agumu and then crank think it the same Kofi Benson na be kan bi so be kra na omotwe ni de ni ade they are not supposed to be the one looking at your face to say oh me hwe animu a we Ghana ni and I say me hwe animu a onye Ghana ni electoral commission omuni sa mandate no nanso mandate am abano and I say your constitution dey am say omo na ntwere Ghana fo a omonye mfidu nwotwe no more sound mind dey ade na kwamba no be fa so be say adwuma I didn't know omo say obia ukra Ghana card no then it means say Ghana national identification ya no so no ya homra ho omo kwa na timi determine say wo brefo we Ghana ni ntino ya be ma ai national identification card ni ama number science institution nkwa na timi yesa anya passport office anya confirmatory so call ya ma ai I can say birth certificate because the issue of birth certificate ana manfo bebree say jamade no yakwa animu a ombetumi atwa kwachire unim say amanfo
I say Ghana card no ma wonye more Ghanaian than obi oni bi ti no a wo kan it just confirms it teacher ho ni mu ye
confirm there
say we Ghana ni ti no ma wonye more Ghanaian ensi no obi a
na obi nka so obi ye Ghana
say they usi trend there mo kwan ya mo mra so mo kan so we Ghana ni eno de nya sa na mo mandate
no na Ghana ni a woni Ghana card no
o say
na Ghana ni a woni Ghana card no
bebree almost registered voters almost 2016 almost 4 million as at now in this Ghana card
ya move sa nipa 17 million
as of July 13 million now my 13 million
see they make the one see they make it
a telephone na catch me the nyame a telephone ti me dem no me dem
se ya kasai se ya kasai ya ye national census aya kan Ghana for nyina omu wie ye no dom dia ba say Ghana for a ye 18 years and above no ye 19 million Ghana for a ye 18 years and above no 19 million ya no nye isi for na account population and census for omoye omoye
that's fine
I'm saying 90 million and ye wo e can say voters register say ya enso amene okasa enso no eni pomudin wo register ni mo no e 17 million okay so in effect ya to register na ntwene a ya no so ma babonten abeka say omonye omadwen so mo to register na twene
and they are trying because
we can go see baby at the end I'm running that parliament no mo dia kwanyesa phenom de be ko ready mo dia akoko the canon say omo add to the register so we Ghana for 19 million anya 18 years and above now voters register any pay we mu 17 million I can't tell say 2 million bi wo hono mo a omudin eni ye register no but omo qualify so omudin etimi ba mu so for no way menum ye no ye nim wo mo omo ane wo so omo come out to say me ka ho na anya so ba nso ado ano na be ka so ba be proof okay
and I say registration e ko sign
registration be
challenges be break cost no unti
challenges be
Ghana card registration challenges pa upe appointment kwa unya
what the name be bre na ebubu mu say electoral commission for na odo mo aba ha say enka electoral commission for don person mo
so mo do mu gina so e de aye no anu na di problem na ba o say Ghana card na nko a nti interlinked unti mi nyi ono nko a because connected sa Ghana card nti yenti mi enye no
so be babonten abeka say the electoral commission no illegal I was said one more year near come once I'm for the national identification for year electoral commission or what man for D I'm ID card voters ID card I'm on what waba yeah do mark court I'm a court to saw say one now mom or modern national health insurance card ne driving license near the bedroom within nana we a mistake
and they say trim that
yeah no I was saying in nyansa
passport na ye
me ba ya no na kire ye nyina nyansa no ye no na kire ye nyina nyansa no
including passport
won't dey make ya
mentiase chairman
o person betiase
no they can't mentiase because no o man can passport they say obi your passport or they register
when say passport now can any probably crack passport on passport e chrome na anya biometric when sir
ebia minim say start by
unim sa na say unim sa
oh for the pass we dey mention them
the pass there
say biometric e buy check akra it is omo facing it out
ompa anya me obi kra passport to kra passport
and biometric no according to you no doesn't have to be biometric
I said the other year what the passport what the passport near the other year
and say passport
say person di no krema ye ho a say person di no krema ye ho a wona wa Ghana a passport no those people they have national identification card because national identification card na no one age no ukra passport wa utimi gina so age NI card one any passport no money birth certificate omuni any proof bia no ye mo bi guarantee ma wa do national identification card the EC can say an say so we need passport na we need proof bi aso ye Ghana ni a connection identification omo na set system wo ho a nipa me ni ba bedu ho dance so omo ni wo ye Ghana ni a no mama card wo je card na de ba kwa ano ane se ye twa wudi be brefo ye duru ba bi a se ye nyina ya mfa politics and tontan ye man ye be say no se bibia ye voters registration na ya se akonwa ya se limited 2 weeks why me play within a untimi play within bio any ade no among for the same people here na mu ye de ya criticize say me Ghana ni afeni manya 18 yes ye me voters register na see a closing no mentimi play me dey and what deny me right that was what has been happening the omo can say and say I was here young one limited I can say registration so ye may be continuous registration so ye may be say ye registration if you 1st August to 30th August ye no ye twem and into almost say register na da house see no ye temper with it nemu obi a obenya 18 years bi ana say bi a ye twere de no na wo abrochire afi na won so akọ Ghana wo so afi de okotena ntu ni bi won so kwa kwaje card ade na ye no minim de nja manfa ma na hu bi say de wo beba no prefo enye limited say na otwemienu ne ade ye wo
Ghana card hu nya ade
Ghana card ni
Ghana
card ni hunya ayden say political party bi be bonten catch o microphone say mo register enti ye dia dance say ye go ba bi a obekọ no na officers no ete ho obi ankonko register omote ho the whole Ghana me minimum amfo be bra no me registration bi e do mo ko the whole Ghana probia so ko register mko be say ye register yempe any ade say free and they want everybody say e bedru baabi no Ghana card obaji a betu esika because ye period ye free twam na say obi a opebie no wa maji a e bedru stage bi no betu esika. Now people are even crying say I na Ghana card na ne board obi a oni sika nwura fi say time one ye ya na obi oni sika betuma free no amount for your money so mo konkoye. But for me, near no cross am na make there are issues among for raising illegalities and a pure lies among for kasa yes able to register actually you register for Joy FM, Joy TV this Saturday news far so bokwekuti ho catch obi say they are not doing new register now ho 17 million ho no omo ane statistical service name population census for din komono oma catch almost say looking at our population projection every year beyond 450 million Ghanaians and enya 18 years okay and you know a few beyond you expecting about 450 I was say you can't say become or 450,000 Ghanaians and then 18 okay and it is also register now I feel best son not and nipa be 450 so and 18 I was all them dey ka ho ya no
and I send them
ya come wa etias entina register no there so we didn't come wa na and to aba say entina ya system and entina na ya register we no ya nya foforo no
nti register no entimi eso nti kwa na e cost sa
so obi wu na say amount for report to a bit me yourself for na free but the money e good ne say and now say register near biometric no so me ni Ghana na obrefo Ghana na so minimum size ko to na ba wo Petensa primary school with me alcohol obi kura bit me afa kwan bi so kura nya me passport to na say even me Ghana card dey kura na so no biometrics na what they beto aba no what they can be show say you are not me when you Isaac na you know and this is a system na ho no so be din wo mu kura mpo na den so be din be kwa kwato aba
tumbo verification ni bio
na say verification internet biometric no
so last year ko ye bi man course so yes I don't know kaya
ya no tina make ya no keka no and this happen so na some na okay
the cry still
but now the question but me just say no e twem ho register na ya no last election on the two aba no omo take obia biometric data obia udin mu bia no it's there they are building upon it okay and until then almost obia bank account of no link it with Ghana card no. So these are two institutions here they are taking biometric data for you but the point is the entire we no more cancer and so the national identification card basically no data na or transfer alcohol okay and the two numbers will be linked with national ID card number goes on the same or to be linked to national identification number and the brief for the electoral commission ya and say ye chat system na yes so ye trade you number for saying then I'm trade no district center me can be no dey say the train cry ye trade na yes say ye no police station no crampo e bad fundamentally nipa no nim de ye ka ho asem no na adwene ne say ye betre edin foforo be ye new register because we say ya ye ne sa sell by sika santim no say sabi na eba brefo ye metre new register bia o wona omudi new register mo no
Yes, yeah, try because
and Brefo, this is unlimited. Okay. And anything say I no say when they make those bogus arguments, you know. And I'm using the word bogus, I'm being strong here because to say I didn't know I can or Montias here. Brefo, ne ya no say so I Ghana ni no 18 years. Now we need Ghana card. It doesn't mean say you cannot get it forever. Because Abana Ebetono 2024 December. We have more than 2 years to go into the election. And they are saying, sir, they are going to do continuous registration. And it's Okra Ghana card there. Who could play within war? Electoral Commission. You don't need NDC party agent or MPP party agent to be there. Because MPP for and as NDC for a by electoral commission office, district office. That's what my training per do near. So when 10 people have registered anywhere. Or what they need to do is homologize those national identification or the details, you know. It will prove us out for the nyana so munyai. You know, because it's verifiable, you know. And one near the core bank near the day. Verifiable. And you know, you don't need all the party agent the private cotton. I can't say.
Registration.
No, I can't say.
Registration.
Voters, electoral commission office. Say, oh, yes, Omonya 18 and so Munya 18. Because all costs are sustained with national identification for that they are satisfied, so when you're 18 and to mama card there. Electoral commission form person will be taking power to upon themselves, so Omune determine who is Ghanaian and who is not Ghanaian. You know. And lawyers say Kasa when for being count. Almost a day fan count.
Tell me the lawyer send them.
What started ya Okasamo almost say the how money say national identification pet and on fine you know. Also DNA and fan count. Birth certificate. Birth certificate. I call Supreme Court. I'm a Supreme Court. I make a decision. Say birth certificate is not proof of identification. Okay.
In terms of passport, birthday, me
I'm talking about birth certificate.
So make a passport.
Yeah, passport. I say more kind on. Emra, just a amount for a make us say you do crampana MBB. Emra, the same national identification for the modalities in bar out. Say will be a war, passport, no. With me, they actually would know. The same people criticize say Ghana nipa wo passport no is saying 600,000 as a saying very small number, you know. You register here who says here voters register here who says here omo 17 million omo nipa the passport to show within omo no 2%. Your voters registered over 17 million omo no one of the passport to show within no 2%. Now, so now people are saying, say, as a passport, no, any people will be near saying, any passport, any idea. These are elite, people, almost Kasama. Almost so, Kasama, here for name or browa for any idea. As you know, more Kasama. And I tell you, do not pure mudi. Nipa Bibria or Manian, a bit Marco Pure Mudio, then so more quadi or Mocad. Jana, Uncle Fui catcher almost say, and who here say. Your mouth crumua, well, Russia, a cobber beer, yeah, I could you with him. And he with your tonsu. In Yama tonsu, what is a national identification for about Patase. No about Patase, no about Purity, no about our tonsu. I feel now all about Patase about your cardiac Nayasam, you know. Because about tonsu and Akasa would play within be a war. Who don't say Tim so an ancestor and a catcher or say a play within that intimate your mouth. This is not system what they say, but could be a letter commission for the Bamilibina. They don't communicate into big man play within Wahanum. Once I crack with play with young ones, and I just said that TV and almost say, you can't in a boom one. I saw Tony where this system no, so we play within us or Casa would play be pet because our central point, anything they do by beer, it me jamo, any other, you know. I didn't know the cray woman brefo, the cray woman in the set. Trimpona ye electoral commission fano ye trimpopa say emrana afibia ye beto abani ya new register no atwam aye register ba ko ye ntontwene eno an ye use de tosu mienu wo awudin ni register ni mu a pese wudin ba mu no kanena ye say ya she date brefo bi a me metimi akọ Ghana ayi can say July yes say school for August akọ Ghana say credit yes August so school for my quantity and my bush family madimachi I akọ Ghana from August to September near Samba back you be drew ya na electoral commission do register about to say obi a person within wo ayi bia na electoral commission ato ababia no you started from 30th October to 30th November.
Okay.
Me made them actually me din. Me kwada na wo me hu. Me jakọ we was kapra mpa me san de akọ Ghana bi o a. Me made dem kwada no school ni ade ade. Enti omo so omo atwa sa de yi no. Time bia Ghana ni bia person training din bia no. We call it continuous registration. Okọ no akotwere within. Na wo kwa ani ono na proof so we Ghana ni ansa wonya Ghana ni. Wo a wo kọ no when I was all called proof so a Ghana.
Okay.
I know almost say I easy and I said, do more GI and the other bar, it's just a Ghana. I national identification card. Bonnie Ben and on wire. Bonnie Ben on wire. Some more year no. Now, when I am fine, you're not for guarantors because of the Mibusam was identifying people are not prepared to go to NIA with their guarantors. And write their name and get their Ghana card and go to electoral commission office and just register. They can one person yes sir. One person don't guarantee no electoral commission. You know. Because omunim semra na ye touch ho. So obi a onye Ghana ni ko di no ho dance e ko guarantee man so Ghana ni na se che na wo guarantor no asotwen ho ma pa. Unlike any electoral commission for party chairman for no more farmer for the gum fee. So boss mutual meaning I make guarantee form no way. Obi create me sign form go guarantor form. Yes say party be chairman aba. Was sign guarantor forms na go home and walk. It is a whole banner say obetwe odi na say oni guarantor. Oni wo was sign forms na go. Na see you form no be ama wo na. At the end we've been joking. And these people were in the country, they never criticized that system. And then the system will back. Briefly, no clear what they say, Ghana, you call digitized. Say, sorry. They say, what do you mean, co bank be our Ghana? And could be a bank account, so we need Ghana card. Yeah, no, so more can say.
I see.
They say, Ghana card, and now would be bank accounts. The see make us say, yes, will be somewhere you know, synchronize it with your Ghana card. They say your extension. 2 weeks, 1 week ago, then the pa butenku AJ Ghana card omu synchronize omu card ya. Omu kwa Ghana card no, but now some lenke. Sorry. SIM card or from Ghana card. And a communication minister. Wama grace period as I stand. So I standing on Obeko baby or more yen. No one is there. Ubiate ho, omoto ubia mama ye. Umbetran ye beka 2 days here. No munina sa akwakwesi obi. Meme akwesi. Be say time no so a omo kwaso no ubia ne card. One register bia no. Omo ntwa card no. Because briefly you talk at the man just want to mean your call be who. You know, so I got some for. This time round, new one. You know,
okay, Chairman, that's a pa, that's it. Until my friend said, Memo Queen now this how we now landed back Ghana card. That's why landing into us.
Well, they are one in the side, you know, sir, your papa very giant. One tea dear Cosso, because you can't see a new register. Nasa of a Casabi Bra, or those any Pensacola and a West. Or no Babontin ever accuse political parties. Say political parties for none of them Quadania or Wanoba. betro mudin ono no ntimi nya ohwe as a commission no ti say political parties in ejaya sade ni beja depends conveniently no one take responsibility for blame politicians na wonu bi aba no so the same thing awoye no so ono no there no na be kasa wo ye Ghana ni wo ye man na so ye na mo do Ghana card ba as a Ghana card is when you 18 ono na be kasa ohwe ohwene a nye obi a wanya 18 ni
adana Ghana card na hu hia sa no na afi no ye more resources na amunya fi more
resources
Ghana card for minim there because it seems and man ko ye o mo outfit
do baby a ana ya de man area
adentia
Ghana card national I can say identification authority NIA national identification authority AKUFFO pencil ni create its office AKUFFO class started process na nankema national identification card AKUFFO pencil AKUFFO ifrabanso 2009 January 7th. This is process we started before January 2009. We found that AKUFFO Diabedu 2008. AKUFFO free abanso a NDC buy and film we promote me here one national identification card in Pomawi. AKUFFO ayi NDC a bad film we atamesi dimubi your mama dimubi film we ni nyina no moment me anya one
parliament suspended na me bo
Obian suspended it wasn't their priority because we are there to them and so be any so any other aban we bass na AKUFFO do buy take power 2017 no I said no this is something that I was say on mine you can't say I try one share nyina Togo Cote d'Ivoire near the nyina oni ko am sika dan tey away nyina obi a one national identification
I know there ho na no sa quarantine no eni ana de bia Ivory so mo ye omunya ntokwa akono te no su omo to aba yes we
card no there card no
there no anya so no anya the only way
but when you su card no there ewo ho electoral commission is not duty bound to use national identification card okay but they are tapping into it you know and to be contribution na sa ade no ho and so money and as say wo krampo na say nipa wo say kwan na abekon dia ba bebu bitrimu a nya say asem na ne wunu ana ka na ba ni mu wunim pa say the wunu ana ka no ene na ene kora but politics ne say enko in your favor nti and I didn't talk about you know but what I'm saying is say national identification for 20 year to abana
it's
nipa no ma pure mudin
no me say
no no 3 million they had registered 3 million
okay 2020
2020 we are in 2022 in no December they've done about
13 million on my out of July
me say now compare the NDC for crampo the number 13 million what the free almost 1 year I can say 18 million hours.
Oh, I'm about 13
me say
since when up to what time?
Me say Adra who can go and listen to a news file. You don't have to listen to the whole program. Rasribo Kweku Ekasa national identification form. One of their directors sent the details to them. Say Nipo Mapiro Mudino. Omo year about 19 million as a sign, 70 million. But a minimum year one card until or can't registered and issue. We are called training day no copy baby don't quite the card and the card not that's all. But one on my issue card a moment it's over 16 million people.
Oh, okay.
You know. Over 60 million people they've issued their cards to them. But for me, for their mechanisms here and say population census of 4 catch the Ghana for say Ghana for 18 and above no. 19 million. No ready your voters register 17 million woman. Or what it tells us in say 2 million be 18 omudini voters registered. So 2 million people no. You were 2 years. Therefore, you were 2 years and sana. Yeah, to aba. Other than nipa 2 million, they didn't know me and because the same commission here criticized women. One man only 2 years, I register over 16 million people. You in total 2 years, don't mean for and register 2 million people. At the end of the you know, at the end of the me minimum for be bra or more Ghana for and say. So one for 20 in the council say be bar or yeah. But they say when say or more create district offices all across the country. District be our office. A binum say district office na the power into amount for into me ho. I'm a promo, I'm a card. And your composer is also called card. This office the quan one into but ube common district capital na one ye did no. So any pan was to take class in 20 minutes training. Now what should be our course of cotton badge, cotton nema, that's all cotton nema. You know, when people want to do something, they will do it. And Obu Honma, I say one year and said, could be a bank account, and one fact, and I card in your 1 year and said, just say, oh, who did also an I card? Okay, mobile phone could be a winnie be into us 1 year. Won't mean for so a certain thing. But gradually, the system is changing. Say that make sense. Say who could be a bank account, that would need an I card down to me. So what bank accounts that damper or bank will tell you say linking with your NI card. And that is where we are going.
Which man who land in mine
and to me land the people who are always crying for doom. Say Papa we what you say Jacob Bechebe. Because we MPP na ye ko church we didn't say yeah but we no crampo de na national one no yes say ye be na ko kan ho and ko kan something similar like the Kofi Bensi kan say ye ne Cote d'Ivoire for difference in name tinto kwa na si Cote d'Ivoire we bit me si Ghana e ka say ya nche papa na anwe ye ka say ya nche papa na anwe so na no e ka musu ba and the same system na done national anthem people who are supposed to be neutral, people who are claimed to be civil society organizations, and they are neutral. Omo na accuse a man for say electoral commission for dear no more than talk about.
And there only ni say mo trauma gene my educate Ghana for because
Ghana for ye try adwen ye try adwen be binum fi say nyansa nyina wo mutu ke so mo kire mo adwen na so mo adwen no ameye the decision of the day just be a kind be aboa ya o mo kasa yati and then we told them and to this that be you took me kaipa and then ya call electoral commission ko yo mo obinum babo ante be predicted so they can't even do it time on sa any other electoral commission they less than 40 days and they train per 17 million and so I'm out by your calculation say electoral commission for no they can't do it. I just want the magic yeah contact say well so you say well to mama be late but the electoral commission did it and they went quiet, you know. And tina me dey make can say omunim omoye kunim for munim nyansa pa omo wadwen but dem person mo so agitum ne say nye bibia no mo kwa adwen no aye the only way kwadwen ne nye boni o a good reason but there are alternatives so into be to can be a almost ehwe de nipa ne kan say oh yeah illegality or yeah so I say card obeji atumu no aye back up na kanina no mo de card do and then son near the ade no ye tire wi a no be the kokoto a ni asan ba poni nyina agu say omo de sa card we no be tire mu din ni nyina na illegal nti wo mu din free register no na sa mo makwanya mo san tire mu din wo mu bi no sabi no mpese yeko ye mu bi no ye nyini sa o nanso ya tena Ghana acha na se di Ghanaian politics ati acha nti enim ba bia na emeko And for me, it's very good to say, almost say continuous registration. A Buagana Nibia. Say, I fit not a winner, and call district capital and country with be unfair pressure beyond also. And that when you by Ras and Ademi Koga or district capital. And I say, 9 year MPP for year 2 year by. So, and then they mentioned me district capital, you got 2 DC for an year executive. Okwaya, now to call electoral commission office. Now to call register. I said, they're company.
Yo, chairman, I can say,
next time I'll be called Ghana. Which no could trade our Ghana electoral commission register because it's continuous.
Ghana Cardina say meaning that beat me and be employee because
Unim say Ghana card and more premium or man is about here, open passport no. The next day, Ghana card no more premium, but a man for a premium no do a mumpe. I don't pay the annual land.
Yo, chairman, I
say legal lad say, oh, quiet, baby, I'm glad to see so. You have a premium ticket to you don't know how salary you. O can be so they are betting how many panatras. We see from a do so. But one to premium ticket now got to the eye 20 beer. Who be dealer no so if we do a crown knuckle and say, one bread to me, make quite young good.
Yo, chairman, that's a pan in Chichima or their mind and Reno ain't he? You say a queen near her. Why are dear? Now I heard the be free say we more about discussion ya fe na den boba because enema enkoye sa enti ento anim ne enhwe yenko anim ne enhwe chairman I think say yen kan na do asem kakra reshuffle in your own dream wow we dey enye MPP na kasa wo as a chairman na oyi ano oje reshuffle di na don't you think say it's high time I say na do ye den reshuffle kakra
well menim amount for definition and I say omonti I say wa reshuffle because menim say na AKUFFO the 12 man 2017 obedi akunya so by year reshuffle bebre by year reshuffle bebre the amount for per say oye no ne titinema na why say year reshuffle ya bedina TV so na ya reshuffle and reshuffle na ekoso no the ministers no omoye 8 ministers and their deputies, so we substantive ministers, no more 40. Yes, a year reshuffle. Now 25 ministers there. You change on designation. Or your Greek minister, you had no call communication. Or your health minister, you had no call science and technology. And to one say any panel. Yanka say na djuma nso ani ni portfolio crown on any change no ya no maybe some where then
okay
where the timi ya no say to say tete no so we police ni we teacher ni na wo cha there so tena ba bi fa ko na wo cha there wo ho acha ebia no start na utuma ayode ntino na fe corruption in your marketing kitibi yes, Argentina reshuffle. Because reshuffle no to tell me can na kufu adoba abamu. Why bebre? Let me say me you bit make it be.
Mpasho say reshuffle.
Why bebre?
Reshuffle there no credit eba ko penado buy and ko anya reshuffle. You know yi na di energy we you know. Anumpo I think resignation the call and I draw shuffle ade. Okay. Me no na do ba.
O person ye will be edi.
There be you tio.
And I'm friend reshuffle.
There be. Me say do why no me can say reshuffle there. Me no okay second term
reshuffle
second term okay na po first say you end no dey na po call from energy to way until by back third way no on say sign will be a
third there.
No, like
me
no yet tell America. The only way I'm who so then I pull from energy to way. As a minor way no way.
Minor.
Agric minister nya hwa no was
okay ma me keke be nchiro.
Me dem me hu.
Wo dem na me be keke be achiro. Mustafa. Mustafa. Ono na start na AKUFFO ba abamu no. Mustafa start as
minister of information
minister.
And the question for
free hono. There be me can Mustafa say. We yi no free you know cancer information.
Minister of Zongo.
I no call Zongo. Se si ya kese Mustafa won san ni Zongo. Se se ko minister. Or
ye na di no.
Or chief executive for one of the states, you know. That's Nipaba Mustafa, no Kwaha, yes, I you. And it's a bit to an answer say,
10 1 bill.
Nabotre, Bana, no more coin.
That's you.
Ameu, Sir Mekaya, Peter Ameu. I'm so started as voter regional minister, Sabibisa. Ameu, Peter Ameu. You've Peter Ameu, free ho. And you didn't call Lance and Juan. You free her, and you didn't call energy. See how I then put.
Maybe my damn. Okay.
Well, and mammy Tim handy.
Energy, no, only energy or still.
And you're up no energy, say.
Energy,
you know. So I'm telling you.
Energy, no, quite in a free hole. Me no na me ajako.
That's right.
I don't know. Nanka I think say chop bi ba and anya say reshuffle.
Oh dear say
I think say I don't know what just the way. I know nya reshuffle. I know ye mo bi na resign ye and no replace no.
And that's all no so replace no. No one resign and I'm so na pon so ko. Okay. So I'm telling you, Sir Peter Mewu, I've seen him going around. I
think it's a mistake I will say Nana the first term and the second term no under constitution no a separate term so but can in boom on the first term no and there no I know they one year match and you win a second term until obviously no changes obey new appointments and the man can in boom we say na po akwa I know they and yes I work it because they are working is the constitution no after I think say 6 we na say we are and no bibia she after na dey na ABC so no am making new appointments. This are new appointment you know account no separate and you said
would now be counting separate
separate man can boom chairman
ono na ye president and to mo be adwuma na se nipa no nya ni yi a obetimi afaya no se nipa na ye no hu se adwuma we ya wo ye ni yi enti mani so adwuma wo ye no enti adwuma no wa ye ha no mo pa se wo education wa ye adwuma no education pa ma education agina ne na so but e be a Greek e ko form enti adwuma na ye na education mo pa so kwa Greek na kwa esa adwuma no so obetimi do free education ho na de wa kwa Greek
and dey no
okay
otimi
wo no wa dwin mu no person kan ya to abama na o say ba kono de atwam eni nti no adwuma wo ye no mfie na ne nyina no makatema ni menhwe
anya sana American chairman
the American and the American and say prefo say ya de na say wo ye ni yi a to say me okay me say me manager na say me company me am adwuma asa me say me fa manager man na manage me adwuma na ma na me take me time na me get the right person so anya adwuma na ma doesn't mean say 4 years or so na say 2 years or some me permanent na ko fa foforo ba so wo yes akrampo na one thing you are telling yourself na say you really don't know the people you are appointing who name so adwuma na dem mo akrampo no mo betimi aye so you put square holes in a round I can't say square objects in round holes and things like that so wo ye reshuffle na ye can rampant what it tells people in say you don't know what you are doing so
and you can say me no nya adwene
me now you don't have to agree with me me say you don't have to agree with me me na me come adwene say sana wo ye
be be cha e ma na kwanya
ti na we ko ba bi ache
oh
wana ko ba bi ache wana ko ba bi ache
obi atena ba bi the same way
wana ko ba bi ache I like say Matiana person ye yi ne free trade and industry.
Why don't do that?
So come watch.
And a finance minister.
And a finance minister. And a Greek minister. And a help you. I'm such a mommy and Sacrampo. You know. But the point is, beginning is a what kind reshuffle in a lunch, but in our can answer. Yeah. What can reshuffle?
Oh, but me that they make an say. Uncle Phobia baby ache. Only meeting.
My cast will be a baby telling you, I'm kind of Macobo finance minister.
And there's a quarter.
The finance minister and a cow.
Maybe or they are who knew the
finance minister and for be uncle baby. I say if we are in a global situation
and then I'm the
I say we go keep not to my money mobile nimbosin near show 8. We have just 8 the cookie pan 1 yard. And so now saves away and the car. You didn't the account to be grand and 16. You know, sanity, but a tiny and semi brain a castle on quality and reshuffle. Young Pamela man in court near Ebimra and you know. But we a minister, a policy implementation away. Therefore, say, I just say we police in near say, Obinum we are. That's why I say, we need to say, we in the plan, ya crowd, say, your policy for any movie. You know, and so say, Ukonoma or better, because no. The ministers are supposed to implement government policy. And it is a government in the policy biba as a policy in your papa. A bema work as a minister and your papa. About a policy in your papa and so a bema work as a minister. As a boy, my papa. Who's a finance minister? I'm a body thing. One your best finance minister about the whole of Africa.
And I say
3 years or so ago. And then I buy a overnight.
I'm running MPP, NDC for my name, a promotion share, you know, nothing I work, you know. And the NDC for a share near my Anna and I working on no money about. Oh, send there, I free be long term way and tell the hand to you to on also share near my. I'm at the next minister to bar. Have a swab up. Yes, sir. Very busy, she said. By the end, she said, the Saturday, a hand to criticize Emma. It's a palm Sentinel for the benefit of hindsight. Kawuja de Wukan. Meaning, who say, who criticize you will be to send one my busy person, said Emma. And then Papa, you criticize me. What do you mean, country? I say. For the benefit of hindsight, said they will criticize NDC for officer. We criticize them unduly. No, why are you doing the same thing? Because Upamuna will be crab baby be crab pana Odiano. You know, it's something. Now maybe they have make a cry response and not on my, you know, not all can. Say unemployed the if will be there. NDC for the shame. I say on and talk some year, my man. NDC for the mono unemployed or by pay you when you say on your MPP now.
Now they are won't what's the sound on argument in the what chat the door. One be to maybe.
Why?
Argument on my argument is a pump finance minister. Uti radio pa. Ya kwasam kutias empire. The BNDC for bar radio so finance minister empamano.
So on
your mama crampo, your mama crampo.
One can say and pam this in him, but on a mentia say, send another in this in by the pam NPP in the beba. And Tiana mentia says, and the abu something to young pam and padenting attention on them. Now, I feel say near the a ploy bioma take it to destabilize the government. Coca said the ECONOMY3 committee say there's government. How? I must say it's Sana December. How is it destabilizing the government?
Now, when you don't person me and some disable,
economy answer the government. How?
Now, the economy destabilize here. What is the objective?
I don't know.
The economy now what you to say to destabilize the economy. So, we person target the economy now. Which is it's not the end on itself. When you say the economy is weak, the economy collapse here, it will lead to the collapse of the government.
Now you say government collapse because economy na collapse.
The all cano. Analysis. No, why you do a quantum fin?
No, they make can say no. No, wrong analysis no because they say no. Then economy na collapse.
Economy na collapse.
Yes, by government collapse. Omo so. On the meeting. Internally no, they wrong analogy no.
Who say a man for Krumha, UK. Na man for the bucket in Ekoto petrol. When you see as lights petrol ni bi no any idea. So Ghana could be ama. So Ghana ne ba san ka be ka say the economy na collapse. Na I can say Germany na man for anwa fry talk so do know that's a sunflower say for you ni nya bin talk US you say munya baby food baby aduane ade be man kwada di ukura sika o ba wunya baby food talk you know ye can say ya ana sanan but it's Ghana maybe big
asma kan dia dey mo free ha na bi akodu Ghana
that was Ghana economy no a collapse
say that for
Ghana so economy no your challenge here one and say enema boy dey you are not talking about economy ukresika now go from one filling station to another and check about 4 months as I say as MPP chairman a man for bar reading her eba yi no more petrol no more busa Mr. Chairman he find benya petrol I'm saying no more busa Mr. Chairman petrol no wenye bi ato me no me pe bi kura to no makoto bi ti say mo makoto bi a mo ntira be ba bi a mo nya bi toye na mo makoto bi because my decide me kakra o me kan me ka say me petrol to a may spend the kakra o me kan no they changing from one petrol station
and no dey na enye just you know free no and oh yeah and drivers no on the meeting
but yes here and then no crowds on
that's why
by Ghana
God dey be ni wa na eni wa na eni ho enye say drivers na eni we konkofo pa adwuma akra mu nya bi ntia no dey on the meeting say
they will get to the reason why everybody knew find your politics Ghana pe kaneno Ghana near the system wa countries are not try hu ni nyina no na Ghana ne petrol bo F4 inti cars ya na rane omoba temahabo ne ade ebe di bia ni nyina no omoba Ghana no ma fere omo tank no ma to bi esi akire no me de ko because F4 one at border towns inti bibia border towns na petrol more than because ube free ni country no across so na obe to petrol at the co it was cheaper. Meanwhile, not banning a day Ghana Sika a subsidize petrol man cheaper. Now we don't do that. If we don't do that again. In the Ghana no because petrol boy day. I'm part and boy day. Now no Ghana in crab against minko so a little border and I mean Cote d'Ivoire crown koto petrol now. Because petrol the price for cacao for government no subsidize you. One back to what that sphere. And so say Sikano about so banner school. The free SHS. Okay, that is how you poor my caneno na aban subsidize petrol na man 40 V8 mini ade manager no at meeting ase a wo ye meeting na ne driver at V8 no ada na air conditions so no ada aban subsidize bill entinde so that manager no free ni kanu no committee be ka driver na say for na kwatena bia na say kanu mo asima mo men so obi kraji ni kino because when trust the driver na say also you know sani bu o manyo nya bibia na ye ne say you say amount for can reshuffle ye way ni ade ni nyina no o minister say no betuma kan na ojo asafo na ne bonidi omo e kasa radios mi monitor na be asafo enu ni ha na say mo kan na AKUFFO wa say ojo asafo wa pamon still and so many bi we abusa omo say hwan mo na ye mpamo mo say finance minister there e bi say mpamo no e bi no reason of the man and so ye AKUFFO cars into one pamo no into ono no there nya say na adwuma kra na so ani o cars na wa ye no entine ye mpamo no e bi nso say economy no apaska So say tekpe yampamono and any name na babo ntin be kan economy ho asem say tekpe you know all the other previous finance ministers at the NDC womo ema ye ho kire ye mpa ye di ya they all speak NDC pencil they can assume for 5 years fifiso na ukwa ntin anu afre say kania no aba eba na ya sempa kania ba fia na ya sempa and then the reverse is the case they dum kania how hey onwanwa say they dum kania how but kania no ye so kania na asem ayayi you know so for be cooperative say ECG for man na ben kwan say
yeah asemo
and then nyina ye refi ni nyina ana ye te has say e kase economy na pascal economy na pascal because it's a name boy there no that's not the case ye mu bi enyi kakra ya tena se hu tamu a Ghana na petrol unya binto car no ubekwa the gallon ubekwa ko top petrol e de aba enche the police ni bi kra be ko Ghana say unkra car my ton petrol man because somewhere to the gallon near the to ton come to kwasi will be in fee near there and then people decide so in petrol we say ya mo de mo free to make go way and as we dey and neighbor den kakra and that is the choice people are making but we don't have the problem say hey anything petrol no me bia menya bia tono no that's not the case
okay and they true
you know
true.
And that is why because yeah man I can't say economy no also they are collapsing tana kan
etifuti utikasa
there be the kind na person can be na so betwa sanso watwa
no me ntwen sabe kwa hoche o me Ghana be me say hoche o
and I said the amount for candidate na kroma hu hoche da ba kroma sese no so
be nto Ghana
me nim so the won town ko wodi denti no ba ya ye call no won say me ba na me fun atoto aso pa
na so quality ka ko nti wa fun
na say ya obumia me kroma won say na ntimi ntibinko they say my yes I saw them well good aha economy ni na ta wo kan wan say ma kan ye adanipa bebre go badafo ba ko Ghana ko see China ansana also to aso akọ wa say ayina cancer British Airways now see do here there was o manya ba they are for China they say
for China
Odi 2.5 days as I
say be okwe do China
what kwa transit
transit
o de wonimu I say ayi for no Emirates no distance na
Dubai say Dubai na okay
you know distance and wadu
oh say anche
say how many hours
oh 16 hours o kono ayi ohane ha numpo
16 hours
I said free hair go Dubai mua and the free Dubai so ko enye me check it in bet roughly enye bad
and African na so one kwan so I know say how many
hours onya bia and they say 6 hours okay 7 send
acquire 6 hours no who try to 16 hours
anya we so butu
maybe me hu ba ko na 18 na wo
e bi 30 na bobi ha no person we den owuram no ko rest
already mu ko rest
no hwe ho at least eno say tori nteno de enye we go ha
ndu ko du krum ha no ya mo adi 2 days ansana
no ahwehwe ho at least what transit every o sitie no ato aso
ya dia wo say una wo decide sani asa me pesa me ko provision ko
ya na we go to me decide am onye na
asabe no waka no
sande ba bia
ya tikrum hai abi ya manfo funi se de bi ticket no ya was me na me mpe bi de tina mo mpe bi no o pe bi no na kan ye se bi abi no de se de ho ayeyi breful anyway this is very practical and so manfo se kai Ghana na ayese ya nka semo aba se obi a ukọ Accra to Kumasi da ko bi a wafa hour na se passion na fe de ticket no boy den ti ufa kan ko fa asinfo su you know kan no to ko Kumasi o ko bo ase akosi Kumasi wafa bi free Kumasi na ko bo ase kama ene mamu identity o sesin ase na den ti kwa na me ko bo ase na me ko fa Kumasi ansa ma me twamfa na me si fosu me free fosu and ma fa direct ko bo ase ube ko mu an no wa save bi a 7 cities and I say PB but you want it because economy no my you know Sana make come as them say. Word in by PI. Inflation. Country be anywhere. Ghana see a kasa. You see inflation 18 years high. Fear doing what you need. Yeah, you can swing 40 years. Inflation, oh, you can see, it be mad 40 years. And say, Yanka said, yeah, criminal economy, I collapse. Yeah, no, so you will reason. And so Ghana, the end of the day, and an AKUFFO, because I said, on the film and what you need, your demand on when you're thinking, on the height and sanity, and into Nama, you're my then. What time, near cancer, you know.
Yo, until you reshuffle and go back to the reshuffle, no, because I think I'm one kakra.
Reshuffle, no, dear sir.
Because no, I then so far.
Nana AKUFFO. Yeah, Ghana Constitution, the two years as a background on a minister and a crampo, bet me a cassa, or you soon minister be.
And they'll be any. Okay. Now they say, you know, after almost 6 years.
And I obey you soon minister and so on. And then I mean, one says, I can say yes. Want to make more example, not for 4 years and on Tonchain.
No, they're now all canon because Monsieur the Umpo can ye case or Cassini Pabet repair. And no mind.
They may make my body be brave. Ministers be brave.
And there's a sound.
Be brave, yes, a sound.
Then
one answer sound on a jama, me and Sapaya Bomudia. Me and Sapaya Bomudia. Because me and Yabiano, I can't say. The Minister for Road and Highways, Deputy. I feel I'm going about Parliament. Me and the Deputy Minister. No be a deputy that I need assassin. You know. I Mikrum Aguna Mavis, the MP. I don't say Deputy Minister, I don't say Road and Highways officer. I don't say this first time one also on your position. No be on your assassin. You know. A lot of them new ministers yaba. Kakrebi and the maintain her breath mammy can be venture. Ghana constitution constitution is say ministerial appointment be our baby ministerial appointment be a baby at least 50% should come from Parliament. And the AKUFFO don't know and then Sanya Titri no. The 9 years say on Pama Jasa for Pama Jasa for ya Pamanikwe. And so our point will be for fraud. And so any power appointed and so on, so yeah, member of Parliament. At the point. Tell you something. Say constitution so be dim na so we need free will nipa bebrebe na ba ko kwatena ha chane ade enye nipa bebrebe sa o constitution e chechire won sa say wanya no nipa no a for ministers no 50% will come from Parliament and ye na ye koto abanzo MPP for your numbers is what to say
Adentia.
Also a lot of people love their seat near war saying 176.
Oh, okay.
About 137.
Yeah.
The ministers now can any first and then AKUFFO war to play with no. That's what. And it is an 900 said 50% from Parliament here. Then it means he said
Yankas on Pamu more.
And yeah,
I see reshuffle with Mama. We are
Robin Peter to pay.
And you're Robin Peter. Send them back on one send the pan white or boy more.
Menana. Was it called Dobrobo? I said, it did not want to call Dabraba. No, and cover here. Senipani, you're competent. No deliver our minds and energy. Or ye be in a drubber never stabilize. I know you are born minds and energy, the mania saw. Road and highways. Now calls Comboa Mammy. But the way and I so we me and say that there are teething problem near the idea. Which make us a Coswana, you know. If we get a Coswana, ministries do honor your near experiment to hold. For me, finance. Okay, finance. So when you be a when you da for more, we name the Coswa. A one area. I say, doctor, will you operation? Hoyen Tonko says here work movie. Or so you'll be a winning dear, some ministry way for it, almost some contract to be. From back and a more approval. Who free one new minister by our new economy approval. So na ne so to contract we ada wa che afi ya na microphone na ba ne de intimons.
Yeah, kind of said the ministry be any technical director anyway. The civil servants are there. And the minister there, one no free wa.
Na ne yempam ne ofu akosi say.
Oh say.
One day me question.
Oh no, say they will see Kano there.
Say yeah is body there. Say the civil servants are there to support the minister. So why are they not supporting them and they are failing? Me didn't call for reshuffle. Not a reshuffle.
No. Yeah, for the sake of. But me problem is that the minister no time baby pa kocha. The easy obey the way cool this can very high. The probability no. Only na make and yeah we no.
And interna make us. I na lunch matene free ya kutomu na oboma kutia. Because one MPP baba mu no. Ye nyuma ya ye na door soon to be kasi baba no mu ache.
6 years.
6 years. Charge and
I check.
One buy in the sound no. That's 6 years what host to program here. Obianka here to sound. My bahasa already chairman sir. Obianka me see my night. Teacher the question is say yes some na munya da. Hey. Oh you for inside no have audio.
No it's different.
A bit different because we are different too.
Yeah my sika taxpayers money and then a DD agro. On the very private when 20 million and connected the two.
Be a minister, then to say, kind of for Sikaira. Minister no crowd, a Jumana way. Finance minister, or call her as finance minister. Directors are now as directors of finance ministry. They are still there. Young cars so much at the Duntia Momonco. And the day non quan about non quan fancy as one queen. Uncle, watch out of them. A dintra because o more koto woman. A be I will honor. Ama about 8 ministers nyina beto mo. They are still there. Young cars woman na check. Ye new woman free finance and for monko Greek and I think for monko interior because they can still work there as director of finance and all those things. They are still there. You know. When your politics there, a do baby are winning a mamu ya then so on reshuffle. Now by a topic, I didn't think a pamo amew. Now I say reshuffle amew, near reshuffle. I we not yet discuss it.
I'm always as well because they were can't see a crown. What's all bonny pammy?
Well, I was just mentioning randomly.
To the randomly, no, yes, I can randomly. Those two, you know,
and the bit random.
I say those two people, no, and on my I think already in Kofubi were dream Poby said, yeah, I meant PP4 me more against Northerners and ADDO'S. I was how to in the car kind they said sample we can no on the meet what can't said yeah Mustafa Hamid o can I come back but I'm feeling near one of my minya and I may wish to say bye already so there's this notion on the meet and to be a better chamber can say
Mustafa near me one more baby back baby different
but I say yes more he be said yeah Northerners and ADDO'S more I say more discriminating against them.
Well, you're not now persuaded your argument.
Me find you by me pa say we now okay you know.
Me no try here and next come about my topoku prempe. So no education. And you didn't call I can say.
On the say two pet Matthew we anyway. We okay we no say so near ban mu kra o. Or see you. Mustafa dey na me ra ho. Information minister pa vibrant boy or kasa with power.
Them kind in one tia say so.
No, my tia say.
The constitution. The constitution. A chechre and AKUFFO sa or the bit na do ntimi. Or say constitution say ministers say obefano. At least 50% should come from parliament.
Mustafa okay no nya parliament.
That's right. And intino sa constitutional provision at a president and sa and it is a kotuaba that's MPP4 and to say a winning the stronghold a kind dominated areas it is a kotuaba as MPP4 a winning seats from a kind dominated areas called parliament automatically what it means is say ministers now and AKUFFO the be you 50% will come from account-dominated areas. Because MPP party, no, ministers now is only 50%, no. The donor is coming from those areas.
I'm also winning. Oh, we
come 50%, no.
This is away.
Well, that's your minister. Peter, now with them in the designation now, mayor. I mean, that's your minister. You know, I mean, we still me. And Pam will be out. I mean, which one of the powerful. I'm so a cabinet minister, Crampo. Or any packet away party. But the Americans say constitution won't tear say. Sana Becca. Okay. So okay, minister will facilitate region. The minister will free her because the constitution won't tear say. This year got 2 bad way. Now say Ashanti region, you were is it 38 as a 42 constituencies. Ni winning me fancy nina. These are people who are going to one say your ministers now 137. Ubekono. Ufa abia Ashanti region, Central, Bruno Hafo, and Western and even Eastern. South 5 Ubekam Ubebomono. Now they constitute about 80% of your ministers or parliament. And those people non near so many. And this over here Ubia or ye MPR free voter region or free northern region by Biano or chance to become a minister. Or chance because 50% in a restricting and AKUFFO, I don't know. So when you free parliament, you know. And yes, when you
is there a regional balance as well?
Oh, that is the
in the constitution, I say in your
constitution also say a regional balance. And it is a minimum we are tough MP. Now me a kind of say as town MP. You mean because of regional balance no. Minimum you take one region box. And into another MPB or one of Rongono will have edge over us in terms of say a ministerial position. Because as a person which a party who your money supposed to be a consent money minister or something, you had not got to board with so you know. Minister no castle or the mamia it would kind of a bit destabilize balance, no. Because by so when you women in the parliament there, there's one acquire a can for to say balancing. You know, so we are not so many years ago, you know, a can and reading, so look at gender, a mass and also a bem. It's a cobana, sir, a cotua baby, that's a mammy and sapper and a beco parliament or MPP more. Bit met if you catch us a mammy and sending in will be a Benjamin ministerial position. Because yeah, balance now. Could tell their mamma and 30% 30% in putting your ministerial position. A man will honor 30% to be a benya. That is until a man and until do baby cannot say you are. Now, quite so my father said, Peter Mewu, on a year, only minister of voter region. So, I say, we Peter Mewu, you struggle to get a kind of say, votarian or parliament. And you know, so parliament, you know, so already over 52% there. So only me, Peter Mewu cramp on outside, the quite outside there, a Bema parliament percentage in the Swati. But already, you know, up to 50% in a paper. Then you have to say we one minister from parliament, parliamentarian minister. You need to choose another parliamentarian minister, and to also look at the regional balance. You have to go there. But be a we be safe for and say we pamo Ashanti regional minister. Now AKUFFO baby fufro because still now you see more accounts or Ashantis in it.
Oh, and that's it. Friend said, memory no a bit into yempa winning see and then last one. A year SMP rating. More at a rating so ako CCC. A friend said finance ministry for so Montiasi. A way a BC, a friend said America and check the same reaction at finance in a kind. And to with this rating at tissue, when you say a yama called the junk way mo. A kind of say more qualification on the F-Reno. I say your credit with a junk one. Your percent, how about you? Junior, who said, Maya, Mambuni,
an advantage and a disadvantage.
Advantage.
Ghana says, yeah, Jay woman. Yakakwane koso. You know, a banner crap as well be about yakam. So stop borrowing. Okay. So near rating on media by crampona because we are in a very difficult situation. You know, we send be about Kakobobian, Umbama be crampona interesting. Also. Okay. With this rating, a disadvantage in the set. Will be bema sikabos na kampana. The interest will be higher. Okay.
So be a young person or be a person invest keke or bob all those way no parameters.
Economic rating there will be over invested there. Yana kampana no mope. So advantage to attract investors.
Or for way credit rating how.
And so now be invested. What are you coming to do? Because what it means is a banner when to make a bobosi and find your name ordinarily a banner will say it's a ban to make a bobosi and by a side now. It gives private person opportunity. To just say your rating yet and see your person your coin. By into make a bobosi and by your coin. Into one crown club it my baba your coin and I catch a me ya. Make 2 for 15 years. Now they are discussing.
I think that chairman until the mention I said.
Not till the watcher and I said,
yeah, you will be a person where there will be economy no better than no one baby.
You can say investor.
But I might saw Baba, I bear your crime.
Obey invest what may know humanitarian grounds on my wall. What mean can't see humanitarian grounds? I know
your chair no bet. Abba said, it is a when I said. The macroeconomic indicators are we in the count.
Listen,
the
American say to attract investors. It doesn't mean say who poor rating when you attract. Listen, companies are war musica, more capitalization. You good no. Ube pesa ube toshia wakrampuna. They don't sell shares because they don't need money from outside or more capitalization or more strong musica. It is companies that are weak financially, and because of being weak financially, bank they float shares for people to come and buy shares with them and invest there. So the main can say sometimes being in a difficult situation you can't borrow and do things that you do. You're not also one on your own advantage to attract investors. So since I see a AstroTurf near the idea. A ban is sin free, you know. But a ban is a day yes idea now. AstroTurf will stop. And we'll be to take advantage of Kurma Crampon, a month for the baby, I'm a cobble and I saw me bio. To my me recreational parkibi, Namidiska, you know. But Kamau Juan, Casadian is more for social or public good than Cabana Cabaya, you know. And he, you know, the Nasania, we see a look at it. But the American say sometimes if the interest is even high and people are not prepared to give you loan now, it forces you for you to do the right things. We will prepare alternative ways not to borrow. And you know, but he's and Emid say a finance minister and sometimes a president. Question some decisions in maybe ana chair versus and then and I say, you know, we are having leaders who don't just sit down and people tell them everything. Who grade, you know, negatively, not officer, but putting measures in place. It's if anything at top rampona or say who upgrading, no upgrading now so the no.
And no bedroom.
What's it?
And no bedroom. That letter now, and I think say just to court public sympathy. No, I can some more there.
Public sympathy.
I think so. But no other common one. They will not change anything.
Public
analysts, no, yeah. That's the implication. Say, it doesn't
change anything. rating no more.
It change a lot.
But you make a mark, sir, before we know this, sir. Who downgrade them and answer who deal with them. You need to be meticulous.
Last year, mobile bonten, the same thing happened. So I it's if you do Kasai. Finance Ministry throw the same letter. Buy and check by 4 or 5 months. And do a casa. That means I no impact biao. Oh, I must have a downgrade bill. And general crib I could do.
They can keep doing that.
But the point is, sending message.
The point is, as long as I say, when anyone you're doing, over come out in the day, if they want to take it from you. That's a mechanic if you had that. In the menu of four, no more cocoa for more papa and we are at this scan a day cocoa for now. Now, first no to cocoa, no much is scan. First no to cocoa, no much is scan. And see, catch it back on a chess can on a coast cook at China to be a car, say £50 as £100. You know, they are on channel 30 be a near the
other. The Cocran Huena.
And you were trying to check a year and uncle was uncanny £20 be that so. Many of the cop. Which are carefully ready. 20 tickets for Manchester. When in India and Koya contact in £20. To know Busani Council or Kaya not in the Sikan or the man, I calculation. So no man one coast continue on take it time. A mom right the degree no more so be a say no much now. So no contrast see or calculating the day who said there be there this kind of 20. Boca 64 or something from Manchester. Getting 20 now. No, Nianicas, I said, sir, it's anything about the.
Can I commit that to account?
One cut, why, what's that? 11 near the Sentinel system, you say, I'm almost more. What's the minimum power? Says, Cana, maybe, and it's trusting all the fair. And so, why being so booming, names coming to a booming. Remember, we said, being the Bacontapa. It's me, Babby music, as well as I mean, I'm in the Brosopa, and as me proof of point. And that's you know. So sometimes I kind of say, even lawyers, baby, or honor, court, national media said no more differ. With me catching a client, and then they said, same way, for now, dear, no. We need chances that we are pre-cramping we are successful. Then so we want to make a statement that said we disagree with the court. Anything, let's make a plea. And it gives us opportunity to say that they're judging me and then sometimes we just want to make that statement, either political or psychological or whatever. You want to do that. But you know that and changing the outcome. But the statement you make, next time be our year close to 50-50, they will be careful. Anything, made a statement. Meaning the entire outside. Me say UK. They say UK. Say as a country more ratings will go down. US. Or none grading because of. No country in the world in a grade home says here because of
free investment grading and Jan grade. A one problem.
So we in class 1 near the Motua or Condensed. And I will invest the final year near the Motua over level 300. But be a Ujan natural to because of me still am level 300. Now so still I downgrade do 1 whole year. A dinner now before a difference in boom. Oh, when they're still out, that's who we're investing. So, who university first year near Dangredu, I don't remember I can say SS final year. Because we were free university, but in actual fact, it's 1 year gap difference. And then researchers never take time analysis now. But to be our because hey, Oko University who bam to SS because the been few numbers a 1 year gap now. Enti baby a wugina no na be che de obeko baby a near one on the baby om dia kosese no yen step yen downgrade ye 2 steps after 3 steps so
okay ate pa chairman ate la friend say why are there pa ate for ese me na wase na why are there and na emre no akopa afi na abo 12-4 and ye wo uku adem ne benada ye wura benadem ade so asa enti nim so chance so nyame ya aduma bekọ adwuma ti mejao aha na wakwaje wa home kakra wabọ modern ti na de ya koni slow o Ghana level no enti memo akwanya na se wo bibia beka akire T4 MPP4 eno bibia memo akwanya na afi waka na sana de dwumade no aba afense ne ko bibre beka betemre ne moa na enye na su ye betra satentem na meboa aha na ama bibia ay akam
kakam ni betwa twa se na nya de shashe no memenda ya barbecue no esamo amoba mamu ni diwai na bibia ho aso abrofo sem no na e man no so Ghana ni mana tomo aya mo pe ayi no abrofo ni man no ebe kakra bi ba Ghana ni man wo medi yokogari no benya bi yakayaka bodo
nuhu mbe nuhu
ntache sana ma no kikan se
mbe nuhu me record you
am sana mo nse ya no de men omun kama ni aha no adano mu busa me ba atieja
aprensen
omun kan aprensa I mean, you baby, I'll cut your preference. What do you preference?
Oh, chairman, we're bravo.
No preference, so you are bravo. I ask a put you on the what do you preference? I just want to super. Hey, and no good any preference. And the cotton. And man is the same.
The chairman, with the can say, you better ask 34. Man, can be no, Nana bravo, a cramo. Same time, same venue, same place. Ibishia next week. Yadamase. Aha.
no many momentum on your grabber, no may see much. You see much. Mewo, Viti Tanya Fawuti, yes, me at to me and do, baby. Mewo, Gary, Yotana Wanakum, Mogopado, Yamba Pesamin Kuminyanka, it's not coming in. I am Fanka, Yamba Gentum, Yamba Petroka Krangum non Shopra, Name Yeti Maja. Yes, he Maja. Obiarambrana, oh my amfa. Obiarambrana, oh my amfa. Nane nyami boyen miamfa. Nane nyami boyen miamfodo. Yamfa biaku yanyomeni. Nabe yamena. Nobeyo. Nane nyami.
Mr. President, very finally, before we take a leave of us, to your right, you have your General Secretary, your back, your national organizer. The MPP is out to bring the 8. You have just done your party internal reorganization. What message are you giving to the party? Because you have more than once told Ghanaians that you want to hand over the economy of this country, elation, to another NPP government. What is it that the NPP can do to break the 8?
First of all, I think that what the processes that the NPP went, in order to now have a new national officer, regional officer, constituency, in itself tells you a lot about the NPP. One, the efficiency of our structures. We had to elect polling station executives, 5 per polling station, to over 38,000 polling stations across the country. Here, everywhere, in which party members, in a very decent, peaceful manner, went ahead to elect these 5 polling station executives. We had to elect over 6,000 electoral area coordinators by the same process. And again, constituency executives in the 276, because SAL is now part of the equation. We had to do that. We then went ahead to elect the 16 regional executives of the party. And then finally, the very, very impressive show that took place at Craspo Stadium that have brought the new General Secretary and the new National Organizer and others, the new National Chairman into office. You look at this whole process, it has been well conducted, it has been peaceful. Yes, there have been isolated difficulties here and there. Such a large exercise, national exercise, you cannot expect it to be 100% waterproof. There will be 1 or 2 incidents. But overall, the image that the NPP has given is of a purposeful party, a party that is united. Yes, there's been competition, and there will always be competition in the NPP. We were built on the principle of competition, our party. We never believed in this one-man rule in the NPP. You put all of those things together, and an image emerges of a formidable political party that is seriously committed to the development of our nation.
Okay.
I myself am surprised that the ruling party was the first to take this initiative of this reorganization, because you would have thought that in these matters it will always be the opposition who would be the first to. But we completed. They haven't even begun. And I think you know about some of the incidents that have already begun to emerge.
We had reports of cases of
assaults and everything at this beginning stage. I think what ultimately is going to happen is always there will be this contrast between this party, a national party, responding to the issues across the country, that goes about its internal processes in a dignified and decorous fashion, but with purpose. The renewal of the party structures that we've seen through all of this process all tells you about a party that is getting ready for the big battle of 2024. And I think that allied to the program of the party, we have this internal processes that have given us a good result. Then you have the program of the party. Then you have the performance of the government. You put all these three things together, it's a very heavy cocktail. And I think it is a cocktail that we're going to offer the people of Ghana on the 7th of December 2024. And I have a great hope and belief and confidence that on that day we'll find our way through. A lot of people are forgetting that in 2008, we almost...
We found your daughter. She's alive.
Our goal here is helping Esther acclimate back into life within the family unit.
I think something's going on with Esther.
Is there anything you want to tell me about your time away?
Hello, Mommy. Thank you, Mommy. I know, Mommy.
Are you interested in making your money work for you? Maybe you're a seasoned investor looking to diversify your portfolio. Or you might be taking the first steps in becoming an investor and are looking for guidance. At Residential Estates, we pride ourselves on finding you the right investment properties for your needs. From holiday...
broke the 8th then. The elections of 2008, which was the first one with me as a candidate of the MPP, I won the first round. And in fact, I was short of victory, of outright victory, by 23,000 votes.
Very narrow.
Very, very narrow. 23,000 votes had gone the other way wherever. And I would have been president on the first round in 2008. It didn't happen. We went to a second round, and in that second round, I lost. The MPP lost by 40,000 votes. President Mills was elected with 50.01% of the overall vote. It is the narrowest margin of victory in any presidential contest of the Fourth Republic. What that tells you that the MPP was extremely close to making that statement as far back as that.
2008.
We have all learnt our lessons from what happened. Those that came from our own side, the difficult, the problems that we had ourselves, and those that were external to our party. And we are determined this time round that it will not only will it not be a victory, but it will be a decisive victory. Because this National Democratic Congress, they should spend more time in opposition so they can organize themselves better for the future of Ghana than what they are today. So Gaddafi, You've done very well in having me here, and I want to express my gratitude to you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak to the people of Tamale and the northern region through your agency. And I want to wish you the best of luck for the future.
Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Our 2024
will not be easy.
It's not going to be easy for us at all. It's our mantra of breaking the eight.
Yeah.
It's certainly not going to be assisted by an economy in disarray. But we're going to work in such a way that the people of Ghana themselves will see that, yes, these are the people who are a safe pair of hands. You commit the economy in their hands, you commit the nation in their hands, and progress will be the result for the people of Ghana. So that our goal, which is now become part of the vocabulary of political discourse in our country, breaking the eight, will become a reality.
At IHG Hotels and Resorts, we're in the business of you.
We're here to help you plug in,
Connect and recharge.
make an impression,
and meet with confidence.
With 17 brands built for business,
your business gets even more rewarding.
With an award-winning loyalty program at 6,000 IHG hotels and resorts worldwide.
We're getting back.
And you are live on the Joy News channel. This is where you want to be this afternoon. Why? Because the Vice President who chairs the economic management team is about to give a major speech. And this speech, as we have been told, will touch on the decision by the government to go to the IMF. This will be a significant moment indeed to get a senior person in the government to give us an insight into the decision to go to the IMF. The backdrop to this is interesting. That's what makes this very interesting and controversial. He belongs to the government and economic management team generally that has held the view for so long that there's no reason under the sun for government, for Ghana to go to the IMF, and that we are capable of managing our own affairs. We didn't need the IMF, and we're going to deal with the economic challenges brought on by COVID ourselves. And of course, we know there was a gargantuan U-turn forcing the president, the finance minister, and of course, the vice president to eat a massive humble pie. How does he explain this U-turn? How does he stand in front of the cameras? I'm talking about the vice president, and justify a decision that they had so fiercely resisted for so long. And also considering his own past comments about the last time he went to the IMF, the last time a government went to the IMF, Dr. Bawumia was a champion of criticizing that government and making the point quite loudly that that was a sign of abject failure and incompetence. So how does he justify the decision to go to the IMF? We are about to hear from the man himself pretty shortly. The regular suspects are joining me in the studio for as we build up into this and also analyze what the vice president would say. Winston Amwa is with me, and Raymond Akwa as well are all with me in the studio. Before I even come to them, I want to go to the venue for this. Maxwell will join us pretty shortly. My colleague Maxwell Awaba is at the venue and will join us pretty shortly. We'll also be speaking to the Dr. Gideon Boako. Of course, you know him. He's an economist and works in the office of the Vice President, who will join us to give a detailed look at what to expect. But Winston, you, myself, Raymond on State of Play have said that the Vice President must take the bulls by the horn and speak to this. In fact, the President should have done this first, I believe. But here we are, the Vice President, Chairman of the Economic Management Team, about to speak on the finance, on the decision to go to the IMF.
Well, I mean, I agree with you that the President should have spoken first. I'm also of the view that even before the issuance of the letter, the president should have done one of the fellow Ghanaians, as we've come to, call it, and tell all of us the reasons why we're going to be going to the IMF. Well, that wasn't done. We've seen the information minister and other ministers, Alan Shamanteng, Joseph Kujo, going round and, answering questions and telling Ghanaians why we're going to the IMF. Of course, the question has been, where is the chairman of the economic management team? And I'm one person who had always insisted that the vice president need not organize a forum to address some of these concerns. But he chose that, going to the Accra Business School where they have a strategic partnership, he'll be addressing, the reasons why we're going to the IMF. I'd love to hear from the vice president reasons why we're going to the IMF. The government has made all of us aware that because of happenings in Russia and Ukraine, because of the effects of COVID-19, we've been told of how the Ghanaian economy was doing well in 2021 until Russia decided to invade Ukraine, and that also triggered a lot of challenges, a rise in petroleum products, a rise in wheat and fertilizer, an increase in the price of wheat and fertilizer, an increase in the price of petroleum, which has triggered a huge inflation when it comes to transport, and also we've seen a huge inflation when it comes to food. The underlying principle is that today we have imported inflation higher than local inflation. And so we want to know what other things the vice president is going to be saying. Would this platform be like what we have had in the past? I do not know, and I do not suspect so, because he's not going to be speaking to party persons. This is not going to be a party event. If this were a party event, I'd say we'll probably hear the usual, how the NDC didn't do well and how the NPP is doing well. But because it is not a party thing, I would say that for once, we're going to hear something different from what we've heard in the past.
You are confident that we hear something different?
I don't think so. I don't think for a very simple reason. So tell us, at one point in time, the impression is being created that we need to slightly dissociate the vice president from some of the major decisions in government, especially those taken by the finance minister. In fact, it's so clearly and glaringly made known to everybody that when we are taking a decision to actually get the e-levy and get it passed, he, in his last speech, mentioned it once or twice. No justification for it, no elucidation of it. So when the vice president comes back to do some of these things, it does suggest to somebody who has said, and let me quote this one probably. There is one of the tweets from his handle on March 24, 2015, Evans Mensah. Mr. Chairman, I'm quoting, the IMF bailout was totally avoidable if the government had listened to sound advice from many quarters much earlier, but government refused to listen. They believed in their own propaganda and said, Ethiopia, we won't listen to anyone. When government was cautioned about the scale of borrowing, the government responded that they would borrow more. Now that their propaganda has been exposed by economic reality, they are now forced to listen to the IMF. We have moved from Ethiopia to Yebeti IMF. We will listen to only the IMF, it's in quote. And said Dr. Baumia, IMF bailout with the anchor hold, distinguished speaker series. That was a similar platform. I do not think that the vice president then, even at the time, did not do the usual mixture of the political economy, then predominant politics with it. Now he's in government. Is he going to be able to still stand by some of these comments? Or, as he advised himself the other time, you use the formula, apologize, actually be remorseful, then take advice going forward.
Should this Navy SEALs fat-burning device be illegal? This extremely powerful high-tech muscle stimulator melts belly fat and makes rock-hard abs within a few short weeks, without working out or dieting. It was developed by the U.S. Army for the Navy SEALs to increase their physical performance during exhausting exercises and missions by a whopping 386%. This gives them a massive advantage against the enemy in the battlefield. It uses some of the most advanced military technology in the world. It builds a spectacular six-pack that's clearly visible just after 2 weeks of using this device for only 20 minutes per day. It rapidly promotes muscle growth and decreases fat tissue all over your body. What's interesting about this device is that until a few weeks ago, it wasn't available to the public because only one company owned a patent for the technology. They were only selling it to the military, who could afford their expensive price of $4,000 for just one piece. But on March 15, 2022, the patent expired, allowing new companies to enter the market and start selling this powerful abs stimulator directly to the public across the globe. Most companies are still charging up to $4,000 for these high-tech fat melting devices because they know they can get away with it. But a bioengineering company founded by 2 former Navy SEALs gained access to this patent and are producing them for a fraction of the price, making them affordable for everyday people. They called it the next-gen abs stimulator, and by using the combination of military technology and unique materials they achieved the level of quality and utility previously only available to the Navy SEALs, allowing anyone to lose weight and build clear abs within just a few short weeks. The next-gen abs stimulator uses an FDA-cleared EMS technology that sends electric pulses to exercise the affected muscle and promote rapid growth and fat loss. When your muscles receive the signal, they contract and flex as they would do naturally during a regular exercise, but without the hassle of going to a gym and working out. The vibrations given off by the next-gen abs EMS technology target and stimulate the deepest core muscles by replicating natural muscle contractions, emulating over 54,000 crunches in just a single 20-minute session. It's like hacking your body into a full-blown muscle-producing machine, but without the expensive gym subscriptions, and you can do it from the comfort of your home, work, anywhere really. The next-gen abs stimulator was just awarded the FITSE Innovation Award, making this device the most important invention of 2022. It's been really popular with the Silicon Valley crowd, which makes sense, because this kind of device is perfect for ambitious professionals who want to give their body the highest quality workout without spending their precious time in the gym. We've received tons of messages from professional trainers who are implementing the next-gen abs into their workout routine, and others who have struggled their entire life with losing weight and now they're losing between 2 to 6 pounds per week. Whether you want to lose weight and get rid of that beer belly, or build six-pack abs that will draw everyone's attention on the beach, the possibilities with the next-gen abs stimulator are endless. When the Navy SEALs first launched the next-gen abs stimulator, it spread by word of mouth in the military and fitness community. What they didn't expect was for everyone to start showing off their incredible abs all over the internet they got thanks to this device. After going viral, it sold out within the first 48 hours and quickly developed a wait list of over 50,000 orders from all around the world. The Navy SEALs want everyone to know about this new technology, so they have since tripled the production and are offering a 60% welcome back sale for anyone who orders it within the next 24 hours. This is a great deal, and it might be taken down anytime, so it's best to act now. My advice? Grab yours before this super low price is raised. Click on the link on this video to visit the official website and order with 60% off and free express worldwide shipping.
If you are over 50 and don't have life insurance, this video will show you how to apply for £250,000 in coverage from just £17 per month. Even if you were born before 1967, have some health conditions or are a smoker. Apply for £250,000 in coverage with just one phone call. There's no face-to-face meeting. And there's no physical medical exam. So you can apply entirely over the phone, from the comfort of your own home. Click the blue button below this video to get a quote today. If you don't have life insurance, remember, unlike everything else we buy in our lifetime, such as cars, TVs or clothes, we buy those things for ourselves. Life insurance, we buy that for our family, for our wives and husbands, for our kids, to save them the heartache and financial stress of scraping money together after we're gone to pay for your final expenses, or continue to make ends meet without your income there to help. Depending on your situation, if you can get coverage, it's one of the best things you can do for your family. Click the blue button below this video now. Get a risk-free quote for £250,000 in coverage today. You'll be glad you did.
What? From the last speech, regardless of the environment, it didn't sound like he was in that posturing. In fact, that's all the time. The vice president still believed that economic management and the economy at the time was way better.
So this is the speech that was delivered 2 months ago?
Yeah.
On the 7th of April.
A couple of months ago, he believed the economy was way better than what they met in 2016. Then, a couple of months down the line, it cascades into where we are today. I think I would also be glad if he goes the direction of doing the apology, admission, and being remorseful and actually come out to tell us that this is how we're going to go and do things differently forward. But I suspect that learning and becoming a politician in situ now, his style will be, I want to be president going forward. I need to tell the people that this seat we are driving, even though it's now knocking on the doors of the IMF, it's not a destroyed seat. He's going to still drum up the issues of COVID, drum up the issues of, what they call it, Ukraine, Russia, and tell you that recently, even the IMF is saying that what we've been saying about the economy only getting problems because of these two are very clear. When he says that, he'll move it along the line, say, can we get you out of this? We got you out of the last one. We got you out of that when we came in 2016, and we said we'll get you out of that. We have actually got into troubles now, and we are going to get you out of this one too, because we've done it before. That is the kind of message he's likely to deliver. It is politically sensible, but may not be honest and reflect the reality on the ground. But what do you expect? He needs to feed into his people's attention, because now the most important constituency he's dealing with, even though they may not be seated there, is the delegates that are likely to vote in the election when he's contesting a flag bearer. Not necessarily the Ghanaian people.
Well, you know, for me, the challenge is that, I mean, one of the most important people he'll be dealing with is because as we speak now, you have organized labor locked up in a meeting with the Minister of Education, Minister of National Security.
Yeah.
And at this point in time, one of the things, I mean, the last thing anybody would want to hear is you telling us that the economy is doing well. They would interpret that to be rubbing it in for them. Because the Vice President, when he went to the Pentecost Convention Center in April this year, he was very categorical. And I had said that, look, I like the fact that the Vice President acknowledged that the reality of the economy is how you feel in your pocket.
Yeah.
That's the most important thing.
Bottom line.
The bottom line is how you feel in your pocket. So today is not going to be a case of you trying to justify anything. The evidence is clear. The evidence is there for all to see. Look, prior to COVID-19, you were at a high risk of debt distress as a country. That was your outlook for 2020 before COVID-19 got into the country. So it is not an issue of COVID-19 making things too difficult for you. Yes, I mean, when you see some of these statements from the IMF, and I mean, diplomacy is very nice. I mean, we do a lot of things. You know, yes, we've come. We know how COVID-19 and everything has affected you. We are prepared to assist you and all of that. Yes, that's what they're going to tell everybody. Because at the back of it all, if all the reports we've heard from Parliament, and I trust Kwekwa Asante, he says that the IMF has been telling Parliament to actually approve the $1 billion. That same body would not go out there and cast a doubt on the Ghanaian economy. Yeah. Because we have said here that when it comes to the management of an economy, even the words you use matter. It is the reason why Kwabena before told Hannah Tete that the Ghanaian economy is not broke, but it's challenged. So you wouldn't expect the IMF to go out there and say that the Ghanaian economy is in distress and everything.
When
no.
I've got a number of athletes that I coach that take MIDQ. Anecdotally talking to all the guys, they generally will say three things. They feel great. They feel they're pushing out more power. And the third piece they generally talk to is, I can bounce back a lot quicker.
Can send a signal to the investor community that there should be some
I
belief in our system.
Exactly. So they'll send the right signal so that right signal would ensure that we're able to get loans at a reduced rate because our reserves are depleting real fast. And so, look, that's why I say, and this morning I said it, that, look, one of the things we need at this point is a buy-in from all. To get a buy-in from all, you don't start by rubbing in for people. To get a buy-in, you come and speak like a vice president and like a statesman. That is how you communicate. This is not an MPP platform. Don't go and do the usual politics. The usual politics has been done already. Kojo Oponkroma and others have been there to talk about this is not the NDC kind of IMF. So when you are coming to speak as the second most important person in this country, they want to hear something different. There should be a rallying call. Get everybody to agree with you that, look, where we find ourselves, you could just start and apologize and move on.
Okay. Dr. Gideon Bwako joins us now. You know, he is in the office of the Vice President, speaks for the Vice President, and joins us on the line right now. Doc, thank you for your time. As you build up to hear from your boss, is he there? Is he ready? And what are we expecting for him to say?
Well, even so, we are the Accra Business School right now, the main auditorium for this program. And let me highlight the program a little bit. This is a program by the school to launch 3 ICT-related programs as part of their academic programs that they run at the school. The Vice President was invited to this program somewhere about 2 to 3 months ago, and then he agreed to do so. So basically, his main speech the central theme for what he's going to talk about was centered on the theme for this particular program, which is more on IT education. So that is basically what he's going to speak to. So a lot of the things we'll be talking about will be related to IT and education, but of course, as we discussed earlier, we also see the opportunity to make 1 or 2 remarks on the present circumstances that we find ourselves as a country, and then issued by government to have a program with the IMF.
Okay, and that last bit is what I guess the entire country is waiting to hear him talk about. So 2 things you've mentioned towards the end, which is 1, the current economic situation, 2nd, the decision to go to the IMF. You know, there are many who have said at this moment the facts doesn't matter as much as the form and what he says and how he says it. Are we going to see a vice president that will stick to trying to get the country along this very difficult path, or we're going to see him make points about how, you know, this economy is still, you know, better than the rest, and, you know, do make political comments? Or what is how is he attempting to take this on?
Let me say there isn't enough time for him to go into detail about the economy or the IMF program. Mind you, the signal by government to go for IMF program has to go through processes. Of course, the fund has sent a mission here to Ghana. They finished their work yesterday, issued a statement. Negotiations are going to begin. There are a lot of reconciliation of data and stuff that government will have to do with the IMF. So there's not a time to have a full-blown speech on IMF or the economy whilst negotiations are ongoing. So I must say it's not going to devote the whole time to talk about the economy or the IMF. That's the purpose for which it is to the school. That is to launch the IT program. But as part of this presentation, they will talk about some aspects of the economy and the IMF. So I don't expect a full-blown speech or lecture on the economy where you have to pour out a lot of data, do a whole lot of analysis and all of that. No, we're not going to have that. We're going to make a comment or remark on the economy and the IMF, but it's not the usual public lectures that we do that we take the whole day to just discuss one subject. This is a launch of an academic program, and as part of that, we're going to make some remarks, but it's not remarks that will be so much in detail as we would expect originally from the lectures that we made, because we have to make sure government and the IMF negotiations are done. So when everything ramps up, that can give a total view of how things are going. But of course, like you said, people are looking up to forward-looking measures and what is it that government will want to do going forward so that we don't have a wasted back to the problems and the challenges that we find ourselves in. But I should say it's not going to be a full-blown lecture or speech on the IMF or the economy.
Nonetheless, that's the vice president who chairs the economic management team. Does he appreciate the need at this moment to get the public, Ghanaians, along what is going to be a long road back to economic health? And how will that reflect in whatever he says to them, no matter how brief, on the economy and the return to the IMF?
Yeah, of course. I mean, we have been, partisan party became to a democracy all along. And I think that now every government to carry these people along, whether in good times or in bad times. So the Vice President is very mindful of that. Then I think there's no doubt about anybody. There's no doubt about the fact that he's mindful of what the sentiments are on the minds of people. So his presentation and everything should reflect that.
When he touches on the economy and the return to the IMF, should we expect a remorseful vice president, an apologetic one?
Well, I'm not too sure of remorsefulness or apology or ecstasy or whatever. He will speak as a normal human being, just as the other person.
Forgive me, I struggle to hear that. We may have had a challenge with the line. Can you repeat that?
I said I'm not sure of the mood of apology or remorsefulness or the mood of ecstasy. I mean, you will just speak as any other normal human being would do. So I'm not too sure how to describe mood or for that presentation.
Okay, I mean, and very finally, though, still on that question, generally, within your ranks in the office and as you go by doing your work and around the vice president, what is his overriding sentiment about where the economy is right now?
Come again,
I'm saying around the vice president, you work with him.
Yes.
What in the last few weeks when this has become, the economic crisis has become very apparent, what is his overriding sentiment about where we are as a country economically right now?
Yeah, I think everybody is concerned about what is happening in the globe. I mean, whether you're in Ghana or you're in the United States or you live in the city or the village, you go to the market to buy foodstuffs and items, prices are increasing. Things are becoming harder for all governments. So everyone is concerned. I don't think there's anybody in this world who is not concerned about the development in the world economic architecture as we are experiencing today. And just as we are all concerned, the government from the president to those of us below, the ladder, all of us are concerned. The vice president inclusive. So it is our hope that we'll be able to scale over some of the challenges that we're facing and confronting the world as a country, and then make sure that the economy and the country have the right for accelerated economic emancipation for everyone.
Dr. Gideon Bako, thank you very much, and he speaks
Thank you so much, Ivan.
For the vice president there. So very important comments at the end for me, gentlemen, that gives me an insight or a clue as to what the vice president may be saying and how he approached this. Clearly, from his last comment, the vice president will simply place this in the global context. And they are not moving away from that script. It's very clear that everybody is worried, you know, if nobody in this world is going to, you know. So it's clearly going, we're going to hear him, when he talks about the economy, I expect him, from what he said, to say, well, listen, you know, COVID, Ukraine, that script is not going away. I think that's something that we should just prepare for. That script is not going away. I asked the question about, is he going to be remorseful? Are we going to see a remorseful, apologetic vice president? I said, well, I'm not sure about that. I mean, so very clearly, we are not going to see that. And I think you can also take a cue from the vice president's boss, the president. Since we went to the IMF, I think he's spoken twice. He spoke at the ADDO'S thing, and then he also spoke recently. I mean, there was an event at the Jubilee when he also spoke about the workers, about the workers should go. Okay, when he inaugurated the NLC board, if you listen to his posture, it was, yeah, we are in the economy, the world, the globe, etc. We are going to deal with it. I haven't seen what you guys have suggested should happen, which is a very remorseful, government that will tell you that, listen, we appreciate where we are. We run this economy, and we are not where we expected to be. It is our fault. We managed to get us here. Maybe we are sincerely sorry that we are where we are, but we are determined to get you out of this. I mean, that hasn't been a posture. And from everything Gideon had said, Dr. Bawumia, no matter how brief his comments will be on the subject of the economy and IMF will not be one that will be apologetic, will not be one that will be remorseful, will be one that will certainly make the point that largely where we are right now isn't because we have failed or we are incompetent or mismanaged the economy. It's because Ukraine, it is because COVID and the world economic situation is difficult.
And I don't think that's going to change. Actually, I think deep within the hearts of virtually every government communication person, that's what they've been told to say. I'm yet to hear people break ranks, and I know that when they meet on their own, when the economic management team meet, when the cabinet meet, that's not what they tell themselves, because they know what has happened over the period. We know what has happened over the period.
And by the way, what you see on the screen are live pictures from the venue of the event. And if I'm not mistaken, I think I may have seen the World Bank country director at the event as well. Dr. Baima is seated there. We'll bring you the live speech when it's ready. Yes, you make it.
Yeah, so saying that this is a country that in 2016 still under an IMF program went into an election. And the current government made it very clear that going into an IMF program was purely out of incompetence, and the energy crisis and other things were signs of the incompetence that we actually put it there. They also made it clear that pushing us out of the IMF program was top-tier priority, because this government ought to be independent of the IMF. It's only incompetent managers of the economy that actually go to the IMF for some of these programs. Those were very clear messages that they sent. Fast forward, in 2017, we all knew that the government had 8% GDP growth rate. Then inflation was coming down. Many people had associated with the wonderful work that the government was doing. So under an IMF program, we could do 8%. Under an IMF program, the next year we did 6.5, and the following year we did 6.3. All put together, or around 6.3, 6.5 within the period. These were clearly in line with the projections that if you had watched October World Economic Outlook of the World Bank, projections for the new year 2017 and 2018. So the question would be, exactly what did the government do differently under the IMF program to get 8%? If it's not based on previous things that have been done, because within that particular year, you could count...
You're almost suggesting they inherited it. They inherited that growth.
You could count... I mean, it was a projection that came to...
Wow.
In fact, it could be worse, it could be better. That's actually also part of the conversation. But you could count the very things that happened in 2017.
Yeah.
And one will be so convinced that they are not necessarily out of the wonderful things that happened. One way you should know this is check the non-oil growth. The non-oil growth of less 4.6 was the same as that of 2016. So you could see where you could match the realities on the ground. We went into the next 3 years, still under an IMF program, until 2019, when we exited. And let's also not forget that even as of the time we're exiting, we had not completed every single conditionality. There were some we asked for waivers, because we were very much a country that felt we were on our feet. We could be trusted. We could take enough of the very things that we wanted. Check the borrowing. It could send you a signal. Check, for example, the Eurobond we took over the period. It kept increasing. In the years after 2020, 2017, we didn't do any. 2018, 2019, and 2018, 2019, and 2020. Enough had been said about how just when we had left the IMF zone, went into some crisis. If you want to know, read the very article about IMF, Ghana's lending case. It tells you about the difficulties we are likely to run into if fiscal discipline is not promoted. But also check within the period how much we borrowed in that 2019 year. And as of the month we are dealing with, the debt sustainability reports in that month has said that we're high risk of debt distress getting to the end of 2019. So when you see all these signals on the wall, when the professors were telling us that, no, if you don't take care and continue on this path, you go for help from the IMF. This was before COVID.
Yeah.
All of these signals did not suggest that we were extraordinary managers of the economy, but we're not in a ditch. But we knew we were heading there. We knew things were not looking good. The people who raised the red flag and kept waving it, they were there. But we didn't listen to them until COVID came and worsened the situation. It's quite disingenuous. We have to consistently make it look like without COVID, it would have been sailing smooth. Because every single indicator shows we're not going to sail smooth. So, I mean, and that's politics anyway, but sometimes The leadership we require at this point is the one that's honest, is the one that is truthful, is the one that looks the people in the face and says, see, we messed up along the line, but we can get you back on the right track.
No politician will say that.
But you see, it gets to a point. Yes, you're right.
Yeah.
No politician will be willing to admit that they have failed. But when it becomes obvious that you have a challenge, look, you can then assume a position of a statesman and say, let's solve this together.
John AKUFFO said, I didn't know this was this.
Look, J. AKUFFO
for this and that. I want us to move in this direction.
In fact, J. AKUFFO, he apologized. Yeah. When he was then, and he had a ceremony, then he says, oh, and now let me get to a statement that I made when I was in opposition, that I said I was going to reduce the number of ministers drastically. Yes, when I was in opposition, I didn't know what I know today. I am very sorry. Yeah. But let's just move away from that. Let me make, the point Raymond was trying to make.
But Mahama even did something close to that, which is the Sinchi.
Yes.
In that sense, to say, like everybody, let's all go together.
All of us go together and agree on what we want to do.
Yeah.
When Mahama was faced with the challenges, the Doomsday challenges, he said, this is a problem from old, but this is not a time to blame anybody. So I will fix it.
I remember him saying, I'll fix it.
I'll fix it. Yeah. Now, let me make my point. You see, Raymond makes the point. The non-oil GDP growth of 2017 would tell you that it was oil that actually triggered our growth of 2017 to the 8% that we've consistently talked about and made the world believe that it was based on the magical, based on the prudent management of the economy by those who took over in 2017. Prior to 2017, we already had the projections in place. We had 10 fields coming on board. And so that's something you should expect. And you saw what we did in 2011 when we started oil production at the first time. 15%, we're the highest growing country in the world. That's what it will do to you because you didn't have that initially. So it adds up to your, basket and then you're up. Let me get back and say this thing. Simply put, and as Marcus Ibeyeboah has alluded to, the decision to go to the IMF played a major role in the macroeconomic stability of the first 3 years of the AKUFFO administration. Let us not deceive ourselves. Let us not deceive ourselves. By 2019 October, you had economists telling you that we're going to be running to the IMF because at the time our appetite for borrowing was just too much.
So we're expecting Dr. Bamia to be speaking pretty shortly. I've just seen that he's walked up. What you see on your screen is the welcome party dancing to usher him into his speech. And so I guess let's go in there, listen to a bit of the sounds, the sides, and wait to hear from the Vice President now.
Honourable Ministers of State, Members of Parliament, we have here Honourable Samuel Atachia, Honourable Okudzeto Ablakwa, Honourable Abeku Krensel, Honourable Joseph Apia-Boateng. We also have the National Security Coordinator, the Chairman and Governance Council of the Accra Business School, Bishop Gideon Titi Ofair, Lady Olivia Titi Ofair, co-founder, members of the Governing Council, representatives of Southeast Technological University, the President of Accra Business School, Professor Cedric Bell, the Vice President of Accra Business School, Professor Elvis Cornerstone, Registrar, faculty members, non-teaching staff, students, distinguished invited guests, the media, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to first of all thank the Chairman of the Governing Council of Accra Business School, Bishop Gideon Titi Ofair, and the management of the Accra Business School for extending an invitation to me to share a few remarks on this milestone event, the launch of 3 new programs that are in alignment with the times we find ourselves in. What I'd like to do today is to position my speech in the broader context in which it is nested. I'm going to focus on 5 realms that provide the architecture for these programs under the theme the role of information technology education in government's digitalization agenda. So these 5 realms include making sense of the data deluge, ever-changing cybersecurity landscape, marketing in a noisy world, the automation advantage, and overwhelmed by tech overload. The government and the stakeholders that exist to serve are rapidly becoming digital in every way. The shift to digital is a long-term trend that has been accelerated by COVID-19 and will continue with improving technology like the rollout of 5G. Now more than ever, digital must be at the forefront and at the center of government's priorities to meet user needs. For the education sector, considered to be the auxiliary backbone of Ghana, schools have surely had a challenging period these past 2 years. They have required new ways of working, an acceleration of digitalization, and a fresh perspective on future opportunities. COVID-19 and the resultant lockdown created a huge barrier between our youth and their education. Ghanaian companies and institutions such as the Accra Business School have rallied together to ensure that students receive access to schooling in innovative ways. The incredible work of our nation's educators ought to be acknowledged and celebrated. They have adapted to the challenges of the pandemic to prioritize education of their learners. I highly commend companies that are empowering our economy by uplifting our education sector. While education builds the foundation of an economy, high-quality education allows our nation's citizens to contribute more effectively to our economy and navigate the global landscape. The turbulence of our times has necessitated a nimble response to fast-rising demand for some sectors of the economy. For others, it has called for agility to cope with new limitations on deliverability and access to customers. In both scenarios, technology has emerged as a driving force and facilitator. The world, including Ghana, is heading towards a digital future. But while technology is often heralded as a solution for all seasons, having to traverse the digital landscape without a clear understanding of exactly what challenges it can solve is problematic. The introduction of information technology into classrooms is a necessity for the government's digitalization agenda. It is the perfect match for knowledge seekers everywhere, as the world is brought to them with concision and wit, an opportunity to learn the language of the digital future and the digital economy. The role of IT education in an increasingly interconnected and interdependent world transcends geographical boundaries, economies, and sectors. Over the past decade, information and communication technology, ICT, has helped create the most rapidly growing industry sectors, driven efficiency in government and business operations, and developed the essential building blocks of a knowledge-based economy. In this era of global integration, ICT becomes indispensable and embedded in everyday activities. The promises it offers seem limitless. It can provide governments, businesses, and citizens with access to relevant information and allow them to communicate to make informed decisions and enable more efficient processes and services to address various economic, social, financial, and educational needs. As a sector, ICT has contributed to the creation of the most rapidly growing industries such as electronics, business process outsourcing, the telecommunication and internet services. As an infrastructure, ICT is seen as an enabler of economic growth and competitiveness based on the uptake and utilization of ICT in business, education, and society. However, the asymmetrical level of ICT use and pace of ICT diffusion in Ghana have caused the uneven distribution of the benefits of ICT. This creates the digital divide within the country and among communities within it, and calls for attention and assistance from all to make sure we bridge the digital divide. Technology has developed in leaps and bounds over the last 20 years. It continues to advance. The educational system of this country should not be frightened of technology, but should harness it to provide a better and more efficient service to the public, which at the same time creates new avenues for revenue generation for the state and its citizens, and eventually improves the quality of life of Ghanaians. Ladies and gentlemen, in times of crisis and uncertainty, we look for signals to reaffirm who we are, how we should act, and where to go. Heading towards the digital future means that we need a significant transformation of our workforce to get most out of our organizations. IT education is pivotal in the government's digitalization agenda because it offers the opportunity to build human resources for general ICT literacy and ICT professional skills through the use of ICT to be applied in all sectors. Once the process of digitalization is implemented, new technologies within this digital environment not only represent a competitive edge for companies that can take advantage of their potential, but also provide a unique opportunity to innovate. Information technology education will help us in powering digital life by rethinking competition, capitalism, and the roots of collaboration between public and private sectors. Technology will be our servant, not our master. It provides the scope for our courts to resolve disputes more quickly and less expensively, for money to reach various destinations at the speed of sound, to expand market reach and lower cost of doing business, and generally expand the ability of businesses in all sectors to take advantage of global value chains. The widespread adoption of ICT can only be achieved through education. However, none of this can be achieved without a strong strategic center, making better use of data and building capability across the state's digitalization agenda. As the country emerges from the twin crises of the whole world is facing, we will take forward what we have learned to make sure that we use data more intelligently and sensitively in how we craft and deliver public services with ethical considerations. The COVID-19 pandemic gave fresh impetus to digital projects across the public sector, with so many services installed across government in response to COVID-19. So it is timely that today I can re-echo the government's digitalization ambitions. We pursue digitalization not for its own sake, but as a vehicle to solve problems faced by ordinary Ghanaians and transform the economy. Through digitalization, government has been able to solve many problems that have faced Ghanaians. Some of the problems go back to the period before and since independence. We inherited a problem of no unique national identification system. This had been with us since independence. We have implemented the national identification system of the Ghana card. And we have today 16 million Ghanaians with unique identities. And that is a major transformation. And maybe a lot of people sometimes don't even appreciate what the impact of the Ghana card is. But if you gave me 1,000 interchanges and a Ghana card, I'll choose the Ghana card because it has more impact on the economy. With the Ghana card, access to student loans today is without the need for a guarantor. You first needed a guarantor to give you a student loan. But with digitalization and the implementation of it, we now can access student loans without the need for a guarantor. We had no functional address system in Ghana. But with digitalization, we've implemented the digital address system, a national property digital address system, where you have addresses for every 5 by 5 square meter of land or water in Ghana. So we can find every place with a digital address in Ghana. And that is a major, major innovation, and that is one of the benefits of the digitalization agenda. Many of our Ghanaians in the diaspora were bearing the problem and cost of the acquisition of visas by diaspora Ghanaians. Many have in fact lost passports in the process of applying for visas from Ghanaian embassies abroad. But we have obtained ICAO certification for the Ghana card to be used as a travel document for travel to Ghana from abroad without the need for a visa, and you'll be able to go. We had no mobile money interoperability. You could not, in fact, transfer money from one mobile company to another. Today, we have instituted mobile money interoperability. You can transfer money from one mobile company to another, but also you can transfer money from a bank to a mobile wallet and vice versa. We are the first and the only country in Africa with this type of mobile money interoperability. The majority of adults in Ghana did not have a bank account. But today, with mobile money interoperability and the Ghana card, over 90% of adult Ghanaians either have mobile money account or a traditional bank account. Both perform practically the same function. And today in Ghana, to open a bank account, all you need is your Ghana card. You don't need to visit a bank. You don't need to fill a form. You just dial a USSD code, you put in your Ghana card number, and your account is open. And that is how you move. We are solving a problem that has bedeviled a lot of Ghanaians. For example, we have our Visa and MasterCards, which are generally not accepted for e-commerce abroad. I'm sure many of you have experienced some of the problems, and many people try to go through PayPal. But because of the progress we've made in our payment system architecture, we've engaged Visa and MasterCard, and now Ghana is going to be a processing hub for Visa and MasterCard, and the rejection of our cards for global e-commerce will now become a thing of the past later this year when we had difficulty of renewing the national insurance membership. Some of our people in the districts had to go and sleep for days just to renew their national insurance card. Today, because of digitization, you can renew your national insurance membership on your phone, pay within minutes, and it is done. We had difficulty and inconvenience in buying electricity units. And if your electricity units run out in the middle of the night, you have to wait till the next day and visit the ECG office. Today, because of digitization, we've digitized the process and you can buy electricity units on your phone and without any problem. You had problems in obtaining passports. You had problems in obtaining passports. You had to deal with Goro boys and pay bribes. Today, the process is online and you can apply for your passport without any hassle, pay your fees and have it delivered. And what we have seen is quite remarkable and dramatic. When we started the digitization in 2017, the total revenue of the passport office was 1 million Ghana cedis. Today, it has jumped to 56 million Ghana cedis in 1 year. And that is a major, and the number of passports that people have applied for at the beginning of 2017, we had 16,000 a year. Today, 498,000, because you can sit at home and apply for it, and the revenue has gone up. We had a lot of problems with bureaucracy and corruption at the ports. Today, we have digitized the process of clearing goods at the ports. We have paperless ports, and that has really significantly reduced the corruption and bureaucracy at the port. We had difficulty and bureaucracy in applying for scholarships, but following the digitization of the scholarship secretariat, everyone is able to apply for scholarship and receive the scholarship in the comfort of their home via online applications. We had to deal with fake insurance certificates, motor insurance certificates, and the difficulty of checking the validity of motor insurance certificates. There were a lot of fake motor insurance certificates. And we have implemented and digitized the motor insurance database, which can be accessed very simply on your mobile phone by yourself or the police. And you can just dial a USSD code and know whether the vehicle you are about to board has insurance or not. Just this week in the UK, someone driving a Lamborghini was stopped, and the police officer was not able to tell whether this vehicle was insured. So they had to tow the vehicle. They had to tow the vehicle. It came in the news because they couldn't establish whether the vehicle had insurance. Now they need to come and implement the motor insurance database because they could have just used their phone to find out whether the vehicle was insured or not. So we are ahead of many of the advanced countries in this area. We are ahead. One of the problems we have had is the lack of transparency in accounting for travel expenses by government. You know, and when you are given per diems and accounting for it becomes a lot of difficulty. And so we have implemented and digitized the process with a government travel card through the Controller and Accountant General Department. So we have introduced a travel card for all government officials, which will keep a record of all payments made by officials during travel. So there will be no more kululu in the process of accounting for your travel. Very few people, when we came into office, only 4% of the adult population of Ghana had tax identification numbers. Only 4%. Now, with digitization, we turned the Ghana Card ID into the tax identification number, and by so doing, we have increased the proportion of adults with tax identification numbers from 4% to 85% today. There's also the issue of fake birth certificates and so on. We've digitized that process, and we are getting a whole lot from there. The GRA, it's also, there was a problem, the difficulty being experienced by people in filing and paying taxes. The GRA has completed the development of a mobile application which will simplify the tax filing and payment process. In fact, in this process, we had to meet with a few Makolo market women just to get a sense of how we needed to simplify the tax application process so that at the lowest levels or the highest levels or wherever level you are talking about, everybody should be comfortable filing taxes. So a mobile tax application has been developed. You can file that tax online, and once you do so, you will immediately get a tax clearance certificate if you have gone through. You don't need to apply separately for a tax clearance certificate. And we should be seeing this outlawed very soon. Ladies and gentlemen, football clubs and authorities lost a lot of revenue from corruption associated with ticketing for football matches. Now, we have digitized the process of football ticketing, and suddenly their revenue has skyrocketed amongst football clubs. So we have had a whole lot of reform as a result of digitization. We had difficulty in accessing medicines and blood in remote areas, and we have introduced drones in the delivery of critical medicines, vaccines, and blood to people in remote parts of the country. Ghana has the largest medical drone delivery service in the world, the whole world. We have 6 zipline distribution centers in Omenako, Mpanya, Bopsi, Sefirioso, Ketikrachi, and Enum. We are just left with 2 more to be done, which would complete in Funsi and in Techiman, also Kintampo, so that with those 2, we would then be covering the whole of Ghana, right? We have just 2 more to cover the whole of Ghana with delivery of medicines, blood, vaccines by drones. And it is saving lives every day. So, ladies and gentlemen, let me now go back to the 5 realms that I mentioned earlier in my introduction. Making sense of the data deluge. Being a small and externally oriented economy, Ghana has been particularly sensitive and responsive to the effects of globalization. We have been active participants in the international community and must continue to do so, as our future depends on our active engagement with the globalized world, which encourages the free flow of trade, capital, and knowledge. Our universities must provide a platform for students to prepare for the future by exposing students to a multicultural learning and social environment so that they will be willing and able and competitive enough to work effectively in Africa, Europe, America, Asia, or elsewhere. Unlike budget, capacity, and time, one thing Ghanaian businesses are not short of is data. Traditionally, big data has been assumed to belong to the realm of big business. But things are changing. There is growing awareness of data management solutions for smaller operations, but further education and convincing are required. Now, the ever-changing cybersecurity landscape. Ladies and gentlemen, the digitization era is witnessing the growing threats of cyber attacks on different businesses and institutions. News of Australian small and medium-scale businesses and firms of different sizes and capacities in the US and other developed countries, as well as state institutions like what happened in the UK Army, are being targeted with ransomware cyber threats, have emerged as a source of growing concern. While security has long been a fundamental consideration, until recently there has been a widespread lack of understanding as to the extent of cyber threats to organizations other than large corporates. Awareness of potential security breaches and their ramifications is something businesses and state institutions are now seeking. The rise of ransomware attacks on different businesses and institutions has brought home the point that cybersecurity is a serious concern for organizations of every size. Marketing in a noisy world. Online presence is a requirement, but it would seem the bigger the marketing budget, the better known the brand. Yet marketing is a must for ongoing growth and market share for any enterprise. The digital age has meant that businesses rely less on traditional marketing methods, which in many ways has made messaging the masses more accessible. From social media to time-saving artificial intelligence, list building, there are many exciting marketing options for businesses in all sectors of the Ghanaian economy. Maximizing budget is everything, and there is a great deal of focus and concern in the entrepreneurial community about employing people who understand how to maximize reach and produce the campaigns and the content to do so. Marketing in the noisy world is both easier and more complex. The question is, how do you know you're doing everything possible to attract new customers and get your brand in front of the people looking for a small business like yours? The automation advantage. While many institutions can sense the opportunities that the digitalization agenda offers, the abundance of opportunities also makes it difficult for institutions to make appropriate choices on how far and where they should go. In this context, I would like to suggest a guiding principle that should apply to all institutions. Whatever initiatives that an institution is pursuing, they have to be done with the prime objective to enhance the quality of life of Ghanaians. Many business ventures are exploring and embracing automation to streamline business processes and increase efficiencies. There are many options available to automate basic, repetitive, rules-based tasks, allowing them to reduce human error and free up employee time to work on more creative, growth-building tasks. With more and more low-cost automation solutions available, there is an enthusiasm to learn more and discover real-world examples of how they can automate areas such as marketing, sales, operations, and finance. It is clear that there are some tasks that can and should be automated to create more efficiency and free up employees to make better use of their time. And there's always that worry that if we don't, our competitors will. Being overwhelmed by tech load. Ladies and gentlemen, the pandemic has accelerated the digital transformation of most industries, and those that have embraced it have some experience with the benefits of cloud services, connectivity, and mobility, and automation. Understanding that these categories of technology are available is one thing, but navigating them is another. Right now, industry leaders are inundated with information and overwhelmed with technology options. The overabundance of choice adds to the pressure of knowing where to begin to find a solution that will work seamlessly with existing systems and satisfy future goals. There is a fear of the known unknown. Selecting the right solution is more important than selecting the right vendor. Vendors tend to push technology, not solutions. Small businesses don't care much about technology. It's more about business outcomes. Tech vendors value the complexity of a solution and therefore the cost of investing. There is a need to first establish trust that solutions work before understanding the technology. At the heart of these 5 realms is the role of information technology education to determine a solution's likelihood of meeting the following criteria. Establish the problem to determine the solution, with emphasis needs to be on solving business challenges rather than the technology itself. Ease of integration within business, understand the potential return on investment for the business with defined and quantitative outcomes. And these are critical criteria. Ladies and gentlemen, before I conclude, I would like to use this opportunity, because this is the first time I'm speaking publicly in a little while. I would like to use this opportunity to make some comments on an issue on the minds of many Ghanaians, which is the decision by government to opt for an IMF program to stabilize the economy in the midst of global crisis, the COVID-19 pandemic, the Russia-Ukraine war, a global crisis that has visited untold hardships on Ghanaians, with rising prices of virtually everything, from fuel to bread to tomatoes, building materials, and so on. In the midst of this global crisis, Ghana's fiscal and debt sustainability has worsened. Some commentators and analysts have argued that the COVID-19 expenditures by government alone could not be the reason for the large increase in the fiscal deficit and the debt stock. In fact, they are right. The COVID-19 expenditures alone were not the reason for the large increase in Ghana's debt stock by the end of 2021. In fact, as I stated in my April 7th lecture this year, in addition to COVID-19, there are two major items of expenditure that are critical in understanding the evolution of the fiscal deficit and the debt stock. And these two items are the banking sector cleanup and the energy sector excess capacity payments. The excess capacity payments of 17 billion Ghana cedis relate to a legacy of take-or-pay contracts that saddled our economy with annual excess capacity charges of close to $1 billion a year. These were basically contracts to supply energy to Ghana way in excess of our requirements at the time. But we were obligated to pay for the power whether we used it or not. The excess capacity payments of this 17 billion includes a 7 billion cedi payment for gas resulting from the signing of an offtake agreement for a fixed quantity of gas with ENI Sankofa on a take-or-pay basis, which was way in excess of what was needed at the time. Not keeping up with the excess capacity payments would have meant throwing the country back into a new bout of doomsor or power outages. We were also confronted with a banking crisis as a result of the mismanagement of the banking sector. Ghana's banking system was on the verge of collapse, and not dealing with it decisively would have meant a disaster for the economy, with millions of people losing their savings. So we had direct COVID-19 expenditures amounting to 12 billion Ghana cedis. We had the banking sector cleanup costs amounting to 25 billion Ghana cedis, and the excess capacity payments amounting to 17 billion Ghana cedis. And the data shows that the three items, when you take COVID, banking sector cleanup, and the excess capacity payments, cumulatively amounted to 54 billion Ghana cedis. And that is the equivalent of $7 billion. Three items, $7 billion that of expenditure which had to be taken. You couldn't say you wouldn't spend to rescue the banking sector because you are in trouble. the economy will collapse. You couldn't say you won't pay excess capacity payments because you will have power outages. You couldn't say you wouldn't spend on the COVID because we had a job to save lives. So the Ministry of Finance estimates, and this money, this $54 billion, was borrowed money. The Ministry of Finance estimates that the interest payment on just this 54 billion Ghana cedis that was borrowed for these three items is 8.5 billion Ghana cedis annually. And this represents 23% of our annual interest payments of about 37 billion Ghana cedis. So to put the expenditure on these three items in perspective, it is important to juxtapose it against the total expenditure releases on some of the government's key flagship projects, including the free SHS, the One District, One Factory, Planting for Food and Jobs, Development Authorities, the Ghana Card, Zongo Development Fund, NAPCO, Teacher Training Allowance, Nursing Training Allowance. The data shows that the expenditure on these flagship policies that I've mentioned, the total expenditure by government on these flagship policies over a 5-year period amounted to 15.6 billion Ghana cedis. 5 years of free SHS, NAPCO, and all of that, 15.6 billion Ghana cedis. And this is compared with the 54 billion Ghana cedis expenditure on the three exceptional items. So the expenditure on the three exceptional items is more than 3 times the expenditure on the flagship programs over 5 years. In fact, the annual interest cost of the borrowing, the 54 billion for the three exceptional items would pay for double the annual cost of all the three flagship programs I've referred to. So it should be noted, ladies and gentlemen, that without the 54 billion debt for the three exceptional items, the COVID-19, the financial sector cleanup, and the energy sector excess capacity payments, Ghana's debt to GDP would be within the sustainability thresholds of some 68% instead of the 76.6% at the end of 2021. Ladies and gentlemen, following the Russia-Ukraine war, energy and food prices skyrocketed globally. For many advanced economies, inflation reached 30 and 40-year highs. Inflation in Ghana has increased to 29.8% in June 2022. Global supply chains were disrupted and shipping costs increased by over 1,000%. Economic growth slowed down. Higher revenue projections in the 2022 budget, based on tax exemptions, property rates, and the e-levy, did not materialize. The debt sustainability analysis continued to place Ghana at a high risk of debt distress. There was a credit ratings downgrade by the International Credit Ratings Agencies. In fact, ladies and gentlemen, before COVID-19, Ghana was borrowing some $3 billion annually from the international capital market. But following COVID-19, the international capital markets have been largely inaccessible by emerging market countries like Ghana. Furthermore, as a result of increases in interest rates in the developed economies and increased perceived risk of emerging market economies, investors have pulled $50 billion from emerging market bond funds just in this year, in 2022. 50 billion have been pulled. Non-resident holders of bonds in Ghana were not also rolling over maturities. In a decline in foreign exchange reserves also resulted. With the challenges in accessing the international capital market, balance of payment support was needed to bridge this financing gap, stabilize the economy, and create the space to implement structural reforms and restore debt sustainability. And this is really the reason why Ghana had to go to the IMF. I should again note that Ghana has been hit with a quadruple whammy. A quadruple whammy. The energy sector excess capacity payments, banking sector cleanup, COVID-19, and the Russia-Ukraine war. We have been hit by this quadruple whammy. And I say again that if you take out the fiscal impact of this quadruple whammy, Ghana will not be going to the IMF for support because our fiscal and debt and balance of payments outlook would be sustainable. Of the four factors, COVID-19 and the Russia-Ukraine war were external, and the other two, the banking sector cleanup and the excess capacity payments, were the result of policies of the previous government. Today, all over the world, fuel prices are rising in virtually every country. Food prices are rising, inflation is high, it's at a high for many years, currencies are falling in value, fiscal deficits are rising, debt levels are increasing. This is happening globally, and this tells us that what we are dealing with is a global phenomenon. Let me give you an analogy to make my point. If you ask a carpenter to roof your house, and he roofs this house, and suddenly the roof collapses, without any rainfall or wind, suddenly you have a collapsing of the roof. Will you not blame the carpenter who did the roofing? Will you not blame the carpenter? But if the carpenter roofs your house and the roof collapses because there's a tornado and a storm which has blown away roofs and windows and walls of many houses, will you blame the carpenter? Will you blame the carpenter? So, let us understand the context. Let us understand the context. In one situation, you will definitely blame the carpenter. In another situation, you will blame the tornado. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are interested in the way forward. Whatever is the cause, we are dealing with an economic crisis. Unfortunately, judging from where we are today, there is no end in sight for the Russia-Ukraine war. While we hope for a quick end to the war, we must understand that things could get worse before they get better. We have to steel ourselves for that because we just don't know when this war is going to end. The major lesson of the last 2 years is that we have to be more self-reliant. It is important that we take decisions that will inure to the benefit of the country, regardless of whether we are going to the IMF for a program or not. Regardless, we have to take the decisions that will help Ghana. The immediate task is to restore fiscal and debt sustainability, and these will be through revenue and expenditure measures and structural reforms. There's no way of going about that. We should also try and curtail non-concessional borrowing. That has to be curtailed. Indeed, the reliance on international capital markets to fill the financing gap of about $3 billion annually exposed the vulnerability of the economy once the capital markets shut down to emerging markets. This has heightened the need for Ghana to build foreign exchange reserve buffers to cater for unanticipated shocks like COVID-19 and the Russia-Ukraine war. Ladies and gentlemen, notwithstanding that Ghana is one of the largest producers of gold in the world, and we have been so for almost 100 years, notwithstanding that, at the end, Ghana's reserves of gold at the central bank, we this largest producer of gold. Notwithstanding that, Ghana's reserves of gold at the central bank at the end of 2021 was only 8.7 kilograms. That is our quantum of gold reserve. And it is against this background that the Bank of Ghana started a gold purchase program from gold producers to build up its foreign exchange reserves. To enhance this gold purchase program, government is implementing a new policy, which is already backed by law. And under this new policy, the Bank of Ghana, the central bank, will have the first right of refusal for all gold mined in Ghana. We will have the first right of refusal. The law says if you mine gold, we can buy it off you. And so the central bank will have the first right of refusal, and the central bank will purchase the gold at world market prices, and the mining companies will export the portion that is not purchased by the central bank. This is a very, very important policy. Ultimately, once we accumulate enough gold, our future borrowing and our currency can be backed by gold. This will stabilize the city in the long term. We must also deepen our industrialization through value addition to gold. Even though Ghana has 2 gold refineries, none has the London Bullion Market Association certification, and this limits our full participation in the gold value chain. We will urgently work towards LBMA certification for our refineries in the next few years. Value addition to minerals such as lithium and bauxite will similarly be pursued, in addition to our 1D, 1F program and the implementation, a continued implementation of the automotive sector policy. We are building, and we have to build an industrial economy. We are also poised for major reform in the energy sector. The energy sector has proven to be an Achilles heel of the economy, and the reforms will make the sector more market-based. The investment in technical and vocational education has been massive, and we will continue to focus on technical and vocational education training to provide the skills needed for industry. Domestic revenue mobilization is key to self-reliance. We have put in place the architecture and infrastructure to expand the tax base and collect more taxes. A new unified common platform for the collection of property taxes is going to be soon outdoored. We are rationalizing tax exemptions through the tax exemptions bill. We're easing of the filing of taxes and payment for taxes through the new GRA application. The new architecture for domestic revenue mobilization should be fully operational by the end of the year. The circumstances call for an increased focus on agricultural production in the face of predicted global food shortages. And digitalization, as we have just noted, is key to our participation in the 4th Industrial Revolution, and we must therefore deepen the digitalization of the economy. It is important to note, ladies and gentlemen, that the focus of economic management by successive governments since independence in Ghana has been on crisis management as a result of factors such as the collapse in commodity prices, increase in oil prices, debt unsustainability, political instability, and so on. So governments since independence have tended to focus on crisis management. Governments have by and large not focused on building systems and institutions that underpin economic activities in a modern economy. The systems that will reduce bribery and corruption, the systems that will make the delivery of public services efficient, the systems that will enhance domestic revenue mobilization, and the systems that will reduce the cost of doing business and make it easier for Ghanaians. I should note that Ghana has gone to the IMF for a program 17 times since independence. And after each IMF program, the underlying system and structure of the economy has remained the same. After each of the 17 IMF programs, Ghana did not have a national ID card, no functioning national digital property address system, only 30% of the adult population had a bank account, inefficiency, bureaucracy, and bribery at the ports, and delivery of government services, no digitization at the passport office, DVLA, births and deaths, no motor insurance database, no credit scoring for credit reference agencies, less than 4% of the population had a tax identification number, and there was no integration of databases of the GRA, SNIT, Controller and Accountant General, NHIS, Ghana Health Service, Passport Office, DVLA, police, immigration, bank accounts, and SIP cards with a unique identifier. There was no such integration. There were no drones to deliver medical supplies, no universal QR code, no national scale e-pharmacy, no unified common platform for property taxation, no gold purchase program by the Bank of Ghana with a first right of refusal by the central bank for all gold mined in Ghana, no focus on TVET education, no industrial policy like 1D, 1F, no overarching agricultural policy like planting for food and jobs, and no free senior high school education. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are talking now about a different Ghana, a Ghana that is being rapidly transformed. The underlying systems are being dramatically changed through digitalization and other policies that will transform the structure of the economy. With enhanced fiscal discipline and structural reforms to restore debt sustainability and growth, we should emerge stronger than we have with the previous 17 IMF programs. But it will take hard work and difficult decisions. Ladies and gentlemen, with great pride and personal pleasure, it is good that we are all part of this launch of the 3 new programs by the Accra Business School in collaboration with the Southeast Technical University. It's a day when the neglect of many decades comes to an eventual end. It's a beginning to lay foundations of strengthened institutions to take up the challenges of time with an able and apt workforce. It's a day when a new beginning is being made by forging a common alliance between the government and academic leaderships to protect, preserve, and promote, above all, democracy via digitalization. And to turn this dream into a formidable reality, I launched the academic programs of the BSc IT Management, BSc Cybercrime and IT Security, MSc IT Management. It is a great day, and I know that this is a great school. It's a first-class school, and I'm saying to people who are thinking about careers in IT, these are the sort of courses you want to take if you want to be part of the digital. Thank you very much. God bless you. God bless our homeland.
So that is the chairman of the economic management team. Boy, what a delivery on the IMF decision. So let's put it very simply. There are 4 reasons, according to Dr. Bawumia, that got us to go to the IMF. The first 2 reasons are external. The second 2 is because of NDC. Gentlemen, discuss.
Well, I'm sure that Ghanaians will be the better judges. But let me just say this. I mean, we've been asking the simple question. And for once, I thought that Dr. Bawumia was going to get away from the usual NDC is the cause of our problem. He tried. Reading the statement, I realized that, he tried to get away from it. But unfortunately, he fell in it and went back to this same thing. Look, what we are faced with, you say the NDC created all of these problems. You borrowed 54 billion, you say, for a banking sector cleanup and excess capacity and COVID-19. 54 billion minus 391 billion would give you 347 billion. Okay? When it gets there, you ask yourself that simple question. Look, 337 billion. You ask yourself that simple question. Out of the 337 billion, has that not played any role in where we find ourselves today? Could we have implemented the financial sector cleanup in a better way so we don't have to spend 25 billion? The last time I saw a question in Parliament and an answer when it comes to how much we have spent on the take-or-pay contracts, some $900 million. Evans, this is my simple conclusion. What we face today is not because somebody did not manage the economy properly. What we face today...
No, he says somebody did,
but
not
his government. I'm coming.
Yeah.
So I'm making the point in relation to Dr. Bawumia.
Okay, yeah.
I'm not saying, what we are faced with today is not because the NDC mismanaged the economy. Mm-hmm. What we are faced today is because the NPP mismanaged the economy. Mm-hmm. And why do I say that? I'll say that briefly. Because from 2015 to 2019, we're under an IMF program. You took over in 2017, the very program that gave you all the good things you talked about, and trumpeted and said it was a symptom of your good management of the economy. Mm-hmm. Then you turn around and say, oh, when a carpenter, I am guided by one thing. Hate John Mahama all you like. But when it mattered most, he did not blame anybody for the doomsday. He said, yes, this is as a result of years, but as a leader, I will fix it. Dr. Bawumia, does well a little bit when he talks about the things we're doing. But again, we're expecting a departure from...
No, but here's the thing. If you misdiagnose the problem, your solutions are often, most often
so let me just chip this in.
Will not
he talks about all the things we're going to do. Please. Did the MPP not say they were going to move this country from taxation to production?
No. So that's the point. Everything he said they are doing now to fix it
were things they said they were going to do.
Yeah. They said even before they came
into office. And there were things they said they were doing.
Yeah.
And it was the reason the country was developing.
After almost 6 years.
You are saying the
same thing.
And I ask myself the simple question.
And here what they say. If you keep doing the same things and expect different results, you've been doing these things, and has landed you in this current economic crisis. He's saying we are going to do the same things going forward.
Look, when Dr. Bawumia in opposition was against borrowing to spend on consumption, right? Did we borrow to spend on consumption? Did we?
But he says it's COVID.
Oh, hold on. Did we borrow to spend on consumption?
Yeah, we did. But he says it's COVID.
Was it only COVID that we borrowed to spend on? Is that only consumption we spent on? So can we then go ahead and say that of all the money that the NPP borrowed, they spent on capital expenditure?
Like which capital expenditure?
Exactly. That's the question I'm asking.
Specific projects.
Where are the projects?
Self-financing projects?
Where are the projects that the NPP can beat his chest and say, this is what we have done?
But he points to the projects.
Where are they?
He says the projects are in excess capacity. Mm-hmm. They're in banking sector.
So it is the NPP.
No, but that's what he said.
54. Okay, no, 50.
He said the billions. Hold on.
Yes. 50, okay, hold on.
That's where the money has gone.
Hold on. Let me do this, statistical analysis. You said that.
And free.
Hold on. You said free
flagship program. Sorry, it's a flagship program.
Hold on.
That's 12 billion.
Evans, I want to come to the flagship program. Yes. But let me just do this calculation. 54 billion. Yeah. Plus 24 billion. Because he talks about, we spent, so the financial sector cleanup started in 2018. So let me just start from there and say, for the next 3 years, let me be charitable and say, so 8.5 plus 8.5 is 17, plus 8.5. So it takes you to 25.5. Add it, 25.5. So that's 80 billion. Fantastic. Minus 391 billion. Okay? Now, let's get to our debt. 1 minute, let's get to our debt. So that takes you to...
We have to go back to the ground and get a reaction quickly.
Okay, so 310 billion. Subtract 122 billion from it. That gives you 190 billion. From independence to, at the time NDC left office, 122 billion. You say you did not cost the other one. So let me take it out of it. 190 billion. What did you do with it?
Okay, I want to take you back to the venue and let's get some reactions live from there. Maxwell Agbagba, I believe, is standing by with the chairman of the Foreign Affairs Committee in Parliament, Samuel Okudzeto-Ablakwa. Maxwell. If you can hear me, I understand that you have Samuel Okudzeto-Ablakwa there with you. I'm curious, he possibly given us the first NDC reaction to the pronouncement by Dr. Bawumia tonight that the government went to the IMF, one, because of NDC's government policies, and two, because of external factors. Maxwell? Okay, we'll get Maxwell to join us pretty shortly and get a reaction of Samuel Okudzeto-Ablakwa. Wrap it up, let me hear from Raymond.
For me, it's the same song. The same song. We have done nothing. But for NDC, the Ghanaian economy would have been better. 6 years after assuming office.
But for NDC, they would have gone to the IMF.
6 years after assuming office, you're still blaming the opposition. If this is not failure, what else is it?
Raymond.
Quite frankly, at some point, we have to depart from this kind of politics, right? We have to be a little bit more forward-looking. We have to cover some basic grounds. And I was expecting that, if not for nothing at all, he will leave it at, well, we've had some external shocks, and even if we are going to admit to what we have done on our own, we've had some external shocks and we try to weather it and all of that. We issued bonds to try and deal with the financial sector cleanup. People today, some of them have not even been paid. There are people whose monies are still locked up in this same financial sector cleanup. If you move it along the lines that we are talking about, it's almost insulting when you create the impression that every good thing that happened between 2016 and 2019 was your doing. Good GDP, wonderful inflation, wonderful improvements in our fiscal balance and everything, even though 7.5% all those things were happening. You admit all of them were your wonderful work. But when it comes to how much you spend to clean up a banking sector, the way others told you not to do it, but you chose as a modus, the amount we are talking about involved here, people said, no, don't go that route. Government said this is the best way to do it. But you chose it. You made decisions on your own. You're not compared by the previous government to do so. But when you come down 5 or 6 years later, and you come and blame the government that left, the government you said was incompetent, all of their wrongs you have righted, including having to change the situation that you got better macroeconomic figures, macroeconomic indicators from GDP straight down to inflation. If you today still say that, but when it comes to the wrongs that have happened after that, they are to blame for it. At some point, there's a lot of dishonesty in our politics that ought to be taken out. It doesn't make sense when you are doing these things, especially at the time.
And you're not suggesting Dr. Bawumia is being dishonest?
No, I'm saying that it's because I told you that this is the kind of speech he was going to make. Because that's how we have actually built our politicians to behave. We have not.
To be fair, Winston was expecting something different.
And I was.
We have not.
I'm disappointed anyway.
We have not imbibed in them the honesty that's required for people to look in the face of their own and say, listen, let's not do blame game now. Let's look into the future together, because I need you to rally behind us and we'll fix this problem together. That is what leadership does. Leadership does not start off by telling you that, well, half of the problems, either God gave us that problem, COVID and the others, we didn't create it. The other half, my ex did it. So the previous administration actually brought in those ones. When you start doing things, you are dividing the front of the nation going into even this engagement. The people we've been trying to get them to agree with you on these plans, be it in parliament over 1 billion, be it in whichever space, they'll start antagonizing you. who wins at the end of the day?
But here's the thing, Raymond.
It's completely unacceptable.
But he brought facts to the table. Facts are sacred. Just a second.
Let's be fair.
Just a second.
Every government takes over from another government to what they have done.
Yeah,
so the NDC also comes to this that, when we go into government,
just a question.
No, talking about facts.
But he brought facts to the table.
So, I mean,
he talks about the excess capacity that they're paying. He mentioned how much it's cost us. It talks about which other one did he blame the NDC for? Excess capacity and the other one.
The banking sector cleanup.
The banking sector cleanup, which he says is because of their mismanagement. He brought that number to the table. Then he goes back to the Ukraine and COVID, and it talks about how much we have to spend because of that. Those but those are hard numbers that he says amounts to 54 billion.
Yes.
That equivalent of $7 billion.
And I'm telling you that the choice those are hard the banking sector cleanup with 25 billion was your own choice. Nobody asked you to use 25 billion.
But his point today is that we could not have avoided dealing with that problem.
Evans.
Yes, but if you decide today that your kids...
That it was inevitable.
Yes,
because they inherited the problem.
The problem is that
had to be
your
addressed.
kids will require a car to go to school.
Yeah.
You chose a Mercedes-Benz. You decided that you had option of a Kia Picanto or any of the other ones on the table. You chose a Mercedes-Benz, a more expensive, maybe less even effective process to go through that. Then you come today and say that you created the problem of having kids without a car to go to school in the first place. Are you being honest?
Yeah.
Evans, we had a choice on how to go about the financial sector cleanup. Let me be very honest with you. The moment today, if I close any financial institution, a lot of people would mass up at other financial institutions requesting the...
They'll be run on the banks.
Once that happens, if the Bank of Ghana cannot give them a liquidity of last resort, a lender of last resort, can give them money, that financial institution will begin running into problems. Okay? So that one, the way we went about the financial sector cleanup, is, we don't have time for us to go on it again and point to the fact that we could have done that differently. Talk about statistics. I have told you, and don't ask me the next question. I have told you that there are lies, damn lies, and statistics. I can go and create a chart and tell you that minus VAR, this would have been the winner of the English Premier League. Is that not possible?
Yes.
Is that not possible?
Yeah.
I can pick and choose what will suit me. Do an analysis and show.
And as VAR, United would have probably...
I can pick and choose to tell you a story. That's the essence of statistics. It's a pick and choose thing. I can always do that. So my point is, you pick and choose. And as you pick and choose, I am also drawing your attention to what you left out, okay? I am drawing attention to what you left out because you told us that per the amount of money the NDC have borrowed, you would have constructed thousands of roads while you were in opposition. You're faced with that same situation today. What has changed?
Governments make decisions. In all fairness, government makes situations. Ghana is a continuum. You make decisions as you go. You decide to borrow. You decide to borrow excessively for whichever programs you have put in place. Yeah. You cannot come back and tell us that you spent so much on free SHS and other government programs, including one village, one dam.
No,
where are the dams?
No, he actually said,
where are the
his
dams?
argument today is actually that on the flagship programs, they spend far, far less in comparison.
But it's 15 billion, he says.
15 billion, it's part of the amount of money you are dealing with
which
now.
includes nursing and teacher trainee allowance.
Yeah.
Yes.
The man who is
all of those decisions you made on your...
The man who is picketing, he can't get a job.
Yeah.
You paid him an allowance.
Yeah.
While he was in school, only for him to leave school, and you can't give him a job.
So we need to wrap up, and I think it's appropriate to end with the Bawumia speech. Considering the fact that it says 50% of the reason why they went to the IMF is due to external factors.
Yes.
It was him who said that the external factors that John Mahama was dealing with, how come they jumped
all the other countries?
They jumped Cote d'Ivoire, they jumped Togo, they jumped Burkina Faso, they jumped Nigeria, and landed in Ghana alone.
Exactly.
Yeah. That's a question he needs to answer.
What we are faced with today, how come it jumped Cote d'Ivoire?
Yeah.
How come it jumped Nigeria?
Yeah.
How come it jumped all the countries and came straight to Ghana? Yeah. If this is not economic mismanagement, what else would it be?
So, listen, there's going to be a lot more to analyze, the bones to pick from Dr. Bawumia's speech. But the major takeaway tonight, Bawumia outlines 4 major reasons why the government, his government, went to the IMF. He blames the NDC for that decision and blames external factors. Out of the 4, 2 are external. The next 2 are NDC created. That's what we take away mainly from his speech. There's a lot more to talk about, including what he says the government is doing to reverse the problem. But he paints a picture of Ghana, he says, is a Ghana today that will exit the IMF much stronger than we've ever done in the last 17 programs we've been to the IMF. There's a lot to really pick on this, and we'll do so in the subsequent bulletins, Top Story, Newsnight, and here on Prime. And right now, indeed, Johnson Nketia is in the studio right after us with Blaise Soga on the pulse. Stay with us.
The General Secretary of the National Democratic Congress, Johnson Nketia. It's good to see you, sir, join us in studio. First of all, you've heard the Vice President moments ago talk about reasons why government is making that U-turn. It's a U-turn because the NPP government, when you were running the program, did not believe that was the solution to our economic woes. Now the Vice President says there are 2 major issues from the external point, which is COVID-19 and the Russian-Ukraine war, a reason for which we have to turn to the IMF. Then he adds another electorate blaming the NDC administration, erstwhile John Mahama administration, for the mismanagement of the banking sector, and then points to the payment of excess capacity. Do you agree with the Vice President when he says, well, it's partly your fault as well?
Well, thank you very much, my brother, and good evening to listeners. So unfortunately, we have come to a point where unless I don't have anything doing, in which case I want to engage in some entertainment, that's the only time I listen to Dr. Baumia. You see, so this afternoon I didn't listen to him at all because unfortunately he has become stale. And he doesn't seem to recognize that he has become stale. It may be out of disrespect for Ghanaians that he still insists on saying what he has been saying. But let me ask you, and through you to him, a few questions.
But I don't speak for the Vice President, you agree?
So he spoke about payment of excess capacity, banking cleanup, and all that, being responsible for the huge debt overhang. I just want to ask a simple question. Since when did he become aware of these figures? Was it after 2020 or before the 2018 where he was touting himself of having, built a better economy? I believe that John Mahama didn't come back in 2020 or 2019 to do anything. You understand? So if after 6 years in office, you are still blaming predecessors, it means that you have no clue as to why you went into the elections to become a leader in the first place.
Were you expecting an apology from the Vice President to start off with?
Well, the president doesn't want to even admit where he's wrong. So you can't even proceed to be talking about apologies. You just leave him like a donkey who is crying that grass is blue. You don't argue with him. Just leave him. If everybody knows that grass is green, and you meet a donkey who is arguing vehemently that grass is blue, if you like, let us go to the Lion King to determine whether grass is blue or not blue. You don't argue with that person, because every Ghanaian knows that, he has lost credibility. And if we were in a well-functioning democracy, people like that should be leaving their offices.
You feel the vice president should be resigning by now?
Because the things he has said, politics or democracy is about trust in our leadership. So if you are running a system where you cannot even trust your leaders, they say this today, tomorrow they say a different thing, then how are we expected to trust in the solutions that they are prescribing?
The feeling of some is
because
it's usual
you need
of
to
politicians.
accept the diagnosis, the causes of a disease before you take the medication. But if the person is talking about causes which are not actually the causes, it means that he will be prescribing a wrong medication for you. So that is why we have been saying that, look, the very set of economic managers who brought us into this mess cannot be relied upon to take us out of the mess. So before any IMF program or whatever can be swallowed by Ghanaians with all its hardship, Ghanaians must know that we have a new set of people whose word they can trust.
And you go to the extent of asking the vice president to resign. Some say this is usual of any other politician. You promise, and you fail. This is just one of such
when
cases.
you say something is black and it turns out to be white too many times, you have lost credibility, and you help yourself by resigning from the economic management team. He shouldn't be there at all. You understand? So because we are in a certain mess, and we are being told that we are bringing the IMF to help us to implement certain austerity measures that will take us out of the mess. This austerity will involve hardship and others. So you need leaders who will be able to convince the population that, look, these are the right set of measures that will take us out of where we are. And those leaders must be trustworthy. The people must have trust in them. So if you are dealing with leaders in whom the people have lost trust, the people will not accept it. And that is why you are seeing the turbulence you are seeing in the economy now, the labor front and the other thing, because the simple fact is that they can no longer trust in the word of government.
It's surprising that you're fixated on the vice president, particularly when we've
heard managers
of the economy. But we've had, for instance, from former
vice president.
Yes,
there's a vice president. There's this thing.
I was just coming to that because we've heard from, for instance, former President John Dramani Mahama. He says President AKUFFO must consider a reshuffle, for instance, as part of the solution to the problem. Yes. So beyond the resignation, do you have a sense of some of the ministries that perhaps we need to do away with and some of the ministers that we need to change immediately?
You see, I've spoken broadly about the managers of the economy. There are a set of ministers who are on the economic management team, which has delivered this disastrous consequence. So they should not be there. You see, because if you are going to give the same set, and these are people who keep on defending their decisions when they know that their decisions are responsible for bringing us this far. See, leadership is about choices, it's about judgment, and so on. And you are not going to have a situation where there is nothing on the international front, as if there will be a period where the international situation will remain stagnant, nothing changes. You are not going to have it. So if you opt to go to lead a country that is operating within an international situation, you should take those conditions as given, the possibility that there will be disruption here, left and right, and design your policy to provide buffers that will take care of such unforeseen situations. Let me tell you, we are operating in the same international environment like our neighbors, Côte d'Ivoire, Burkina Faso, Nigeria, Togo, and all that. Do you know that as we sit here, petroleum products in Ghana are more expensive than any other country in West Africa? And indeed, I just returned from the, RESHUFFLE and Upper East. Almost all the fuel stations in some of the districts have collapsed. They have converted the fuel stations into bays for drying, rice. And rather, people are smuggling fuel from Burkina Faso to Ghana because of the price differentials. People are now smuggling fuel from Côte d'Ivoire to Ghana. You ask yourself, are these countries not also operating in the same environment? So if you are saying that it is because of that environment that fuel prices are high in Ghana, you are not communicating to
But you do agree.
You are disrespecting the intelligence of Ghanaians.
But you agree that the effects have been telling on a number of economies. You're just returning from that international conference, Socialist International, and I'm sure that you got a sense of what's been happening to other nations across the world. COVID-19 has been a major justification for many governments across the world, including the latest, which is the Russian-Ukrainian war. So is the Vice President not justifying the main claim to all of
Nobody
these
is saying that
external factors?
COVID-19 or Russian-Ukraine war has no impact on the global economy. That's not what we are saying. We are talking about how much impact. How can you say the impact is also different across the globe? Because you have frontline states that rely on Russia or Ukraine for energy and other things. We don't rely on Russia or Ukraine for energy supplies. So you cannot come here to say that if the energy supply to Germany has been cut and there are difficulties in Germany, we who don't rely on Ukraine or Russia for anything, we must also have the same effect in the same measure. It doesn't happen. That's why I'm demonstrating that you compare with your colleagues in the sub-region, because Côte d'Ivoire is here and others. If you are comparing the impact on NATO countries, because NATO is virtually at war with Russia. So a country which is at war, and you are enjoying your peace, and you have very little to do with the countries at war. Is Ghana supplying weapons to Ukraine or Russia? No. Are we contributing anything from our budget to support Ukraine or Russia? The answer is no. America is contributing a lot of weapons and so on. And it costs money. It will impact on their economy. The European countries have been buying gas and other things because of the embargo. There will be supply disruptions in their power sector, and that costs money to replace and all that. So in this particular case, if you want to assess the impact of Russia, Ukraine, you must be, or COVID, you must be comparing with the countries which are in the same situation. That's why I'm referring you to Côte d'Ivoire, Burkina Faso, Liberia, Guinea, Mali, and all those countries. These are countries you can compare with. But don't jump here and be comparing us with Americans. Now, if you are comparing us with Americans and the Europeans, have you taken the trouble to find out the salaries or wage rates in those countries as compared to Ghana? So if workers are now demanding that, well, your yardstick is America, Europe, and the other countries. So give us the salaries for America, Europe, and the other countries. What will be your response? So you see, if I were the vice president, I would be quiet. Because if you have been badly exposed you better save the remaining image by being quiet.
And at least there's hope for us now as a nation. The International Monetary Fund has just concluded the first phase of negotiations with the Republic of Ghana. In fact, we understand they met parliamentarians yesterday.
Yeah.
The fund has issued a statement indicating their readiness to support the country out of this economic crisis. What's the expectation of the NDC as we move into that austerity plan?
The austerity plan will involve certain actions that the implementers should take. You understand? First of all, if you are going to dish out some austerity measures and you expect the population to swallow these measures, you must be seen by the population to be credible. So when you say A, it means A. When you say B, it means B.
You seem to be stressing on that word
credibility. Yeah, it is very,
is it the
very...
case that you doubt the figures and what it...
It's not about just the figures. Just 2 or 3 weeks ago, you have a government and its functionaries shouting that it's only countries that have failed that go to IMF. So they are never going to go to IMF. We will believe you. So if the following day, there is the need to go to, and you, the same person, come saying that now IMF is the best thing that has happened to this country. How do you expect the people to swallow this? Elsewhere, all those people would have resigned. So if they don't resign and they are there, and you expect them to now say things that the population will believe, whatever they will be saying today in the course of implementing the new package, how is the ordinary citizen going to differentiate between what they say today and what they have said in the past, and to accept that what they are saying today is true, but what they have said in the past is false? A person's behavior or conduct, future behavior or future conduct, is judged by his past conduct. So credibility is very, very important. Leadership is about trust between the leaders and the led. When that trust is broken, it is very difficult to repair.
Ahead of the IMF program, the minority in Parliament was asking government not to go ahead with the electronic transactions levy. It was a controversial tax measure that government was banking its hopes on, believing that with the e-levy, we may not have to turn to the IMF. Now the IMF is in the offing. Is it the expectation of the NDC that the e-levy will be scrapped immediately?
No, that is one of the reasons why they should apologize to the nation. Because they went around all over the place, knowing that even the deficit they were seeking to finance, it was in the neighborhood of 40 million. And the tax measure you were proposing, you yourself knew that it could rake in a maximum of 7 million, 8 million. So why at all would you throw dust in the eyes of Ghanaians that when you immediately have that tax, whose maximum return should be 7 million, immediately you have it, all your problems will be solved, including, bridging the gap of 40 million. So that is pure dishonesty. And then when we were arguing that this is not the way to go, there are other better ways to go. You better explore those means. He said, no way. So let's stop it and let's explore other means. Then they started blaming everybody and started promising that with e-levy, you'll be able to pay road contractors when you know that that e-levy money cannot even pay 1/3 of the amount you owe contractors. With e-levy, you'll be able to pay common fund. With e-levy, you'll be... So it's like e-levy became a panacea for everything. You knew you were being economical with the truth. You have now been exposed. So you cannot be relied upon to speak the truth to Ghanaians any longer. So if I were the president, even if I don't resign, and I must find those who implemented my economic policy for blame and scapegoating. Drive them away and bring new set of people in whom the nation would have some confidence. Look at what happened. The situation in 83 was worse than this. And the measures which were implemented by President Rawlings at that time were harsher than whatever we were seeing.
So you agree that...
But because the leader was trusted, the leader was seen to be living in a lifestyle that depicts that we are in hardship. People were prepared to bear hardship.
I was just about to come to that.
1 month ago, you were telling us that when it comes to the comfort and safety of the president, the cost doesn't matter.
And I was just about to come to that.
So why should the cost matter with workers?
Right, I was just about to come to that because over the weekend, the president responded to the labor agitations that we're experiencing. He says, well, I'm having to cut or slash my salary by some 30%. And even in terms of public expenditure, we've done quite a lot in terms of saving the public purse. So the workers would also have to make some sacrifices.
How much have they saved?
That was the justification.
How much have they saved? They just talk about it, and that's the end of the matter. You must be seen to be taking measures that are verifiable. For instance, you have the largest, number
there's been a slashing in public expenditure.
No, there has been an announcement of that slash. That's all. What are we verifying? Even the people have been caught cooking figures. So the thing is that credibility is important for you to carry the population along. As I was giving the example of President Rawlings, he was seen in khaki and mounting top of Land Rovers and buying kelewele and other things, roasted corn by the road.
But you agree the times are different
because he says that this is the situation we are in. So the president must be seen to be, and then urging his ministers to do things for demonstrative effect. You understand? What prevents the president from slashing the number of ministers he has to a manageable number? There have been accusations of corruption against certain ministers, health minister, several of the ministers, and so on. If you want to establish your credibility with the people, you cannot be taking, you cannot leave the corrupt people who have been found to have embezzled money there and say that I'm going to take your money and giving it to the same people. You understand? So you must take harsh measures and so that everybody will see you as serious.
But the experts say that if we need to take harsh measures, obviously we need to cut down on public expenditure. That would affect the demand, for instance, from organized labor, asking for a 20% cost of living allowance.
I'm saying that...
you agree to have a toll on the budget, right?
Organized labor is demanding what they are demanding because it's like animal farm. There are the pigs who are enjoying, and then you have the others, donkeys who are working. If they have any reason to believe that government and its functionaries appreciate the hardship and they are prepared to take the lead in tightening their belts, cutting their expenditure, and these measures are verifiable, then government will get the support of labor because you'll be able to explain to them that there is nothing. But if you say that, oh, there's nothing, you tighten your belt, and we see you enjoying and losing your belt, nobody will listen.
So how do we affect the crisis? How do we deal with it? I'm saying
that when you are talking about cutting,
right?
You know, I used to work as a marketing manager in one of the GIHOC subsidiaries before. And the reason why those government corporations collapse, you know why? When there is a problem, a mismatch of expenditure and revenue, they say, let's reduce costs. Immediately they say reduce costs. The management level, they don't touch anything. They go there to reduce the number of workers on the factory floors, thinking that if they do that, they'll be able to balance But forgetting that when you reduce the number of workers who are actually engaged in production, over which you are parasiting, you cannot make headway. So our overhead cost of running the country is way too high. So that is what we need to slash. It is not now that I started talking about. I've been talking about the overhead cost.
And part of the concerns for the NDC has also been about the other government policies that are draining the budget, for instance, including the free senior high school policy. We're beginning to see how it's biting on the economy, and even some of the school children, as we understand now, are not able to get the necessary food supplies. We understand government is doing something about it. As of today, some deliveries are being done. But the belief of some experts is that this is the opportune time for us to review the free senior high school policy. What's the take of the NDC on that?
It's interesting that I'm hearing review on Joy platform again. This is the second time that we are discussing review. The last time I came here, the review was coming from the mouth of President Mahama, and it was interpreted at Joy here to mean cancellation. Now that it is coming from the mouth of AKUFFO, has it adopted a new meaning? Is it cancellation, or we are still discussing my definition of review? That is the problem. Even when the signs were clear that whatever we were doing wasn't sustainable, and we were calling for a review way back, more than 3-4 years back. Anytime we talked about review, you said that, oh, Mahama and his people are calling for the cancellation of, a free SHS. Let me tell you what. We are a social democratic party. And as you said, I'm vice president of Socialist International. So we understand these interventions better. But we also understand that these social interventions must have an economic base. If the economic base is not there, and you try to implement social interventions which has no economic base, they are unsustainable. What you achieve is that they collapse because of lack of funding, and when they collapse, the hardship they bring to the population is worse than when the thing has not been offered to them at all. We did these social interventions during the Fourth Republic. During the Fourth Republic, education was free, healthcare was free, most everything was free. Now, after the first coup d'etat, which incidentally was led by the grandfathers of the MPP as we have it now, then they took the decision to slash all these things on account of lack of funding to support them. So if we have, practiced something which has crashed, the years between the time those social interventions were scrapped. I was in P2 when school fees was reintroduced after the 1966 school. Right. So the hardship was very great. The hardship brought about by the cancellation of free healthcare. We went through it and various stages in preparing to come and land at health insurance. We went through various stages up to cash and carry and so on before we could come here. So having gone through that experience, we cannot forgive ourselves for leading the country through the same experience which is going to lead us to hardship.
And so what's that one magic one that would solve all of these teething challenges the NDC has with the free senior high school policy?
There is no way of calling rose that it will not smell sweet. Whatever, the simple logic in managing the economy or your personal life is that live within your means. So If you are living within your means, you won't have these difficulties. If you are earning 10 cedis and you insist on spending 20 cedis a month, the first few months you will think that you are okay. When the repayment of the first loan, you may have to finance it with a loan. But when the repayment of the loan catches up with you, you will see that even your 10 cedis would have to go into repayment of loan and you will be left with nothing. That is what we have done to ourselves now. So our advice is that you cannot run the country and then the contest for elections become a contest of who promises free things. There is no free lunch in America. If you believe there must be prioritization, if you believe there are social interventions or social problems that you need to solve, if you cannot solve all of them, you look through and find out which is the most urgent one to solve, which I can finance. Then you begin with that and grow your economy in tandem. When you get to a point where the economy is strong enough to be able to carry another intervention, you bring it on board. But if you just go there and say that, oh, it's just a contest of who offers many things, because of what they had done. There are occasions when we were drawing our manifesto, you see party food soldiers calling you. Can you also promise this? Can free this, free that? Somebody says we should be paying everybody in Ghana. So we created an impression that it is possible for government to offer things free, which will not be paid for by the citizens. And that is why we are where we
believe
are.
we're not living within our means. But in recent times, we've heard from some assigns of government and also some government officials indicate clearly that part of the challenge has been the posture of the NDC and how the NDC is frustrating, quote unquote, government business. The e-levy as a revenue measure, for instance, you've been criticized of sabotaging government, a reason for which the revenues did not accrue over the period. Now, former President John Dramani Mahama has announced that the minority in Parliament would actually fight the syndicated loan. We're getting indications that your members of Parliament are calling for a review. Why are you frustrating government in terms of its revenue measures?
The government has engaged in this borrowing spree, which has led us into a certain situation. And we are preventing the government from deepening the situation. You are saying we are frustrating the government. Then let's allow them to continue.
But they need funds
and accumulate the debts. Look, the e-levy, when we advised them and they never listened, when they got the e-levy, they did bring in whatever they wanted. And if you are lucky to have an opposition which can look through the crystal ball and say that the solution you are looking for is not found in this e-levy, let's look elsewhere. And you still think that that is frustration of your work. Eventually, they use undemocratic means to get what they want. But what is the result now? It's there for all of us to see.
But you agree that government...
How much has come in? How much has come in? What is the work of opposition? Opposition's work is that when government is implementing a policy and you know that that policy will not achieve the outcome that the government is promising, you have to stop it. So it is by checking and balancing what government does that you get the government to pursue policies that will be in the interest of the nation. If anybody is calling that as a frustration of government business, then we should, because when we call ministers to come and account for monies, if that and then if they don't account, we will not approve anything further. If that all that amounts to frustrating government business, why are we worried about embezzlement and corruption? It is our duty to hold government to account. So COVID in Ghana cannot be said to be the cause of these problems, honestly, because it has been demonstrated that the monies that COVID brought in were far, far in excess of government expenditure on COVID. So if you are talking about its impact on our budget, the figures don't bear you out. If you are talking about the disruption of international supply chains and all that and its impact on our economy. Yes, there is some impact, but there are countries in our sub-region who have lived through these supply chain disruptions, and they are doing far, far better than we are doing now. So that cannot be the cause. If you are comparing to countries that are engaged in war, NATO countries are engaged in war with Russia, and they are paying money, spending money, implementing sanctions, and Russia is hitting back and so on. So they are buying weapons that will impact on their budgets. If you are comparing that one to Ghana, which has not supplied anything to Ukraine, Russia is not attacking us, Ukraine is not attacking us, Cote d'Ivoire is living nearby. How come, if it is a Ukraine war, how come that the prices of petroleum products are cheaper now? For the first time since I was born, there has never been any day that Ghana's petroleum products are more expensive than
and yet you feel we're not seeing the impact. So let's talk about priorities for government going into the future. The government has embarked on a number of projects over the years, but one of the very latest one, which is drawing a lot of controversy, has got to do with the decision by President AKUFFO to push through the National Cathedral project. I'm sure that you've been monitoring developments on the funding and the controversy surrounding it. We're just 2 years away from a major elections in 2024.
That is one.
Just hold on for me, sir. We know that obviously, if the elections does not go in the favor of the NPP, that project, for instance, would not be completed. It must be done by another regime. Obviously, it could be the NDC if you win the 2024 elections. What's the long-term vision and position of the NDC regarding such a national monument?
Leadership, I have told you, I want to repeat again, it's about choices and judgment. So people are elected in government to make policy choices. So you have limited resources, and you have to decide how best to apply those limited resources so that it can generate the best outcomes to the taxpayers and the citizens. So if you decide that the situation we are in, your priority is to spend money on building a national cathedral, it is your decision. That's it. If you decide, that's why I'm saying that you have a plethora of ways of spending monies and social interventions and so on. Social interventions are not bad, except that you undertake those your economy can finance and sustain. So if you come to realize that your economy cannot sustain all the social interventions, it is up to you to look at your social interventions and reorganize your priorities. We are not to tell you how to organize your priorities. You have to organize your priorities and see that this one is better than this. This one will bring in more benefits than this. So they have to do that. If at the end of the day, they reorganize their priorities and the top priority is National Cathedral, let them push it. See?
But looking at that project, my question was about the NDC and what plans you have for it.
When we come, we will look at our national priorities. If it finds space as a national priority, we will.
For now, public funds have been committed to that. The fear is that since we've committed some funding to that, let's continue with the project.
Public funds have been.
You're not aware as a political party?
We know that public funds have been misapplied to it because there are ways of committing public funds properly. The National Cathedral has never featured in our budget estimates. It has never been named as a public a state project, it has always been referred to as some private initiative. There are ways of, planning and implementing government projects. If you doubt it, go and look at the books. You'll see how National Theatre was built. You see how International Conference Center was built. And the others, Presidential Palace and all, you see how they were all built. And try and compare whether National Cathedral can fit in as a state project. If it is not a state project, then we all should be worried about how state funds got invested in a non-state project, because there are rules as to how state funds are used to finance projects when you disburse state funds. In fact, the Constitution says that there are only two ways through which you can take money from the consolidated fund. One is under the authority of Parliament. And the authority of Parliament is expressed in several ways. Parliament, it could be a case that Parliament has enacted a law that creates some institution, and Parliament can put in there that that institution must be financed from monies from the consolidated fund.
But as of now...
Or when the collection is done, a certain percentage should go there. Right. Then it means that Parliament's approval for that money was done when the law was being passed. The other way is through a budget and the appropriation bill, where you bring the estimates of whatever projects you want to undertake, whatever expenditure, and so on, for Parliament to look at and then approved and incorporated in the Appropriation Act, which is an act of Parliament. Apart from that, the Constitution has created, the Constitution can say that the charge and expenses of this institution that is being created by the Constitution should be directly on the consolidated fund. We are talking about the expenses of the judiciary and other...
For the sake of time, your argument is all of these things have not been done.
They have not been done, and they have never been any procurement process. We have procurement laws. There is no evidence that either the consultancy services or the brick and mortar contractors or in any of the contracts have been subjected to procurement procedures. So you know the breach of procurement procedures has consequences. If you don't know, go and ask Electoral Commission. So as we sit here, I don't think that legally the National Cathedral can be called a state project.
Really?
Yes, because there's no evidence that it's a state project.
Let's now talk about the NDC and the 2024 elections. It's just 2 years away. You've announced the timetable for your reorganization process. What's the end game of the NDC? Where do you see yourself in 2024? Still in opposition?
No. We are ready to capture power. And that is why every step of the way, we are careful not to make a mistake that will lead to the blowing up of our chances. So where we are now, we are reorganizing our branches. 39,000 of them. It's a huge exercise. And we don't want to rush through it. And that is why when people were, calling on us, what are you doing? MPP is getting to national level. And MPP is a different political organization from NDC. Their structures are different. The number of elections they hold are different from those we hold. We hold more elections than them, and we elect more people than them. So they can do their things. And at times, they don't care about the procedures leading to elections. they care about the outcomes. So they think that the end justifies the means. If Nana Addo wants this person to be national chairman, that is the target. Do everything to make sure.
But that should be their business. I'm talking about the...
That's their business.
Right.
That's what I'm saying. So we are not competing with them. So today, as at yesterday, I announced the beginning of the processes leading to the branch elections. And again, we are organizing the elections in 4 phases. The first phase will cover the 5 northern regions. Then the second phase is in the middle, Bono East, AKUFFO, Western, North, and Western. Then the third phase will cover Central Region, Greater Accra, Oti, and Volta. And then we have left Ashanti and Eastern Region for special treatment.
Which you would focus on later. But in the end, you're hoping to capture powers you're telling me about. But your members of parliament, for instance, the minority leader, Haruna Idrissa, is beginning to raise concerns even about the processes leading to the 2024 elections with regard to the use of the Ghana card for a possible registration onto the voter roll. What's the concern of the NDC, really? Are you scared that the Ghana card lacks credibility?
No. It is the duty of citizens. You see, if citizens declare themselves as spectators and not part of the action, things will go wrong. You cannot have a functioning democracy. So we are being spectators. Our MPs have committed themselves to, no, not spectators. MPs have committed themselves to be citizens and participants in the game. So, and it is public criticisms like that that strengthens the paths of state institutions for them to function well. So wherever you see a state institution that is taking an action that seems to suggest that they are not performing their duty well, it is the responsibility of every citizen, particularly members of parliament, because parliament exists to, one of its functions is to exercise oversight over state institutions and the executive. So if there is the belief that Electoral Commission is doing something that goes against their mandate, then it is up to us.
You've not been to IPAC in a long time. Will you use that platform to channel your grievances on the Ghana card?
IPAC is no longer a platform for channeling of any grievances. And that is why we consider that our presence there amount to a waste of time. You see, IPAC was instituted when we were in government. And it provided a channel for consensus building, which will lead to the establishment of electoral rules and processes that will not be seen as favoring one side. We were in government. We had the majority in parliament. But because MPP at that time were not in parliament, we felt that there must be a contrivance to bring them around. That's why we brought them there. So, but IPAC under this Electoral Commission has been reduced into information sharing platform. It is no longer a consensus building platform. So we have told them that if you have information to share, channel it through this means to us. And from there, they have been giving us drafts of everything that they are doing there. In fact, this law they want to pass, they brought us the draft.
What were you told?
And then, they brought us the draft. And when you take the draft and you compare it with the final product they sent to Parliament, there is no change. Even the comma hasn't changed. So if they are talking about the consensus they built by political parties, so when the political parties went there, what did they discuss?
So will you resist the use of the Ghana card as a party?
Well, you said there is not enough time. Ghana card or citizens' ID card for, identification for whatever purposes is a good thing. But it must be available to everybody. So why we are against it is that it's not the fact that we are going to rely on Ghana card, because eventually that is where all of us are going to go. But when it is work in progress, some have gotten, some have not gotten. And you say that the work in progress is what you are going to use. It means that Electoral Commission is working against its own obligations as imposed on them in the 1992 Constitution, because one of their key obligations is to expand voter registration. So if you are deliberately going to adopt a policy that will rather resist voter registration, then you are working against the Constitution. And again, so we can't fault them for doing that. But the pressure must be on the NIA.
Right.
They are not doing their work well. They have obligation to ensure that every citizen has the national ID card so that it can be used for whatever purpose. So that is where the pressure should be.
And that's the General Secretary of the National Democratic Congress, Johnson Asiedu Nketia. You have just a minute to send your word, solidarity to the NPP as they go for their national elections this weekend.
Well,
30 seconds, briefly.
I wish them well. I would have loved to be there myself.
Oh, you would want to be there? I'll take you there.
Sure.
I'll take you there. Will you go?
But the last time I went, it led to the defeat of Sir John. I don't want to go and see John Boadu off. Let me stay somewhere and let them go and do it. But certainly I'm sending a fitting representative to go and express solidarity. So I wish them well.
I'm grateful. And that's Johnson Asiedu Nketia for you. But it's a wrap also here on The Pulse with me, Blessed Sugandas. More news for you at myjoyonline.com. Please stay on the Joy News channel.
It's 3 hours.
Thank you for staying on the AM show. So earlier you saw some excerpts of that conversation my colleague Emefa Pau had with Information Minister Kojo Oppong Nkrumah. Today, to continue that conversation on Ghana's decision to go to the IMF, I have the former Finance Minister Seth Tekpe here in studio with me, and Professor William Pepra, an Associate Professor of Finance at the School of Business, Andrews University in the USA. The two of them are in the studio with me. Seth Chuma Kwabwa, CEO of Association of Ghana Industries, and Gideon IO, tax partner, Deloitte Ghana, will be joining us via Zoom. Let me start with you, Mr. Tekwe, because you'd have to be leaving us soon. Government has been trying to give a lot of reasons for the decision to go to the IMF now, because earlier we heard from the finance minister who stated emphatically that the IMF was not an option, we were not going there. Government says, look, when the NDC went to the IMF, it was due to mismanagement. Kojo Oppong Nkrumah said the same thing. It's a different scenario, they say. This time, we've been hit by a global crisis. In fact, he even adds that there were some interventions, but in his words, the global crisis or the impact of the crisis was so severe that the interventions they put in place could not save the Ghanaian from the impact on the global crisis. So, clearly, two different scenarios. Do you agree, at least?
No, not entirely. We left buffers for them. I think my good friend Kojo is not telling Ghanaians that
he says COVID depleted the buffers. They had to support Ghanaians.
Let me just, I'll come to that. But he's not telling Ghanaians that we paid down the first sovereign bond, which was to mature in 2017, 336 million US dollars, using our own oil revenue we put in the sinking fund. We left 250 million, and they used 200 million on October 4th, the 10th anniversary, 2017, of the bond. It was a 10-year bond, to pay it off. They should give some credit. He's not telling Ghanaians that the initial amount that was taken from the stabilization fund, 250 million, remember it went to, was money that we left, which they could have increased with 3 oil fields. With 3 oil fields. And the way you win yourself of the IMF, if they had increased it with 3 oil fields to about 750, that's 250 is 1/4 of the money we took from the fund, COVID. 750 would have been 3/4, and that's how you get yourself. Right, so why didn't they, improve on all of these things? As we speak,
They've taken almost 400 million from the stabilization fund. Let's come to COVID. IMF gave us COVID loan, $1 billion US. SDR, $1 billion US. World Bank, almost $600 million. African Development Bank, I could go on and on, almost $6 billion. Bank of Ghana, 1.7 billion Ghana cedis. Sorry, US dollars. That's the equivalent of the 10 billion that was given. First time ever in about 40 years that we did that much deficit financing. Are they saying that $6 billion US? Is that more efficient management? When we did the ECF against the background of global economic crisis, which, by the way, started from 2008, but then we came into office in 2009. And are they saying, for heaven's sake, that, the breach of the pipeline in Nigeria is domestic? Is Nigeria region in Ghana? And even if it's domestic, was it not severe enough for 2.5 years? I think we should be focusing on what has to be done now. The IMF did a correction, and I have a graph. We don't have time to show it. I could come back and... The IMF did a correction in 2019 in Article 4. They revised all the, because of the bailout, and other things which were being, And they revised the deficit to 7.2, to 7.2, to 7, to 7.2 as we speak. The IMF is saying in 20, and I'm reading from the Article 4. IMF document, which I agree with, it's just been released, 2021 Article 4. IMF is saying that the deficit we left in 2021 was 15%. IMF is saying that, let me read this, the government headline measures excludes liabilities that pertain to the central government, including ESLA debt, for which we have ESLA revenue. And yet, you use the revenue, you collateralize it, and then you leave out the debt. It's also saying that it leaves out educating, get fund, stroke, DACHI, that's the collateralization, and extra budgetary funds such as Sino-Hydro. These are all not part of, I'm talking about 2021, this is the 2021 Article 4. These are the issues which they are going to be discussing with the fund. This is an IMF, this is something which they have. Let me just finish. Staff's definition of public debt, coverage, government, that would also include the liabilities of non-financially autonomous state-owned enterprises, such as Cocoa Board. Have you not been that nine? Cocoa Board is in such a difficulty, that is, for the first time, Cocoa Board debt has never been added to government. These are the issues. This is Article 4. Let's be talking about that now. That is what we need in the program. When we have single span and others, and I see the concern of labor, but we start with labor, and we agreed to pay it over a period of 3 years. What was their response? This is the authorities' views. That is, listen to the response. It's saying that on the basis of these factors, direct and indirect COVID-19 spending reached 4.6% of GDP in 2020. The authorities, that's the government, stressed that non-inclusion of expenditure arrears in 2020 fiscal deficit, right? Government considered that it wasn't part of the fiscal deficit, noting that these arrears were yet to be audited and that the 2021 budget and fiscal medium-term projections already include above, That is not the basis of our own law. Our own law says that once you incur the expenditure, you must put it into you must add it. The Auditor General comes later to do auditing of what has happened. And if it is pre-audit that they're talking about, that's why we have the internal audit agency that should have done it. So these are the reasons why all these, the Sino-Hydro and all those things were left out. I think Parliament has a responsibility, to query someone. What it means that the budget that we've been focusing on and discussing. In fact, when it comes to arrears, the fund estimates in this same document up to 2.70% of GDP was left out. And if you calculate, the arrears in the budget is 0.4. So it means if you add 0.4 to the 2.5 with the fund is talking, it's almost 3% of GDP. And you can imagine that means that the fiscal balance is far higher than what they are talking about.
Interesting.
You know, so I think that let's focus on, you know, let's focus on
what it is now.
Exactly, that's the problem. I could defend the Mahama administration empty time. Let's focus on. We can have time. I'll produce graphs to show that the deficit that we left was 6.1. They padded it and said it was 8.3. Eventually, when our parliamentarians took His Excellency Nana Addo on after the SONA, that's when the Minister for Finance started saying that the deficit we left was 6.1 and 6.3. It is the best. With 3 oil fields, we did that with 1. It is the best to date. I challenge them. We have the figures. After, if you make all those adjustments, because we had all those, you know, we left debt on the rebase basis of 57%. They've taken it to 85%. What kind of performance are they saying is better than the Mahama administration?
Okay. So talking about moving forward, the TUC is concerned about conditionalities. We are yet to know. But from where you sit and in what you've just read to us so far, do you expect that there will be tougher conditions to this particular program than what we experienced during the Mahama
What I expect, like a homegrown policy, right, is that the government would answer to Ghanaians in the program. So they should publish the program for us to know whether these things have been adjusted, and that's what they are going to negotiate with the fund.
Okay.
If you take our letter of intent and the memorandum of economic policy, it's on the website. You will see in there, you will see seeking fund, you will see infrastructure fund, all those measures that we said we were going to implement. It was taken out after they took, you know, after the ECF. And by the way, they accuse us of taking Ghana to the IMF.
When it wasn't necessary.
When it wasn't necessary.
That's what they say.
But they took the balance. They took the balance. Are you aware that they took the balance of the ECF? Because the ECF is not released like COVID or SDR, and you are giving the whole money. It is released in tranches. There was about a third. And with 3 oil fields, you know, and with the buffers and everything that were left, when they continued the program, they could have even given all, you know, to the central bank, you know, as we were doing. Our budget support came from the World Bank and the others. All of the ECF that we took, they took that money and took part of it as budget support. What is it that was ailing? It is expenditure management, right? The fund is saying it quite clear. We lack the time. Quite clear that there were extra budgetary expenditures. Remember, President Mahama said he's in London and he was roasted, you know, that there are extra budgetary expenditures that are taking place. That means transactions are taking place outside GIFMIS. So it means that some of us have been doing and adjusting all the time and saying that it is not reflecting. Remember our position of bailout costs. Those are the issues that we are going to be confronted with in the negotiations with the fund. And that is what I expect them to be, you know. It's a long way since 2016. You inherited 3 oil fields against 1 oil field and all that. See? So Ghanaians expect that with all of that and with the buffers that were left, including stabilization fund, you know. And today, crises are inevitable. Yes. Today, crises are inevitable. And I can tell you that if you look at the projections that we have, the sinking fund is supposed to be 0 by 2025. The stabilization fund, you know, all those things. You know, so please, I hope this is just enough for my good friend, you know. Yes.
All right, so let's talk about what the processes are now that we expect the team to be here on Wednesday. So what usually is the procedure? What happens next after this?
Well, the government is supposed to, when they arrive, that's the staff coming, supposed to give a position, because we invited them, as I said, like the homegrown, and say this is, you know, what we want to do. In the absence of that, since these were agreed, then this is going to be the basis for the discussion.
Okay.
These were agreed with government. There was a staff visit in April.
Yes.
So if the government is not prepared and they haven't told us what they are, I went to Parliament to tell Ghanaians what we're going to put before the IMF. You know, so this, what I am reading now, and I urge Ghanaians to read for themselves. It's now on the website, Article 4, 2021. Let your producers and then we can have a conversation. And you see the revelations. So in the absence of our own program, these are going to be the basis. Are you going to put, in fact, they spoke about Bank of Ghana and expect that Bank of Ghana will go back to 0 financing. Are we capable? We went to 0 financing. Bank of Ghana financed half of the deficit in 2020. They never gave COVID as a reason. They said if they were, it's in the MPC report, again you can download it, that if they were not to give government support, government would have difficulty borrowing and interest rates will go up. The very thing that is happening now. That was the reason.
And so usually when the staff of the IMF arrive and their deliberations and engagements, are there changes made to the policy document?
Well, eventually, so after the engagement, it will take line by line. It will take what they are saying on revenue, what is the expenditure position, because that is what is leading to the deficit on the fiscal side. So what measures do you have over the 3 years or so of the program, to bring it to manageable proportions so that it stops increasing, the debt, which is a major concern. Then they go to the sector, energy sector. In fact, they spoke about energy sector. This document is very important. I urge Ghanaians to look at it. They will talk about energy sector because the sectors, particularly the World Bank staff that are likely to come, they are interested in the sectors because they give budgets of support to all these sectors. And then they go to the monetary, led by the governor. And they will tell them all the things that they want to do, interest rate policy and all that, all those rates. And they have consultations with labor and other chamber of commerce and all those. Yes, so it's a very broad base, Then they put all this together, and then so they'll then come with what they think needs to be done against the government position, right? And then you come to some form of compromise, and that is what goes into the memorandum of economic policy and economic and financial policy, and the letter of intent which the minister and the governor, signs. Yes. So, and it's only then that you would have concluded. So this negotiation, if we have a position on all of this, can be fast. Otherwise, it takes a while, 6 to 9 months.
Back to my earlier question, based on this document that you've seen and all the issues you've raised in that document.
It's an official document.
Yes, I know. Yeah. So should we expect, back to my question, should we expect tougher conditions? Because a lot of people appear to be very concerned about that. We are in difficult times. The cost of living keeps rising. Should we expect, like in your case, a freeze on salaries, a freeze on employment? I mean, per your experience, expertise, and what you've seen in this document.
Well, the government has to justify. The government, look, the point is it in our interest to reduce the deficit? I think we must ask ourselves as Ghanaians, is it in our interest to reduce the deficit? So that we can have debt that is manageable? Is it in our interest to stop putting energy sector costs as amortization only when it is paid? Is it in our interest not to reflect SDR, which we received? We didn't show it as revenue. Then we showed it straight. Why? Because if you showed it as revenue, one of the reasons is that then it means that the deficit will narrow. And you wouldn't have to take money from the stabilization fund. So those are questions we have to ask ourselves first. And this, for us, were the things that prompted us to do consultation, because you are asking questions now. Labor, everybody will be there, because you are going into a program that will affect all of them, right? And remember, we wanted to do a homegrown policy. In fact, there's a feeling that we said we didn't want to go to IMF. No, we were negotiating intermediate programs. They have some programs like the policy support instrument, PSI, where you say, this is my policies, we agree with you, but we are not taking your money, which we believe, with the buffers that we left. Or you can also do it, and that comes with a standby agreement, which means that in a period like COVID, that's when you go, to get some money, right? So these are all issues which you have to discuss. But the thing that pushes really to do that was, at a point in time, because of single spine and others, the development partners withdrew budget support, including the World Bank. And that was the reason that we said, okay, what does it take? Let's be pragmatic, but let us continue with our, programs towards winning the country of, the fund. Winning doesn't mean you are disengaging completely. No, as you remember, Portugal, Ireland, Greece and Spain, the so-called peaks during the global financial crisis. These are advanced countries, but they went to the fund. They are part of the EU, right? So these are the positions, and that's why in the view and in the experience, President Mahama said, let us have a national discussion, because you are going to do something that will affect all of Ghanaians and have some consensus. And let me say that, I'm not saying that the MPP lacks expertise. No, after all, the senior minister negotiated an IMF program. Dr. Kutu said with Banridu, negotiate an IMF program under the AKUFFO administration and all that. And they were part of discussions even for Senchi and the rest. So they should open the tent even internally within and have the discussion and send a proposal to.
I'm glad you mentioned the issue of expertise. Earlier on the show, speaking to Suleiman Abrahima, there are concerns that it appears government doesn't have a united front when it comes to the management of the economy. So we heard the finance minister and his deputy say we were not going to the IMF. Now we hear an announcement from government that we are going to the IMF. Kojo Nkrumah says, well, these things happen this way. The finance minister goes to cabinet, lays his plan down. The president has the ultimate responsibility to say, I'm going to take it or not. So the impression we are getting is that he's heard from other experts and other people who understand the economic system better. Do you think there are people who have called for the finance minister to be sacked? Is this the right team to be leading us in these times?
If you give me a pass on this, the president has his team. My boss has spoken about that. President Mama has spoken in his view. He has a lot of experience, and I can only re-echo, what he said, because, that is basically because we have an executive presidency, right? We have an executive as we had an executive presidency. I believe that before President Mahama said that, he's a man who consults, widely, not just within the NDC, but, and he's not the only person who has expressed, some of these sentiments. So I want to focus on, frankly, the challenge, ahead of us, according to this document.
You're avoiding the politics here. Okay, so let me just come back to the Prof. I'll come to you. We don't have enough time, and he has to leave us soon, so I want to milk him as much as I can. So, and I'm quoting Kojo Nkrumah, the IMF will not solve our bigger economic problem. So what will, Mr. Tekpe?
Why did they dismantle the structures there? You see, it is not, let me give you figures. I like facts. Let me give you figures. We took 250 million. To date, we have taken almost 400 million out of the stabilization fund, the current government. We left 200 million, which I said added to 550 million. If you add nearly 300 or 400 from the stabilization fund, right, to the, from the stabilization to the sinking fund. I'm not talking about the heritage fund and others. That alone gives you 800 million. If we do, when we did a fund program, we got 900 million. And these are the sort of buffers that we were building. Right, these are the buffers we were building. So if they had, and they have 3 oil fields, so why did they destroy all those structures? Why were they saying we should take heritage fund, and use it to support, consumption? Today we have almost 600 million, about 400 million of which, came from, and PIAC has raised concern. Those are the structures that would make us stand on our own feet. The PRME, and the Ghana Infrastructure Fund, which would then be the leverage for borrowing for commercial projects. You know what? We never issued a sovereign guarantee for Terminal 3. And we didn't issue a sovereign guarantee for the MPS Tema project. Why? Because we ring-fenced the revenue, right? Of course, you are facing the, Pass and Harbors Authority boss, you are facing airport company boss, and they are saying, but I've been receiving this money, and I'm saying, go and use the services and others. This is a tax. We ring-fenced that, and that is what underwrote, Terminal 3 and the rest. These are the structures which, and Ghana Infrastructure Fund was given the land to do a concourse, and they would tell them whatever, and they were eventually going to, and they have a share. Ghana Infrastructure Fund has a share. And when we did the bond, we gave it a seed capital, and part of it was used. These are the structures you put in place. So I'm giving you the numbers. That if with 3 oil fields, the government had continued, let the preaching stop, practicals. If it had stopped, we'll probably have had 1.5 million, 1.2 by my conservative, estimation, right? And probably wouldn't have gone to there'll be no need to go to the fund. Or we would have gone to the fund at the time when the crisis was deepening and other countries were going. So I think that, yes. So we believe strongly that we started, let me say point blank that the measures that we said we were putting in place, which was the reason we did a homegrown, we never took them away. When we did ESLA, revenue, which is being used to resolve, they never give credit for it. It's the ESLA funds which was collateralized. It wasn't part of IMF. Take the IMF program. It wasn't part of IMF program. We did it. We told the fund we were doing this. We were imposing taxes which were to last 3 to 5 years' time, right? Forming the structures, that were needed. So those are the sort of structures. And it was meant to be temporary because since the Rawlings administration, we have had 2 instruments, temporary import duty and then the fiscal stabilization levy, right? Which was implemented within 2 to 3 years to take it off as part of the IMF packages, right? And the Honorable Osafo, it was called the National Stabilization Levy, and then temporary. We had it when we had our crisis. In fact, under my former boss, Dr. Dufo, when we did the IMF program in 2009, we had it. And we removed it. When we came in, we had it. It was to be removed. The fiscal stabilization levy is still there, and they have added a FinSec levy, in addition. The only government that did not take it away.
Mr. Sekwe, aren't we being too hard on this government? There are about 100 countries that are going to the IMF for support, and even some, economies that we say were largely well-to-do than Ghana prior to COVID and the global crisis. Aren't we being too hard? I mean, on
you see,
the IMF?
Well, no, I'm only clarifying things for Ghanaians. When somebody belittles your crisis and probably belittles it, from the past, and therefore stop building the buffers, you don't come and pontificate. That's the point I'm making. I'm only telling Ghanaians, that we were putting buffers in place. They were discontinued. Buffers depending on one oil field. Remember, crude oil prices dropped from $90, to sub-30s. It never hit, $50 before we left office. 10 fields Sankofa came on stream, it added. We had the tariff-bearing problems and everything, right? So when you belittle all of these, crises, which led to, that your station had a generator, at the time of the doomsday, right? So when you don't belittle those things, was that the reason, that you say it's domestic and therefore you didn't strengthen the, the buffers? No. But let me also point out that I could take the article for 2019. I could take it. The fund did an adjustment. So our problems, the adjustments that were made, which the government considered, like they have their views and whatever, preceded COVID. That's my first point. There was a gap of about 5%, which if you do some corrections, by the time we got to COVID and we took the COVID loan, the COVID report was still reporting that gap of about 7%, right? So you can't attribute everything to COVID. Ghana had oil. Ghana was using the oil. We were blessed, right? Whatever the oil was used, they should explain, and not be putting the blame, on President Mahama. I'm here to defend the record because it's there, and I've told you the buffers and things, and our plan, And so you don't put it, and in any event, as I said earlier, 600 million, 6 billion US dollars, multiplied by 6, not 8. That gives you about 30 billion. That's close to half of what GRA brings in a whole year to resolve COVID. And we still keep blaming, somebody. Tell me which of the administrations from the Rawlings time. Yeah. Bushfires. Some of us almost, stopped schooling because our grandparents and parents were cocoa farmers when the cocoa farms bent, but for cocoa board scholarship and the rest. Droughts, Akosomo Dam under the AKUFFO administration, what did they do? They came up with Bui Dam. Rawlings came up with the thermal plants, if you remember. And then we, on the onset of oil, apart from all that I'm saying, put up a Tuabo. Have we expanded a Tuabo with 3 oil fields? We collateralized the revenue to pay for it. Ghana Gas Company was to pay, for the debt, just as the airport company and the rest, to pay so that we can use it to expand. So I'm only defending the record. I'm not being hard. And I'm saying that, yes, I'm not in denial. COVID is severe, right? COVID is severe, and it's worse than global financial crisis. That I admit. Ukraine. You remember, immediately on the onset of Ukraine war, within 1 month, this administration was blaming everything on Ukraine. And I tweeted and said, it's too early to blame everything. Let us rather think about, the likelihood that this war will last a long time and have an effect.
Put in the measures,
and put some measures in place.
So there are those who also question the timing of our decision to go to the IMF. Would it have been prudent to have gone earlier?
Even with this, what I'm reading here, I'm sure you agree with me that this is a time when, you know, things were deteriorating. And it was based on, now we know why we're having the ratings, downgrades and the rest. Yeah, because this information, you know, is out there. And this is 1/3. There are 2 of them. I'm still reading them. Right? Very elaborate. Article 4 gives you a very elaborate detail of the situation, you know, and they tell you what is wrong with sectors like energy and whatever, and all with all these things. Yes, they go, you see, now they're into the sectors, health tool, the response and all that. This was supposed to be. So I had Ghanaians to read it, especially the academics and the rest. The Article 4, 2021.
Yeah.
But I'm saying that we missed Article 4, 2019, which started doing the correction. And I believe that this was serious enough and started the downgrades and the rest for us probably to have taken, you know, them seriously and known that we would hit, you know, a block. We waited until, because by the time this came out, that's 2021, July. By the end of the year, we couldn't go to the market. If you remember, for the additional $2 billion US. And as we speak, we can't go to the market. Or we have said we are not going to the market. Is it IMF that is imposing that on us? So probably if after this, you know, revelations and whatever, you know, we would have gone to the fund, maybe, you know, we would have been maybe, assuming the negotiations delayed, maybe 6 months into the fund program. And you know, the benefit that the fund program brings is not just the money we get from the IMF, which we normally give to, you know, Bank of Ghana as budget support, but which they, you know, with COVID and everything is now coming into the budget, right? The benefit is that then you have the World Bank, African Development Bank, and others, the development partners, you know, coming in. And there are some of these reports where they will give credit to the World Bank. You know, these are debt sustainability analysis and whatever, and they will give credit. So please, let's read and ask that what are the responses of our government, you know, with this, which is what we did with the homegrown. So I'm not, if I sound hard on the administration, 1, I'm defending our record. 2, I'm saying that we had opportunities. And you know, I often say that you don't prepare for a crisis during the crisis.
Should we brace ourselves for harder times?
Are we not in harder times already?
So should we brace ourselves for harder times?
I say we're in harder times already.
Because like you said, this will take, it's quite a process.
Yeah, even if we were to find solutions for this on our own, if we had a way with that, it takes time.
Would you have wished that we go for a homegrown?
We knew that, you know, as I said, we were satisfied with the measures that were put in place. I remember some of them required a lot of sacrifice. We were building the sinking fund because we wanted to remain on the market. At the time, crude oil prices fell. You know, at the time we had tariff bearing, but we kept faith with the PRMA. And remember, we were also doing some structural reforms, right? In preparation, GRE was created because we had 3 headquarters. We had VAS service in charge of, the commissioner was in charge of something. We had a customs, commissioner was in charge of something, and then we had a IRS, commissioner was in charge of. I remember the one who started those reforms, Professor Mills, a tax professional. So we merged it, like Kenya and the rest, because we had NRS, REGB, and we should have taken that step, but they were weak. So we gave the Commissioner General sufficient powers, so that one person, like our president, will be held, you know, accountable, responsible. Then we merged IRS and the VAS service, of which I was the deputy commissioner coordinator before leaving the country, right, into the domestic tax division of the GRA, no longer on their own. The Commissioner General is the only one who is a member of the board. It used to be that you have 3 commissioners on the board, right? You need to bring some, you know, as I say, chain of command to learn from the military and whatever leadership, right? And then we unified all the, you know, support services and created a 3rd division, which is the support services, you know, they call it support service, let me just say it. I forget the real, you know. And then, so having created this structure, we tend to strengthening the administration, which is single window, West Blue, today is ICOMS. There was a domestic tax equivalent, which was to be done from 2017. I understand now it is now that tendered 5 years on, have been issued, you know, for it. Not just that, you remember GIFMIS? And you remember the Sinkifa and all those structures? We needed fiscal discipline. We're talking about fiscal discipline. Fiscal discipline is not just in law. So what did we do? We stopped paper warrants. My head was on the blocks, sacked by UN. You know, and we compiled a contract database because Ministry of Finance, they don't know the contracts which sector ministries and others were awarded. It was used to play politics, that we had left arrears and then they did an offset, right? So I'm saying that, and we continued with all of this, even when we had the program. In fact, we included it in the program. There's nothing that says that if you have a program with the IMF, and they agreed that this is our structural measures which we invited the World Bank, we got a loan from them to establish the GIFMIS platform. I'm saying that these are the things we need to do to get out of, you know, the situation. If we are a proud nation, let's be proud in our methodology. Let's be proud in our discipline.
I appreciate your time this morning, Mr. Tekpe. We have to let you go now, sadly. But Tekpe is former finance minister, and we've been talking about government's decision to go to the IMF. He's been making reference to that particular document, the Article 4. 2021, which I urge everybody to read. Which he urges everybody to read. Thank you so much, Mr. Tekpe. So let me come to you, Prof. And thank you for holding on and allowing Mr. Tekpe to speak. So, sure, thank you, Mr. Tekpe. So, Prof, let's come back to the bigger question, which is the major concern for a lot of Ghanaians. They don't bother their head too much about the technicalities and all that. It's about the pockets, how they feel every day, whether they have enough resources to meet the demands that they have to cater for. Mr. Nkrumah says, look, we've gone to the IMF to help us on balance of payments, ensure foreign reserves, external debts, obligations are met. It is not to solve the bigger economic problem. So what then will solve our bigger economic problem, and how do we achieve that?
Thank you very much. So I'll come to your question, but I need to, you know...
You have a lot of things to say based on...
I have to give some background.
Sure, that's okay. Please go ahead.
Simple in finance, which is an act. Finance comes between economics and accounting. So anyone who becomes whether a finance minister, a finance CFO, or a finance officer, you have four main principles that you have to focus on. Your first principle is, how do you raise funds? The second principle is, how do you allocate the funds? The third principle, how do you account for the funds? And the fourth one, which I am introducing, is how do you maintain financial sustainability? So I'll break it down from our Ghanaian perspective. You know, he was a politician, so he talks about what happened. So you asked him a question, mismanagement. Finance is also part of management, but we manage a little bit of resources, which is the cash. So what probably happened to us between the two parties, whilst one focus, the current one focus on sources of funds, you'd have seen that from Article 4, there is some lacking of accountability. There is some lacking of financial sustainability. There is some lacking of how the funds were allocated. You know, our debt has gone up because we have borrowed. That is what I am calling sources of funds. You do sources of funds from two main areas. One, either by taxation, you bring in more money, or you borrow. If you look at this government, when they came in the last, they removed some taxes they called nuisance tax. So we lost revenue. Then what they did to replace what we have lost was to borrow from outside, international market.
Was that a prudent decision?
So that is one question we have to ask, because we are talking about financial management. You ask the question whether it is mixed management. So that is where we had a problem. We move from using our own internal resources to manage our operations as a country than to go and borrow from outside. The effect from borrowing from outside is what has caught us now. One, we borrowed more from foreign currency denominated facilities. Two, those facilities we borrowed were of high interest rate bearing. So at the time we realized as a country our debt had moved up and we didn't have the revenues to pay. So on the revenue side, which is the sources of raising the funds, we have lost out from there. I will not talk whether it is financial mismanagement or, but it is, let me put it this way, it's a strategy for the finance ministers. He has a strategy, the current one has a strategy. Mostly it's depend on each of them, their background. So Setepka's background, he is from an accounting perspective. So if you listen to him, his focus was on more how do we ensure accountability. You remember I mentioned that the third leg of finance is accountability. So he was talking of all the systems they put in place, bringing the taxes authorities together, making sure that there is a single system to be able to collect the monies. His problem was how to raise money. That's why he went to IMF for that 900 and something billion, because on the expenditure side, which is how to allocate the resources, at the time or in set time, you look at, they had an issue of wage bill going up. Currently, in our time, what is really hitting us as a country is our interest payment. And our interest payment has gone up all because of the foreign denominated loans. First quarter of this year, Ghana did not borrow. But just converting, because the cedi devalued by 22%, the loan value in cedi denominated terms went up. So the question is, we didn't have money to pay. So what the current minister did was that, then let us bring in a new tax that they think will help us raise money very fast.
Which was the e-levy?
E-levy, because they just look at transactions on e-levy, which was at the time they said 900 billion, just money moving circulation. So based on that one alone, he said, okay, let me go there and tax. And politicians, you know how they do. One prevented him from allowing to get it when he needed it in January. So by the time it was approved, already we had lost out of raising the revenue. And the debt levels have been going up. So what I understand Kojo Oponkrumah is saying is that at the moment, our reserves has depleted. We had $6 billion January. In April, our reserves that we have in foreign currency has come to 4 billion. Currently, a lot of foreign denominated loans are due for payment. We don't know where we are going to get the money to come and support the payment. That is why Kojo is saying that all that they are going to IMF to do is to seek balance of payment support. So this is what is really happening to us. In the accounting side, which is also important because Seth raised it from Article 4, which will come up, we have not been able to account for all the funds that we have.
But that's very problematic, isn't it?
That is because the negotiation is going to boil down on data. Already, signals have been given by Parliament on the COVID accountability. So what it means is that whatever data government is going to present to IMF on Wednesday going, they will have to question that data. Government should have allowed the Financial Management Act 2016, that is at 291, to really work. But this is where we had issues. Unfortunately, we have also had an issue with our audit service in the Article 4. You know, said we use big words, so I tried to break
simplify
it
it, sure.
in Article 4, when it talks about auditing certain government institutions, is going to come up. That is why they are going to go after Cocoa Board. Because we don't understand why Cocoa Board now is having a debt problem. Is it with accountability? What information are they giving to us? So these are the measures that is going to happen in Article 4. They want to make sure that truly is what we are presenting, is it the right figures? You know, former President Mahama, in some time past, accused creative accounting. So I'm still based on this is simple, we teach it in class, the 4 principles. It's 3, but I've added my financial sustainability. So the accounting side is very, very important. So we may have to check how efficient is our internal audit service. Are we allowing them to operate? You know the issue of DOM level. This will come back to us again because it is the data that everybody is going to, and the data must be verified and certain by an external body who has to support it. So as we sit, if we say, yes, Ghana has a balance deficit of, say, 15% to GDP, is it really true? Are we reporting all the debts we have incurred, or is some hidden somewhere? So these are the issues that the fund is really going to consider. So on the last part, which is the financial sustainability, if I listen to Seth, he tried in his time to talk about setting up some reserves in terms of funding. So they had the reserves that was related to our oil revenue and all those reserves. What they were trying to do was to give us financial sustainability. But he's mentioning that currently we have gone to use 400 million out of that. So it's also a problem that then there is a problem. So if you listen to Kojo Oponkruma, he's trying to say that we are going to IMF all because, for me, we have gone against these 4 principles of purely simple finance. And what we need now is that what IMF is coming to do, for me, in my perspective, IMF solves your now problem now.
Yeah.
They will not solve your problem for the future. Now what we need is, we need balance of payment support. That is what IMF is going to give. But IMF will have to understand why we got ourselves in the first place. And that is where the accountability will come in. That is where your auditing will come in. So we may have to give that proof to IMF that, yes, whatever we are giving to you is certain. It have been, you remember, in set time, they were surcharged for not disclosing some. It may play again this, because this time we have to open up to the whole world that this is our true nature of our situation. Last part is on the allocation of the resources, which is the expenditure. We realize that we have spent a lot of money during COVID period. And you are spending without having the needed revenue to support it. So how do we spend and on what? Major issues that will come up in this IMF negotiation is the issue of sole sourcing. In Zambia, the IMF asked them to set up a new act that opens up contracts even before a contract is given. It's not like you have in Ghana, it's only on website and that. No. Now it may have to be more open, so that one person will say because it's urgent and you give so, because that is where we have lost a lot of revenue. Monies that we could have used to do certain things, we have used it for social sourcing. In this current government, that was that when they come, and you remember the president
there was a ministry.
Yeah, the president even gave us some computation of savings he has made without not going to sources. So we ask ourselves,
why are we back there?
What? That's the question.
Prof, I'll come back to you. Let me get on to Zoom. Gideon IO is a tax partner with Deloitte Ghana. Thank you so much for joining the program, sir. We also have Seth Chumakwabwa, who is CEO of Association of Ghana Industries. Thank you as well for joining us. So let me start with you, Mr. Akwabwa. We've heard from the TUC. They say we are not in for this whole IMF arrangement because we feel that it is going to put more pressure on the Ghanaian public sector worker. For the AGI, what is your position on this move by government? Hello, Mr. Akwabwa. Hello? Do we have Mr. Akwabwa on?
Yes, I'm on.
Okay, great. So I was just finding out from you what the AGI's position on government's move is.
Well, AGI, we have businesses. And for businesses, we need stability to enable us to plan. We need stability in the macroeconomic environment when it comes to interest rates. We need stability when it comes to the policy rate. We need stability in inflation so you can have a clear plan. Because when you're getting investors to partner you in business, they want to have a clear, predictable environment. When you are importing raw materials to produce, you want to be sure that by the time you finish production, you are able to pay back the facility and the raw material you imported. So for us, our number one priority is a predictable business environment. Now, the situation we find ourselves is a difficult situation, difficult in the sense that we all know what is happening in recent times. Oil prices are going up, cost of wheat is going up, inflation is skyrocketing, interest rate, policy rate is 19%, so interest rate will be in the range of 25-30%. These are all critical challenges that is affecting business, and therefore we need a solution. And for us, any prescription that will help stabilize the situation and make the business environment more conducive is welcomed. Under the circumstance, unfortunately, we wish we wouldn't have come to this point. But here we are. We have a challenge in the economy. We have a problem with macroeconomic stability. And therefore, for AGI, we don't think that at this stage we have a choice. And therefore, we have no problem government seeking the IMF intervention to bring stability into the system.
Don't have a problem at all with this decision, right? Basically.
Well, the principle, we don't have a problem with it because in principle, going to IMF, that will bring, I mean, as I said, we would have loved that we have not gotten to this point because I think we were doing pretty well at a certain point. Then the over expenditure, created all the problems. Then we have external shocks also coming in. So all these have contributed to the challenge we have today. And we wish we wouldn't have come to this point so that we use our own homegrown solution to solve our problems instead of always resorting to the IMF. But we've reached a critical point where without such intervention, we'll probably have more problems. What we would have loved to see all these years, and we AGI keep talking about it, part of the reason why we are in this situation is because we are so import dependent. We are not producing much in this country. We are importing virtually everything. And therefore, when you are so import dependent, you are actually importing inflation into your system. Any external shocks, you feel it so strongly because you're highly dependent on the imports. So what we would have loved to see is how we grow the local industries, how we link agriculture effectively to industry, how we grow agriculture, and then link it to service, so that we have all these key productive sectors growing, employing our people. When we get to that situation, the external shocks will not be felt so much. If oil prices are going up, it may go up all right, but cost of free shouldn't go up that much because we are not importing so much. If exchange rate, we have external challenges, exchange rate will not be that hitting because we will not need that much dollar or foreign currency to be imported. This is where we should get to. Unfortunately, we are not at that point. We are importing a lot, and therefore we feel every external shock that happens in the environment. And this is where we are. So at this particular point, it's like being on a sick bed. What you want to be able to do is to swallow a bitter pill to get out of the sick bed, and then you can plan your life. And this is where we are. And therefore, in principle, we cannot say no to the IMF intervention.
We know how this may directly affect public sector workers, because we saw that in the last program where there was a freeze on salaries, there was a freeze on employment into the public sector. But tell us, over the years, how Ghana's decision to go to the IMF has affected the private sector and industries, and what this current decision could possibly, the impact it could possibly have on industries.
Well, there are always two sides to the coin. On one hand, you need IMF intervention to bring stability, to bring credibility, to bring confidence in the economy, such that your CD will not be depreciating. And when you have that aspect, it's also positive to the economy. On the other hand, for you to do so, you must have a certain discipline. And I think that's what IMF brings into bear. That if you want to go for IMF and you want to seek our intervention, then have a certain discipline. Control your expenditure. And one way to control the expenditure is perhaps control the size of people you employ, the wage level and all that. So those effects are normally there. But I think that if you really want to have the best benefits out of the situation, you need a stability. That is fine. But how you channel, how you negotiate for the IMF intervention is critical. For us, if you are negotiating, there are certain areas that you can look at. What do you do to ensure that the intervention that is coming is going to support your productive sector? Because we know government sector cannot create all the jobs we need in this country. Government employs only a few people. So when you support the private sector to grow, when you support agriculture, and you are absorbing large numbers in agriculture, industry creates a lot of jobs, and you are supporting industries to grow, the problem of government putting a freeze on employment will not be too much of a problem, because you would have a thriving private sector that is growing and is employing more people and providing, effective wage and stronger, better employment to people. So I think it is all how it is negotiated. In the past, sometimes our negotiations have challenges. And it's also because we go into the IMF at a time that we have serious challenges. And therefore, to come out of that challenge is so difficult. By the time you come out of it and come out of the program, you will still not have, you may have stabilized your system, but the real growth that you want to have, the structural transformation may not have happened. And that's what is happening to us. We go in when we are in crisis. So you go and you get stability. Beyond the stability, what do? We are not transforming our structure. Our structure has remained the same. Very import dependent, exports of primary products, exports of cocoa, gold, and the rest. Little small volumes of exports of non-traditional products. Those are the areas we need to critically look at. So if you are going for such a program, how do we channel the resources and the energies such that we solve this fundamental problem? In this case, if you do so and you do it very well, freeze unemployment will not become a major issue, because private sector is the one employing a lot more people. And then the few that are employed in the public sector will get the right living wages that will also make them comfortable.
The information minister made during his conversation with my colleague MFR Pau, saying that the IMF will not solve our bigger economic problem. And he gave some pointers as to what we'll be doing besides the IMF program to ensure, like you just mentioned, that we are tackling the general economic problem. And he mentioned private sector development, like you've just mentioned, and also increasing our domestic resource mobilization. Let me come to you, Gideon IO, who is a tax partner at Deloitte Ghana. How do we ensure that we are able to achieve these two major issues that he raised while running the program, so that people don't say, like in some instances, we went to the IMF, but it's failed and we are back to square one?
Okay, thank you very much for this opportunity to be on your program. And with this question, I think I would like to go back to 2015, when we had similar discussions about to enter into the IMF program again. And most of these topics or issues coming up came then up that time. And one of the things which came out was about keeping fiscal responsibility. And so Ghana enacted the Fiscal Responsibility Act at 982, I think. And we're supposed to keep all these things in check to make sure that what made us enter the IMF program then will not occur again. Because if you check Ghana's progress since 2000 to now, you find out we've sort of been in a cycle, the boom and bust. So high commodity prices, when there's an external shock, all these things occur again. And so this Fiscal Responsibility Act was supposed to ensure that this does not happen. And unfortunately, it has happened. And part of the reason, there are so many reasons I cannot explain, but one of it was the fact that we entered into some periods of shocks. And I think as the AGI president has just shared, Ghana, we are very much import dependent. We are linked globally, and there's can we say there's later or something that we have to think about how to decouple these external pressures and making sure that it doesn't affect us negatively. And these are the questions to me that I think we have to start asking as a question, because we tried the Fiscal Responsibility Act. Unfortunately, it had the suspension rules where I think the deputy minister was in parliament to suspend it because we were in a crisis. And unfortunately, just when we were exiting the crisis, we've had Russia-Ukraine. But the fact is, we cannot say that the crisis will always be affecting us. We shouldn't carry out our development plan. So for me, I'll reframe the question and say that how should we try to decouple ourselves from this external shock so that as and when they happen every now and then, it wouldn't affect us so much. I think last week, the European Central Bank was saying something that we're in a new era whereby high inflation is likely to be a thing, and that it's not going to be going away anytime soon. So it looks like in the long term, we have to really brace ourselves and put in place the right structure so that as and when these cycles of boom and bust occurs, we would ensure that it doesn't affect us negatively and affect our developmental projects.
Interesting. So some of these right structures, what would you recommend, even as we go into this IMF program?
Well, I think that's the IMF. Well, I can suggest a couple. I think the IMF basically is coming to create fiscal space. And then we also had some of the government's flagship projects which were ongoing. But I think there's more study need to be made around it to see how it could reduce our import dependency, so that we'll end up creating jobs locally in the country and ensure that when these global shocks occur to our commodity prices, etc., our importation of goods, etc., it will not create the inflationary processes that we have here. Government also needs more revenue, and that's a fact. Every government needs revenue, especially in an instance where we've had high expenditure in this case. So the tax base has to be looked at again. But we all know there has been so much discussions around this side, and asking what can the government do now. And I think one of the areas that government can look at is property taxes. And I know this has been the pipeline for a while, and I understand there's a management system being put in place to ensure that we'll set up these property taxes to sort of bridge the revenue expenditure gap. And I think the Institute of Fiscal Studies did a study somewhere in 2018 where they said government stands to make around 150 million USD every year from property taxes. So I think this is an area that has to be looked at, and in a way it ends up extending the tax base without putting pressure on the same businesses that usually end up paying all the taxes.
Let me come back to the studio, Prof. So there's a story on the front page of the Daily Dispatch. Going to IMF will restore confidence. That's according to Professor Korti. Let me just bring details of that and ask if you share in his opinion. The director of the Institute of Statistical, Social and Economic Research, ISA, Professor Peter Korti, has described government's decision to go to the IMF as a move that will gradually bring back investor confidence into Ghana's economy. According to him, going to the IMF will send a signal to investors that Ghana will follow strict fiscal measures to attain economic growth. quote, let us be real, going through a program doesn't start immediately, I beg your pardon. You have to start slowly and then get the results in the future, but definitely you would build investor confidence for Ghana, end quote. Professor Korte stated that the country needs to boost investor confidence to attract funding into key sectors of the economy.
So I agree with him. So let me, sometimes we use the word physical discipline. So simply put, we are going to reduce our expenditure. Or let me say it in the way that Ghanaians, we cut our coat according to our size. If the revenues that we'll be able to generate is 10 billion, let's do our planning and expenditure within 10 billion. IMF coming is going to help us to be financially disciplined. That is what is currently missing.
So I mean, I'll allow you to proceed. So is it the case then that on our own as a sovereign nation, without the supervision of the IMF, we cannot, or we have shown over time that we are not capable of being disciplined?
So it comes to the promises we make when we are doing politics. I remember Ghana tried to come out with a 50-year development plan. If we had a plan, that's whether party A or party B comes and they all work within, that will be better. But what is currently happening is that the promises we are making as a country on the political platforms are the ones that are pushing us to spend more than what we have. Mostly, as I mentioned again, because we lack accountability. The party who is trying to come into government does not have the true picture of the pot, of the finance pot, so he makes promises. The one who is already in government also will portray that there's a lot of money. So I'm also going to promise a lot. So this is where it pushes us to spend. So sometimes you get somebody from outside, or even if it's within, like the Internal Audit Service, will now caution you that you are going overboard. Like the Statistical Service, anytime they come out with figures to tell you quarterly report, monthly report, government you must know that you are going overboard, so you have to slow down. But if you don't slow down and you follow on all the political promises you want to do within a year or within your term of office, you will realize that you have gone overboard.
So we are taking political decisions at the expense of sound economic decisions.
That is the problem. So I'll give you a typical example. So it was a good policy when government said it was going to build hospitals 100. First it was 88. And now it went to 111. Because the government assessed the situation and realized that we need a lot of medical facilities across the country to solve a problem. That was needed. But the next question is, where were you going to get the funds to do them? The government planned to do it within a year. Yes, government is trying to solve a problem which was very urgent, but then because of the political expediencies of winning the next election and winning the heart, so government says, oh, then we started putting in monies into design and while we have not even acquired the land from each of the districts. So these are some of the issues, and I talk about allocation of resources. So that is when, if you are the minister, you may have to plan very well that you make sure that where you are allocating the resources, within 6 months, because you operate within 4 years, you'll be able to get some returns. You don't put your money into something that will not contribute to the growth of the economy, will not bring employment, will only benefit a few, and you want to make sure that. So these are the issues at stake. So it is that discipline that we are lacking. So as we are meeting IMF, they ask us to bring the programs. What are the programs? One district, one factory. It's a program. It is a good program for structural adjustment program in the country. If government has focused more on that program, we would have changed our economic structure. Currently, Our structure is based on service, followed by agriculture and manufacturing. That policy was very good. That we were going to make sure that at least we have a factory at each district. One, you create employment. You also make sure that after employment, you create goods and services for people to buy. So like now we know AKUFFO is exporting outside the country. Why couldn't do it at the one at Bonohafo for the cashew industry? So it is a resource allocation. Where did government decide to put his money? You have your own program which could have turned the economy around, but you didn't put your money at that place. You rather put it at certain sectors.
So we have, like you've mentioned, one district, one factory. We had the dams. We had free SHS. Would you have prescribed that government rather focuses on, for example, maybe free SHS and the 1D, 1F, then pump all the needed resources there instead of spreading, you know, its resources so wide?
So that is so you have to make a mark within the 4-year term. You cannot solve all the problems. So what can let you stand out among all the leaders that have been in Ghana? That 1D, 1F program, I mean, it could have turned the fortunes of Ghana. You go to my hometown in Yinesu, which is known for granite, and we have a granite paste factory in my hometown. It could have turned the fortunes for people at Ejura, such in Koransa, and all those areas. It could have turned such a Dumasi, and that's what they do. And your name will be known for at least one district. The school feeding, that program, even free education, is a good program. That alone could have helped. But we decided to touch here, touch there, trying to satisfy a lot of people. But now, that is why we are struggling. Because just imagine, 270 or something districts, each one has a factory. Each factory is even employing at least 100 people. Talk about those who are going to provide the raw materials, the chain. It could have changed the fortunes of the country. IMF is coming. What IMF is going to do is that we are going to talk about structural adjustment program. Well, it simply means, I don't like using big words. Your economy is on service. That is why you are important. Can you turn it into production? That program 1D, 1F would have solved the problem. But we did not look at it. On the education side, I like what is happening, that we are now focusing on TVET and STEM. Though I train as an accountant, but if you ask me, in my time, a lot of people are now doing accounting, they are not finding the employment. But if people are in the sciences, mathematics, IT, and the rest, on their own, they can create employment. We are asking the youth to go into employment. All that they are going to do is that they are going to sit and import to come and sell. So all the youth in Ghana currently are into buy and sell. Where do they get the goods? It's from outside. That is why the importation bill is going up. But if we would have turned this around, so just focus on at least one district, one factory, the school, free SHS program, then you can focus on the health. On the health sector, we could have turned Ghana around to be a place where people will come. They call it health tourism. At least the president could make a name and it will never go away. But now, 1DF is struggling because we are now asking anyone who wants to go in, go to a bank and we will just give you a collateral, which we will suffer. The banks will, the restrictions there is the same thing they will apply. But if government is the one giving, and making sure that some people are monitoring, getting it done like they have done for AKUFFO, how can it be done for other factories?
Prof, I mean, just like the CEO of AGI mentioned, we are a very import-driven economy. I remember during the height of the pandemic, when the president was encouraging us to eat a lot more local food, there was such a mad rush for locally produced rice, and there was a drive and there was a campaign for people to buy rice that is grown in the country. yes, I know that for some products, you don't have them locally, you'd have to import. But let's take rice as an example. And even in Nigeria, as it's done. I mean, per my experience, it's very difficult to find imported rice in Nigeria because there's a deliberate attempt to allow the rice market there to thrive. So beyond putting the structures in place, what other policy decisions can government take to ensure that the local industries here also survive? Because in some instances, even though some of the products are imported, sometimes they're cheaper because of cheap labor outside and where they're coming from. So the competition is not so fair for the local producers here. You get my point. So besides putting in the policies 1D, 1F, you know, helping local producers and manufacturers, what other policy decisions must be taken to ensure that they don't have unfair competition from
my name is Eko.
Products that are imported?
So the taxation policy is there for government to use to make sure that you save your country. So you mentioned Nigeria. I've been there a couple of times. So the rice you eat there, they tell you it's hard. When they started, they were complaining, but now they are used to. From the statistics, they say about 50% of the rice we can produce locally. Can we have a plan on how to slow down with taxation on the importation of rice? I know the rice producers will also come out with the argument that when they need the quantities, they will not get. But we must have a conscious effort. Do you know that now, tuber, yam, Ghana is exporting yam. So can we try to find a way to change our economy in such a way that instead of become rice eaters, we are now eating our yam? In that case, we will help to grow, eat what we grow. I remember that I think when Asabi, what's his name? Asam, yes. In Joy's studio, there was a time we had this, and he said that we should eat what, and he mentioned plantain and the rest. Indeed, it's true. If we change our taste from having foreign goods more than, and then be able to add the proper packaging and make sure that our Food and Drug Board authorities, our regulatory authorities are helping us to make sure that we meet the standards, I'm sure a lot of things will change in the country. So just focus using the taxation to make sure that we slow down the importation. The wage bill, as the Kodio is talking about, balance of payment. Most of them is the rice payment, sugar, and the rest that we are paying. Is it that we cannot produce them? We know the story between the two political parties on the sugar factory at Commander. We know how to solve it, but as I mentioned, the politics of it is what is preventing us to take the decisions that we are supposed to take to solve our problem.
Let me throw the same question to Mr. Chuma Kwabwa, if we still have him on, the CEO of the AGI. So there are concerns about how our system doesn't favor local producers. On the other side, there are those who say, well, the local producers are not able to meet the demands, and so it's better if we stick to importation. I've used rice as an example here. What will your response be? And this is all still tied to the IMF program, because, well, the information minister says we need to develop private sector in order to ensure that there's general economic turnaround. So from where you sit, what is a true story? Are we able, manufacturers here in Ghana, able to produce to meet our demands? And if not, what exactly is causing that dependence on importation? Oh, too bad. I'm told we lost him, but we have Dr. Joseph Obeng, who is president of GUTA. It's good to hear from him as well. We've heard from the TUC, we've heard from the AGI. Let's now hear from GUTA. Finally, we're told we're going to the IMF. Are you excited or not?
Oh, I would have wished that we use homegrown solutions to solve our problem. Having learned so many lessons in the past, having gone to IMF, we all say that it didn't help us in the past. But that was not to be. I made my case known. I'm doing an interview with Graphic Corporation that we could have done better if we would have pruned down our expenditure, if we would have prioritized our needs. As a nation, I think we do so many things at a time. We do not prioritize our needs and then work effectively towards them. And that we do not also ensure value for money, contracts and all that. And so whatever limited resources that we have, the expenditure of it is not done with prudence. And that's what we wanted the government to apply homegrown solutions by way of scrutinizing our expenditure and then pruning down the expenditure and then looking through some of the social interventions and see where we can reduce or where we can even eliminate so that the limited resources can do much better for us. But that was not to be. Probably the managers of the economy knew best and probably we have hit the dead end. If that is so, then there's nothing that the government can do than to rely on foreign sources to come to our rescue. And if that will help us to come and stabilize the economy, especially regard with the forest and all that, then we'll have to embrace it. And then, but we still have to wait for the details. Because sometimes we say we are going to IMF, and what we have on the table is just too scanty. And then the restrictions that goes with it is such that you cannot also manage yourself in other areas where you could have done normally. So those restrictions and all that, if that is not taken, will become very bad for the country itself. Can we say that it's a nursery evil? Yeah, if we can say that, because once we are here and that we are saying that we have to apply physical discipline and all that, we are not able to do. So if foreigners will come and tell us to apply the same physical discipline for us to do or for us to comply, then I think no lessons that learned in the first instance when we went.
Dr. Obeng, you mentioned the conditionalities and restrictions. We've heard from the TUC and we know how our previous program affected the public sector. But are you able to share with us if GUTA has in any way suffered as a result of previous IMF programs that we were engaged in?
Normally, they are for the generality of the economy. And so I will not single-handedly put GUTA, but then whatever affect the general economy, then also trickle down on us. I think that's what we say. But then if they come and say that we have to enhance on our revenue collection, already we have been doing, new taxes have been introduced to us. Some of them have been increased. So this is not a new area to us, the traders. So if we are going to enhance on revenue collection, we have always been in it. The burden have been on how to manage prudently this the revenue that we get. And if we are not able to manage this revenue well, it brings us down back. So we are just dancing in a cycle. And so it's not difficult for us to enhance on our revenue, but the problem, the pain has been that we do not manage our resources in a manner that will suit the resources that we have. And this is exactly what IMF is going to put to bear.
I appreciate your time here this morning, Dr. Joseph Obeng, is with Guta, and he's been sharing his thoughts on the government's decision to go to the IMF. Quickly, we'll be wrapping up this conversation, but it will be time to hear what you have to say once I'm done with my guests. Do stay on. We will be putting out the phone numbers to hear what your thoughts are on government's decision, and also the back and forth, the initial stance by the finance minister that we were not going to go to the IMF, and what we are seeing now, and your general concerns about the economy. Let me wrap up with you, Prof. And I'll make reference to that conversation again with my colleague, MFR Powell, that conversation with the information minister. So there are concerns that there's a challenge with the general living conditions of Ghanaians, and we are told that, well, even with the food, the hike in prices we're seeing on the markets is directly linked to the cost of fuel. And so people, even though the product itself may not be expensive coming from the farm, transporting it then results in the high cost of the product. Now, he says there's no money to subsidize fuel, and indeed mentioned that there were some margins, not the taxes, some margins on fuel that were taken off. But once again, this government insists that the impact of the global crisis was so severe that these interventions couldn't help the Ghanaian. And so even though there are interventions, it couldn't work because of the global crisis. For you, sitting as a professor of finance and looking at the general economy of Ghana, does this excuse really wash for you? The issue of the global crisis and COVID, and whether or not it is the true cause and the actual cause of our current economic problem?
I would say it is not, if I should put it in percentages, the external factors is about 20%. 80% are from within the decisions we have taken as a country. So I'm in sometime just after the budget in 2021, when the finance minister presented his data, I looked at it, and on Joy FM, I said we may have to seek liquidity support, because it was very clear that even that period, our interest payment alone was taking all the revenues that we are going to generate as a country. So the signals were there. Let's ask ourselves, COVID came in, we have not been able to assess how much in terms of impact to our GDP. But then we can mention the over 22 billion cedis we received as funds from elsewhere for COVID support. So it is a major issue that we as a country cannot say that everything is happening because of externalities. We had the option to make sure that we raise our own internal revenue and then reduce our expenditure. But this did not happen. So if Kojo is saying that we are in the situation because of externalities, that is not true. The figures point to it that we borrowed a lot with high interest rate bearing, and also depletion of our international reserves. They were the major issues. We could have said, because of COVID, some programs, policies, we will stop or slow it down. But we did not.
But what about, but back to the COVID, so what about government's decision to relieve citizens of the impact of COVID? We know there were some subsidies on utilities. We know there was sharing of food, support given in terms of, even for small-scale industries and all that.
That is what has brought us, if I will tell you the truth, that is what has brought us to this stage. The water bill that government paid. Personally, I have an experience. During that period, my house, we used like 80 cedis. I can show you a text message saying that my water bill that came to my was 7,000 cedis and government paid.
So you think there's been some looting somewhere?
It forced me to go to Dodowa to go and bring the water company. They dug my house to see if there were leakages. There was no leakage. So, how do you call it? PURC, they have all the information that a lot of things happened. I can talk of my institution, my former Valley View, things that happened, we had to go to PURC to go and get it sorted out.
So it was an avenue for milking the state? Eh?
This is what... allow everybody to pay. We pay, and then you use the money for something else. It was good to give the food, but to pay for my water and my electricity, where it gives room for people to use the system, manipulate the system. These are some of the issues. And as they are doing it in Parliament, a lot will come out. That 22, or now government says it's 19. If they should add the covert fund, what they receive, it gets to about 22 billion. You know 22 billion. Our debt is 400, going to 400 billion, and you have 22 billion. We could have done a lot of things with it. But the way we did the allocation, I don't want to use some words, the way we did the allocation of that resources, they were not efficient. That is why we are struggling as a country to account for it. Because I mentioned the four principles of finance. You source for the funds, you have the funds, you allocate it well to efficient areas, and then you account for the funds. And then you make sure, in my terms, you create financial sustainability. These principles, which are purely finance, we got it wrong.
Do you also get a sense that there's no clear-cut direction when it comes to Ghana's economic management? So once again, I'll bring the issue of the finance minister, his deputy, now the back and forth and government's decision to go back. In fact, this is what Kojo Nkrumah said in response to that. He cited an example of the broadcasting bill. He says, as information minister, he can say, for example, XYZ will not be captured in the bill, but he will go back to cabinet, make a presentation. The president can make an ultimate decision because he's a president and he has executive powers. So that's the scenario, or that's the analogy he creates in relation to what has happened in this situation. So the finance minister makes an emphatic statement as the substantive minister in charge of our finances, and then goes to cabinet, makes a proposal based on other interventions from experts. The president makes a final decision. Do you get a sense that we know what we're doing with the economy, or this is a trial and error, touch and go thing for you?
So, simply put, we don't have the data to take the economic decisions. I'm just basing on my the principles. The accountability part, before the finance minister can make some utterances, it must be based on some facts. And that facts must be known by him and his deputies.
Maybe E-Levy disappointed, because based on their projections and what they were expecting, we wouldn't have need to go to the IMF.
Based on that projection, you remember, the finance minister said it was going to be the savior, 7 billion. But the people asked, how can 7 billion be your savior? These are the issues. The data needed to give to maybe from the finance minister to the deputy to the president, there is some kind of alteration somewhere which is preventing them to have one opinion. We may decide to vote and say this is where we are going, but it must be based on facts, the data. So if the data that finance minister is basing on his argument and saying we are not going to IMF, because at the time he knew E-Levy would be coming in, based on the Minister for Rules, he said it was going to be collateralized. Just remember,
I was just about to say
I predicted that even before he came out.
Do you get a sense that there's a lot of suppression of facts and information surrounding our economic situation?
I mean, honestly, that is why I've been saying that. I'm trying to use nice words. That accountability part, the data for making decisions is an issue. You see, that is why government, if you remember, there's an IMF program on making sure that most of government agencies are on electronic platforms. So that if government want information and is trying to get it from your ministry and you are delaying, they will go to that platform and get the information and take the decision. And the government forces everybody, make sure you put your financial information there. That is the Public Financial Management Act. But you will see that that act is not fully enforced. So some agencies and ministries are still not putting their information on that platform for government or the minister to get it for the information that he needs to take. So the minister will be just looking at that platform and say that Ministry of Road and, let's say, roads, he knows that the debt that he has to pay is 80 billion. Not knowing there is about 20 somewhere which has not been uploaded on the platform. So this is where we have that information. So government may have to work fast. Hopefully, now we are moving into analytical world where softwares and are coming up. Just a click, you can see the global picture of your country. Maybe government may have to deploy something like that so that the minister will be able to get the exact information needed. Have you seen that sometimes the president will say A on a figure, then the finance minister will go and say a different figure, and now the finance minister has to go back and say, oh, we are sorry for, and then he used a big brofo English to. That is the problem. Getting the data to make the decision is not there. So we need to build a proper data center for taking.
But we have one. You've mentioned it. So what exactly is our problem? So you've mentioned this database where people are supposed to, agencies and ministries are supposed to upload information to help gather data for these. I remember, and in fact, it's one of the reasons why this government has been very hard on this digitalization drive. Because the vice president said, look, we are not able to make proper projections because we don't have the right data. So they admit that there's a problem and they've tried to solve it. But we're still at square one. So
because implementation, you may have to go with the implementation plan. I'm sure not all the ministries, MDAs, district assemblies are on the platform up to date. As Setekwa mentioned, some aspect for 5 years we are now even calling for tender to make sure that we have the platform working. So this is the problem. We need to make sure that a lot of IT services companies within Ghana, and this is where you create the employment, get them together to make sure they develop the database where to get the information. And when you sit and you are presenting a figure to the president data will be the same as the finance minister, the vice president data. And it's not time for us to come back this. So as Setekwa did, you know, he didn't come with his own data because he knew it to be questioned. So now he went to IMF and said everybody should go there and read. So the question is, why? Decision making are based on the data. Bank of Ghana will come out with this quarterly report. You take Bank of Ghana data, you go and take Ministry of Finance data, and you see differences. So I sit as an analyst and I ask myself, which one do I use? Then I'll say I'll use Bank of Ghana. I will not use Ministry of Finance. And sometimes you mention some figures, then people will enjoy FM, you have experienced it. So you pick a data from World Bank, you use it, and then there's a counter tell you, no, you got it wrong. So these are the issues. So we need to build that data for decision making. In that case, there will be oneness among the ministers. They will speak with one voice. Once they go for a meeting and they vote that this is the direction we are going, because the data is speaking, even if you don't support it, this is where the data is driving us to. And this will help us to get our problem solved. But as I said, most of the, you pick the figures, you put it together, then we only put the subjective part of it without coming out with the real data. So like, I like what Setekwa did today. He was just going by
the facts.
The facts.
So finally, and in 1 minute, Doc, Where do we go from here? Now, we know that the IMF is the only option, so we are going. But what is the next step after accessing this program in order to ensure that the reasons we went there in the first place, the reasons or the reasons we went there in the first place are achieved and we succeed with the program, and also we ensure that we're doing the other things that will affect the general economic situation?
So I'll use just 2 words: financial discipline. That is all that we need as a country. If we are disciplined, we will not need somebody to tell us. So if we know our revenue can help us to achieve this, let's work within our means as a country. It is good we can promise based on political issues, but when we go and face the reality, let's go back and tell them, yes, we will do our program, but because of what we have, we want to discipline ourselves and do the program within a certain period of time. That is what we need as a country, financial discipline.
I appreciate your time this morning. Dr. William Pepra is an associate professor of finance at the Andrews University in the United States of America. We also heard from Gideon Ayuobu, a tax partner at Deloitte Ghana. Seth Chumakwabwa, CEO of the AGI, also joined us. We had Joseph Obing, who's president of GUTA. Earlier, we heard from former finance minister Seth Tekbe, who shared quite a lot with us. If you missed any part, just get onto our Facebook page and you can watch that again once the program has ended. It will be uploaded. Don't go away yet. When I come back, I'll be hearing from you how all of this affects you and your thoughts on government's decision to go to the IMF. Do stay.
It's 5 hours.
It's 6 hours.
It's 7 hours. It's 8 hours.